answer to that is also no. It's a very special day because it's a special day of the week every week. Because it's Friday. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Friday.
It's Friday.
You already know what it is. It's Fricked Up Friday. It's Freaky Friday. It's Frick a Fan's Mom Friday. Some of you say Friday. I say Fry-yay or Fry-slay. Our forefathers fought long and hard so that we could have this day to ourselves, to have a semblance of autonomy, to have a semblance of humanity. So every Friday we celebrate that with the immaculate vibes that we bring to the table on every Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I hope everyone is having a fantastic one. I know I am. And I'll tell you all about it in a brief moment. That's right. Yeah, it's thick. It's a thick Friday. All right. Yeah, if you like the weekend's Thank You Union, which we will be. We'll be talking to, one of the major union people in the United States of America, Sean O'Brien, later today. And I will ask him about the weekends and whether he celebrates or not. Anyway, but I digress. First and foremost, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. And yesterday I pressed that stop streaming button a lot earlier than I normally do. That's right. I pressed that button way earlier than I normally would, freaking a lot of people out. Talk to you about that in a brief moment. So, I ended the broadcast early yesterday after doing an hour. This is like a unique moment. This is a unique moment for me. Okay, if I'm being for real, you guys know this already. I normally never end the broadcast after an hour, but I had to because I was not only incredibly tired, drugged up, but also on top of that was in a tremendous amount of pain. I did not take the Oxy. I hit up my dentist. I was like, yo, dentist, doc, things are not looking too great over here. Okay. I'm bleeding out. What the hell is going on? I slept for a couple hours. After I ended the broadcast, I went upstairs and immediately went to bed because I was in so much pain. And afterwards, I called the doc up. Austin was complaining the entire time, of course. He showed up and he was like, well, I came early because I thought you would be streaming. Why didn't you tell me you'd be... Why don't you tell me you'd be... Wait, hold on. That's crazy. Hold on. Uh-oh. Sorry. He was upset that I was in my bedroom sleeping, trying to let the pain subside. And in any case, I woke up, called the doc. Doc said, yeah, it's all good. All you need to do is hit that double Advil, single Tylenol cocktail, and you'll be fine. And that's precisely what I did. And actually, it's been feeling pretty good. I've been feeling a lot better today as well. But drugs are never the answer, bud. They are for me. But yeah, is Austin coming to the broadcast? No, he left already. He left the state already immediately. But yeah, I digress. I did the drug cocktail. The bleeding is still like there's a little bit of baby bleeding. It's not a big deal, but I'm not off the perky. I didn't take the perky because I was scared that I would become a drug addict because I have very addictive personality. So I never want to take them perkies unless it's like unimaginable pain, like tremendous pain, where it's like clearly the over the counter stuff's not working. But yeah, I don't want to be perked up. I don't want to be a perked up shouty. I don't want to be like ninja off the perk. I don't want that for my life. I don't want that for myself. Yeah, I heard Elon and AFD leadership talking about how Hitler was a socialist because they are the stupidest people on the planet. We'll get to that in a second. But yeah, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to talk about. Shot the podcast last night. We had Jason the Ween in the building. Jason the Ween came through, clutched up. And we're really good. We have a banger podcast for you guys coming out on Monday as always. But aside from that, I went to bed last night, woke up this morning, walked Kaya around, you know, because there's like limited amount of activity that I can engage in due to the situation with the fires. So you know, have you played Luffy Rivals game? No. You can vent. Don't worry about the news. New Marvel Rivals drop today. When are you hopping on? I will. Will the fires affect their Japan trip? No, they won't. Why would they? The Japan trip is in like 2 weeks. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got in terms of personal news, you know. I had a Hollywood meeting that I was supposed to have with a dude. I'm not gonna say which movies he's worked on. He's wanted to work with me for some time now, and apparently he had to evacuate, so we had to cancel that meeting this morning. But other than that, I've just been kicking back, trying to recover and do everything in my power. Don't forget your latest collab. Why was this AI on my Twitter? Wait, what? I think people need to eliminate AI in its entirety. What the hell are people doing? Anyway, but call your goons to keep TikTok up. Yo, I wanted to keep up. I wanted to stay up. But in any case, that's it. I'm here. I'm ready to go. I'm live. I'm alive. And we got a lot going on. We got a lot going on in the world. So we are going to be talking about all of it. I think we should just get it popping ASAP because we got a lot to talk about. Okay. Hasan Piker Oscar win? Never. I will never win an Oscar. You've been saying Kamala's career is over because she's a loser with no momentum, no motion, but doesn't that just make her the perfect Democratic candidate at this point? As far as the party is concerned, I mean, okay, that's kind of funny and kind of sad. I don't even want to think about that. Okay. Yeah. But it's Friday. It's Friday. We're here. We're live. We're alive. Okay. Bro, you good? I'm not the best. Did Tamasia send a link? They're not. I'm not the best. I'm still in pain, but it's nowhere near as bad. It's nowhere near as bad as it was. But overall, it's better than yesterday. So it'll be all right. Oh, Mayo Higa went viral. I did not realize drinking a hot beverage when you're cold actually makes you warmer physically. I thought people just like hot drinks because of the vibe. That's awesome. What the fuck? Y'all, this is embarrassing. Please stop. I understand it now. I'm the founder and executive director of a conservation education nonprofit. By the way, go follow Alvea Sanctuary. Yeah, that's a crazy way to promote your sanctuary after going viral on the timeline for not knowing like basic things. What's it like doing adult stuff like dance and stuff in the middle of a natural disaster? I don't think people understand. Los Angeles is ginormous. And it's really interesting because like, while on the one hand, you got like massive places that like places where a lot of people live are being evacuated. Like if you are in the middle of the city like I am, there's basically nothing. Like it's as though it's not happening at all. And it's really interesting. Like I said, like the trash got picked up. You know what I mean? LA is so ginormous that on the one hand, you can have a part of Los Angeles like completely on fire. There are so many other parts of LA that are just actively working. Yeah. The only issue for us at this point, if you're in an area that's not supposed to be evacuated, is obviously the smoke and the air quality. But even that, depending on how the wind patterns work, even that could be not as bad. Bro, I live in Texas and I have friends abroad asking if I'm okay. Yeah, it's kind of funny because, especially Europeans don't understand how large America is in general, but they certainly don't understand how large Los Angeles is either. But it's extra funny when they go, "Oh, dude, what's up with the, what's going on right now with where you're at?" Like, you could be in like Texas and people will be like, "Yo, chill." But right now, my air quality is moderate. It's not that bad. Yeah, the LA metro area has 18 million people. Exactly. Hassan, I'm in Pasadena. The air is poison. Yeah, the air is not good in areas where there's obviously still active fires happening, where they're like working to try to suppress and contain. But yeah, let's get started on it. Let's get started on it pronto. Let's get started on it ASAP. I'm gonna blast off. I forgot that I usually blast off. I'm live. I'm alive. Let's do it. Okay. LA wildfires blame game. Who or what is to blame? Suspect arrested. Okay. Suspect arrested. Trump criminal sentencing. Trump criminal sentencing. Wait, really? Yeah, there's someone was arrested, yeah, under suspicion of arson. Can you talk about the billionaire family that owns all the California water? I love when people watch TikToks that go viral from More Perfect Union and then come in here and they're like, "Hey, can you talk about that?" It's like, yeah, of course, I've talked about it already. I've talked about it before, Trump criminal sentencing, TikTok SCOTUS ban, and later Sean O'Brien will be on to talk about labor action under Trump. Get in now. Richmond, Virginia has had no drinkable water for days. Yeah, I briefly covered that as well. I mean, I briefly talked about it as well, but we'll get to that too. I'm happy that TikTok is going viral though. Like, I mean, I'm glad that people are seeing that and recognizing that, anger and resentment towards the Omega wealthy that have designed this system in a way that benefits their bottom line, and in a way that that puts their profits above the well-being of average American citizens is good. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. Have you reacted to Leo Skeppy basically saying LA is Squid Games right now and the homeless people have been plotting? Yeah, I think like the Treatlerites are pretty crazy. Like, the person arrested was not accused of arson. That's interesting. That's what everybody is like. That's what everyone has been going through it. Yes, the Fivio foreign situation is funny as well. We've already talked about it. There's so many conspiracy stories right now. Yeah, the Treatlerites are going nutty mode. Everyone is looking for a million different reasons. Like, there is one of the many different fires could have potentially started by arson. I'm not going to make that assertion immediately without seeing some serious evidence. You know what I mean? But regardless, yeah, this is homeless man with flamethrower suspicion of arson near LA's Kenneth Fire after residents detain him. Yeah, but that's New York Post, chatter. Like, that's New York Post saying it. KTLA saying man detained near Kenneth Fire, not accused of arson. I think I probably trust local news over New York Post, which is a dish rag propaganda outlet. But we'll look at both. Like I said, I'm not immediately going to discount the idea that like one of the are you boycotting, and what do you think about the boycott? Boycotting what? Independence says arson. Okay. Jay Mershon. Update to Los Angeles arson investigation. LAPD says after interviewing the suspect last night, there was not enough probable cause to arrest a man for arson. He was arrested on felony probation violation. The investigation continues. This is the latest update. If the Los Angeles Police Department is saying that like there's not enough evidence to suggest arson, then I'm not like I said, I'm not discounting that it is arson. Okay? That arson may have played a role in one of these fires or whatever. But I'm going to need some evidence before I make this assertion. Anyway, while you were away watching Noam Chomsky's movie, All Governments Lies, Crazy Histories repeats itself. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's blast off. Do we have a blast off meme or not? I sent one, but I got blocked because I can't link right now. Ultimately, the ignition source doesn't explain anything about the conditions conducive to historical wildfires. If you want the actual scientific understanding of why this was even possible, I mean, I covered it extensively. It's the Santa Ana winds and the way that they operate. It's the extremely dry, supposedly wet season that has gotten historically low amounts of rain, and the fact that normally in this time frame you're not supposed to have wildfire season. Like, wildfire season will extend into like November sometimes, but then this is the time frame where rains are supposed to happen, or at least some rain is supposed to happen, so there's a little bit more moisture, except it has yet to happen, which is why this winter has been particularly dry, which is why when it's dry you have more fuel. Okay, remember the three things necessary for fire: air, fuel. I forget the third thing. You can't deal with air, but you have to deal with the fuel. And the way to deal with the fuel is obviously by doing your very best to What? I'm not using that. That's a crazy meme, dude. This is insane. Excited for tomorrow with Sean. Don't forget to bring him to Jason's concert. I'm not using that as a meme, dude. Stop. Okay. Okay, I like the fire marshal one. That's funny. All right, we'll use that. Okay, okay. All right. It's also because of the Santa Ana winds. Yeah, I know. Anyway, let's blast off. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, let's blast off. Bro, I'll be saying something on stream and like a second later a chatter will repeat it. Like straight up in the same process of me. Are you regretting logging on? No, because I do actually feel the need to cover the news, especially when there's a lot of attention on this particular story. It's happening in my backyard. And also, not only is this a major news story, but there's a lot of people that are utilizing this major news story to push whatever their own personal interests are, push whatever their own agenda is. And it's gotten to a point where I think a lot of people simply use whatever major news story is happening to redirect the attention, basically just push whatever marginalized group they hate, like whatever group that they hate, that they despise, they make it out to be the villain. And considering that this is something that is a considering that this story is related to climate change, which it doesn't have like immediate tangible associations where you can't just like look at it and go, oh, this is A to B. Climate change caused this. Like it creates opportunities for opportunists to lie in whichever direction that they want to. If you hate black people, you say, oh, they're looting, which is something that has taken place. If you saw on Twitter, there were people that were talking about how like black people were looting, and it was actually a video from local news filming black residents actually taking out their valuable items from their houses before they caught on fire. You have the Altadena neighborhood, which is so gross. Like you're looking at a situation where like these are people suffering, and you go, yeah, this is a great opportunity for me to do some racial agitation, right? I love that there's a chatter in here who's like, because they are. If you are angry and resentful about the existence of gay people, you look at the situation and say, oh, well, the fire department chief is actually a lesbian. So the reason why this is happening is because of DEI. If you hate the Democratic Party, you say, oh, it's Karen Bass who like personally lit the fires, basically. It's just, sometimes it's a combination of a lot of different factors, but of course, as is the case always, many of the factors that the Republicans point to are ridiculous. And some of the factors that liberal treatlerites point to are also ridiculous. And I will cover all of them extensively. But I digress. This is it. This is the blast off tweet. You were wearing a sports jacket while driving into a fire? Cancel this man. It's I'm gay is true. We love arson. Nice. But yeah. First and foremost, let's look at the new images that are showing the devastation from across Los Angeles from the wildfires. obviously this has gotten these wildfires have basically now the number of casualties is up to 10. The number of structures is in the thousands that have been burned down. You know, you have iconic landmarks, cultural landmarks that have now burned to the ground. And you have thousands of homes, thousands of places where people just lived. They're gone, right? 10,000 structures at this point. It's one of the most devastating wildfires. Will have the costliest economic penalty. And there are obviously some mitigation factors that were not implemented. But overall, everyone is trying to point the finger of blame at whatever they see is the real responsible party. So let's take a look at these new images and we'll talk about it. What landmarks? I've only heard of houses. Yeah. One of the houses in Altadena is one that my mom actually used in her dissertation that has a famous Orientalist interior architecture. It burned down. I think there was a couple different, like you got libraries and stuff that were burned down. The Pasadena Library, or not Pasadena, Pacific Palisades Library burned down. Yeah. Here, the Newsweek has a full list of his iconic landmarks destroyed in LA by the California fires. The Bunny Museum, Andrew McNally House is the house I'm talking about, which is so sad. Real Inn, Pearson Playhouse, Palisades Charter High School. It was a fully functioning high school. Topanga Ranch Motel. Will Rogers Ranch House. Yeah, the Will Rogers Estate. Altadena. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and also, as all of this is being burned into the ground, you have the likes of Poly Market taking bets on the Palisades fire in California because we live in a horrible reality, a false reality. We are in a complete dystopia, but also lame. It's not just like a regular old dystopia. It's also not cool. Like, it doesn't have all the fixings of a cool dystopia. It's just like regular old lame dystopia. Anyway, Princess Teacup, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
First natural disasters in that state's history. 8,000 firefighters and emergency personnel have been deployed, including the National Guard. Firefighters have poured in from all over the country to help. Overnight, officials said the death toll has now risen to 10 people. And a new fire, the Kenneth Fire, ignited in the West Hills. It quickly scorched nearly 1,000 acres in a matter of hours. I want to show you this map right here that shows the fires and evacuation zones. So far, 180,000 residents have been told to evacuate at some point over the course of this disaster. Some people are now returning what's left of their homes and neighborhoods, block after block. You see it right there, obliterated. More than 10,000 structures destroyed or damaged. The Palisades fire is the most destructive in Southern California history. It's burned an area larger than the size of Manhattan. Wow. Chief National Correspondent Matt Gutman starts off our team coverage. Good morning.
I thought it was criminal for bandits to loot and raid homes that are impacted by the wildfires. Why are bandits trying to loot the Palisades? Why can't we stop bandits from loitering and looting? What are you talking about, brother? I have a lot of friends who have relatives who live in the Pacific Palisades and they're reported bandits trying to steal and rob everything inside. Are these bandits insane, bro? I don't know what you're talking about, brother. I don't know. Like, do you see what the Palisades look like? Like, what are you talking about? What, you're making it seem like they're doing a WoW raid. Like, these bandits, they're in the tree line, sir. Man, just look at the footage. There ain't nothing inside that rubble. Yeah, like, Pacific Palisades is like an extra crazy place to say that this is actually what's going on. Like, I'm sure there might be some people, there might be some insane people that are like, oh, hell yeah, it's time. It's time to like raid this Rust base. But I don't understand. You're saying loitering and looting. I don't know what you mean by loitering and looting. Are you saying that people are loitering as in like they're just hanging out around the ash that once used to be a house? Like, what are you saying? Are they stealing the ash? I thought it was criminal for bandits to loot and raid homes that are impacted by the wildfires. Why aren't the cops doing anything? My relatives in the Pacific Palisades home got raided 2 days ago. What? Like, is your Pacific Palisade home standing? I don't understand. Because 75% of the house is burned to a crisp. Not sure why you pretend to be dumb as fuck. It's obvious what they wrote. I mean, they are. Why are you playing dumb? Because why would I entertain the fantasies of random people in a situation where 75% of the houses have been burned to the ground and you're over here talking about how, like, there's a massive looting problem? A lot of this stuff is just people, is people communicating through whisper networks where, there are pre-existing fears of this sort of thing happening. Are they hitting the 25% that's remaining? Is that what's going on? Like, that's all he wrote. I'm just stating what's happening. Okay, now you're playing dumb. I understand what that person is saying, and I'm addressing that the likelihood of this becoming like a major problem is fairly low. People forget that 18 million people live in Los Angeles. And if you're arresting, like, let's say you arrested 20 people in a city like Los Angeles, where there's like 18 million people, you arrested 20 people, at least 10 of them were just hanging around in an area where they shouldn't be and they were suspicious. And then the other 10 were actually... What? How about Hunter Biden's house burned down? What are you saying? I don't care about the Hunter Biden's house burning down. What? Why do you care? What? How about Hunter Biden's house burned down? How come? You think that burned down for like a secret reason? You think Joe Biden did it or something? Or are you insinuating that there was like a pedophile tunnel? And why am I entertaining this conversation? Take a week off, stupid. They talk about it like there's hundreds of people raiding the remaining homes. Yeah. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is out of 18 million people, if they arrested like 10 people on suspicion of looting and like 10 people who were actually looting, I guess the remaining 25% of the homes that are standing in the Pacific Palisades, do you understand how unimaginably minuscule this problem is? And it's being overextended as though it's like a ginormous problem. It's being deliberately talked about. It is a self-referential cycle that the media engages in with regular frequency, where they overextend and exaggerate the problem of looting that's happening in any sort of crises in an effort to ensure that police budgets stay high. Ironically enough, we can have a conversation right now about how high the police budgets are and how that actually works directly against the existing fire department budgets that need to go up in a place where there are wildfires, and the wildfires are going to continue to get worse and worse as a consequence of climate change. But many of you are so quick to hit that reactionary talking point to be like, what are the cops doing? There's looting happening all over the place. And without recognizing, unironically, playing along with the same incompetence of the Karen Bass administration that you want to criticize. It's crazy. Also, they don't have to talk about the insurance companies taking away fire protection. Yeah, there's so many more important things to discuss here. And there are people being like, yeah, the DEI lesbian fire chief, that's the reason why it happened. Or there's looting happening. Why aren't you talking about the looting? Why are you secretly hiding the looting? Like, as though it's a good thing. No, dude, it's not a good thing. Okay. And I'm not saying that it doesn't happen ever. Okay. But in a major city like this, having like one or two incidents such as this one, and then a whole bunch of suspicion is not necessarily the smartest way to go about it. That's it. Okay. I hope the Forest Service will be able to use these fires and how impossible it's been to contain them as a way to get funding. Equipment is aging, wages have stagnated for the past decade, and they're struggling to hire anyone. I made more washing dishes at a hotel than being a hotshot. I worked less hours and an infinitely easier job. I made more. It's disgusting how little wildland gets paid. PD steals so much money from the FD. I mean, wildland in particular is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. As far as I've seen, the like LAFD at least gets paid pretty decently, has a good pension. It's actually a very well sought after. It's a very well sought after position. The Los Angeles Fire Department jobs. They're hard to come by, incredibly competitive. You have to be in like peak physique. But as far as the wildfire firefighters at the federal level, it is ridiculous. It is genuinely shocking how little at these federal employees get paid. Yeah, Cal Fire has like 3x the starting wage at USFS Wildland Fire fighters. It's crazy. Just saw TikTok stating that the West Hollywood fire was started on purpose. I don't know. Please never say just saw TikTok. It was 50K when Structure was making 70K easily. All the Wildland people go to Structure after like 2 years. Yeah. It's crazy because, hey, guess what, dude? Wildfire, especially in a place like Los Angeles, has a tendency to turn into a structure fire. But yeah, this is correct. What a random person is saying is correct from what I've seen as well. Sometimes as low as 38K is what I saw in terms of the salaries. How insane is that? Are 40% of the firefighting force actually from prisons? No, 30%. At its peak is from prison, yes. And they get paid $26 a day. Think about that. And some of them die. Anyway, it's just something to consider in terms of like what our spending priorities look like and how crazy it is. And also, I found out what the actual salaries are for daily for the private forces. There are private brigades, by the way. It's like a known secret. And I'll tell you how much they get paid. They get paid $7,000 a day. This is untenable. So if you're a firefighter from anywhere in the country, as far as I understand, and as long as you have your certifications, and then for Los Angeles, you need to get like EMT as well. Do the private brigades have their own private water source? I don't believe they do. So that one tweet about a private firefighting service is real? Yeah, it is a real thing. I covered it extensively when Kanye West hired one for Calabasas a couple years back. But yes, they are a real thing. Do you think that the insane power that developers have in LA will be affected here? It is clear to me that some of the devastation of the properties are due to deregulation of building code, particularly related to wildfires. Yes. That's also a massive part of the puzzle as well. Yeah. If you're finding yourself in the throes of reactionary looting law and order narratives in the midst of this like unimaginably devastating wildfire, okay, remember that you are doing the bidding of these guys who personally think that it's important to consistently keep paying cops more and more, keep expanding their budgets, and sometimes that those budgets are directly at odds with other budgets. Okay? Let's keep going.
Matt. Yep.
And George, I want you to see behind me, there is a house that is now fully engulfed. We are still.
What is this? Saw something about how their companies are already trying to buy up some of the land burnt homes. Not sure if it's true or not. Of course it's true. It always happens after every fire. It happened after Lahaina. If you recall, there are always opportunists that try to buy low in the immediate aftermath, knowing full well that there are always going to be, even in the place like the Pacific Palisades, there are always going to be people who simply have, they don't have enough money. They can't wait for the insurance payout. They have to, they have to sit in their rental property that the insurance is paying for, that the insurance is subsidizing, and they see an opportunity. They see an opportunity for that land to go away, and they're like, okay, this is it. I need it. I'm desperate. There are always vulturous people that take advantage of these situations. The other thing that a lot of people do is also put out incredibly high rental properties. They've already started popping up in the Mar Vista area, in the Santa Monica adjacent neighborhoods, where single family homes that used to be rented out for 15 grand a month. These are pretty large single family homes, just understand, similar to what you're seeing in like the Pacific Palisade area. Now they have doubled the rent. Yeah. There are single family homes that are going for like 10 grand a month to 15 grand a month. Now they are on the market. They are on the market for 30 grand. 30 grand. 15K a month is crazy. That's so cute that you guys are so oblivious to Los Angeles real estate, Los Angeles housing market. Yes, dude. Yes. Single family homes in Los Angeles in the rental market are like 15 grand a month, 10 grand a month. Yes. Like, why do you think the house I live in, that every single person that has visited has said is like a normal house? And I couldn't understand why there was so much hubbub around it. Why do you think it was 2.7 when I purchased it? Because the LA housing market is bricked, okay? It is so broken. Jamie Lee Curtis comparing the LA wildfires to Gaza just shows the detached view of the reality of these celebrity champagne socialists. Why is has Jamie Lee Curtis ever said she's a socialist? What are you talking about? No, she's just an out of touch Hollywood actress who quite literally posted a photo of Gaza famously in the beginning and said, look at this is what Israel looks like right now. And then everybody was like, Jamie Lee Curtis, that's Gaza. You posted Gaza and while defending Israel. Who do you think is doing that to Gaza? It's Israel. And she just deleted that post and then never said anything about it ever again. It's crazy. It's crazy to me. Anyway. It's funny to think that it's like, socialism here, though.
Still seeing homes burst into flames here days after the initial fire passed through. Fire crew just arrived here for the first time. We were here just before them. They are aware of this. They are trying to pounce on each one of these fires as quickly as possible, because I want you to see, I don't know if you can, maybe we'll keep pulling up a little bit, and I'll have Juan, our cameraman, and our second camera, Will, here show you the embers shooting up in the air. That is a concern. Those embers get fired up, cast downrange, hundreds of yards, and with a strong wind, even miles downrange, and they start new fires. Now, we're going to keep going down here, because we talk about these numbers and you see some of those fires up close, but you can't get a sense of the scale of what 10,000 structures destroyed in both of those fires, Eaton and here Palisades fire, looks like, what 10 fatalities seems like when we talk about whole neighborhoods, until you see it on the ground. And the only way to really see it is drive through to see those naked chimneys with nothing around them. The playthings and toys of children just completely disintegrated here. And this goes on block after block on both sides of the street.
Nah, bro, I see a lot of opportunity to loot, man. I look at this and I think to myself, well, time to loot. Meanwhile, the real looters are the insurance companies. The real looters are the agribusiness interests that have absolutely gutted water management in this state. The real looters are the Los Angeles Police Department that takes up so much of the limited resources that your taxpayer dollars actually fund. And you're over here thinking about, like, you're fantasizing about like a random scary Guatemalan guy looting the ash out of this house that is like eviscerated, not realizing that that in and of itself is actually a continuation of the same structure. Okay? That right there, when you talk about looters and how devastating and how scary it is, acting like this is a ginormous problem. And I'm not saying that there isn't a single person that is, tried to use this as an opportunity to steal. But if you consider the situation, if you consider the 18 million, if you consider the tens of thousands of structures that have been destroyed, and you think to yourself that, oh, there's like some serious looting happening.
As far as the eye can see.
This morning, those new harrowing images revealing the scale of the damage in Los Angeles.
I don't know how we're going to come back from this. I don't even know where to start.
Across the county, more than 10,000 structures destroyed, and overnight the number of fatalities jumping to 10.
Mars would be more habitable than this place right now, so it's crazy. There's absolutely nothing.
Once densely packed neighborhoods, now smoky wastelands.
Pacific Palisades, right now, could just be taken off the map. There is no Pacific Palisades.
But trickling back into this hellscape were families hoping to salvage an heirloom or a memento.
That is the living room. That's the front entrance.
This is for everybody.
Beyond that, there was a bedroom.
In the rubble of a condo building in Pacific Palisades, we meet Gail and Mario.
Is this your safe?
It is. Wanted to get to it before the looters got to it.
Gail fled with just her nurse scrubs, a phone.
Wanted to get to it before the looters got to it is crazy. Like, everyone's brains are broken, dude. Like, everyone's brains are broken. I swear to God.
And little else.
The documents, passport, things like that
Nothing.
are somewhere here.
Yeah. Everything.
The widow hoping her wedding ring had survived this inferno.
Wow.
Mario pushed the safe off the building, then cracked it open. And for a moment, Gail held her breath.
These your rings?
Yeah, my wedding ring. This is my wedding ring.
There it was, still glittering.
Very cool.
Quickly, police on the hunt for looters came to investigate.
How major of a concern is looting here?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. And then you.
Dude, that's crazy. Of course the cops are going to say that. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Dude, that is... Oh, it's so funny because under any other circumstance, you would recognize exactly what's going on here. You know what I mean? But when it comes to like reactionary propaganda, the media totally is like, yeah, you're right. This is a huge deal. This is a serious, ginormous problem. That's why you need all the budgets, actually. I'm so glad that you got all the budgets. Okay? It's a tacit endorsement of the ridiculous funding structure that exists in Los Angeles, okay? It is a way to basically say, fear not. It's not the LAFD that deserves more of those funds. It's actually the cops, because they're stopping the scary looters. Remember, they're stopping the scary looters. There's a lot of income inequality here, okay? There's a lot of poors out here. Maybe the poor started the fire. You never know. Maybe they just hate it. Maybe they just hate the rich. That's why they started the fire. Please, no matter what you do, do not look at the situation directly in front of you. Do not look at the mismanagement of funds. Do not look at the mismanagement of resources. Do not look at climate change being an accelerant in all of this. Don't do it. Bro, I swear the looting is literally happening. I've personally dealt with them today. No, bro, I work in security here in Malibu. We had 6 looters this morning. Like, dude, Hasan, I've literally kicked out 6 dudes on bikes that were trying to start looting. I'm a security guard here in Malibu. Okay, once again, I'm not saying that there is no looting happening, okay? I'm talking about how much people are hyper-focusing. Also, dudes looting on a bike, like, no, they're not looting. They're just messing around. You know what I mean? Like, they're being annoying. Some of them might actually want to steal shit. Your job is to basically make sure that they're not anywhere near you, or anywhere near the property you're supposed to be guarding. Oh, you know, okay, if you say so, King. I'm not saying let him on the property, dog. I don't know what's so hard to understand. Once again, there are 18 million people living in Los Angeles, okay? Like, are there going to be opportunists? Of course there are, okay? Just like I'm not discounting the notion, that it could have been arson, at least for one of these fires. Oh, my God. My point is, we have this bias often, okay? We have this bias where, like, we get primed into thinking that anything and everything that we see might actually be in line with the preconceived notions that we have of society. Calling them opportunists is so dark. I don't know what else to call them. They are taking advantage of a situation that of a crisis if they are actually trying to steal stuff. The point I'm trying to make is that it is marginal, okay? It is marginal, but the reason why you hear about it nonstop is for a nefarious purpose. The reason why that's the only thing you hear about, and then that actually shapes the way that you see what's going on in your own backyard, that causes you to think every single person that you don't really recognize might be a looter, is because there is a scary, insidious, propagandistic purpose to constantly thinking about looters in the aftermath of natural disasters, so that you never question why the cops get more money year over year and why the fire department doesn't have that same unlimited budget. That's it. And people refuse to understand it. They'll come in here and they'll be like, oh, looters though. It's like, I get it. Okay. I'm not saying that they don't exist. But the real reason why they're hyper focusing on this narrative is because twofold. One, if it bleeds, it leads. It's great clickbait. And two, it's a way to constantly make you afraid that there are a tremendous number of villainous figures that are poorer than you that want to do horrible violence to you all day, every day. And that's precisely the reason why you need cops. That's precisely the reason why you need multiple billions of dollars, more tanks for the cops.
You have $1 million homes all intact, rows and rows of them. And there's really no way to police this area effectively right now.
At least 20 people have been arrested for looting and checkpoints.
HasanAbi, it's a huge problem. 6 looters, bro. Chatter told them to leave, and then guess what happened? They left. Stop downplaying this real serious business. True. My bad.
Where? So right now, that young man on...
We do need cops, though. We don't need to sub anymore since you don't run ads. Can you address that? Yeah, I can. You don't need to subscribe anymore, but you can. If you would like to. If you'd like to do so. At the top of the hour, nonetheless. Even though there are no more ads. I don't run ads any longer. I can in the future. Maybe you'll be able to avoid them in the future. Why does the media run with that narrative? I 100% agree with. I'm just confused about the media's angle because it's more entertaining and interesting. Just as it is more entertaining and interesting to talk about Paris Hilton's house being burned down in Malibu than it is to talk about the black middle-class family in Altadena losing their nest egg and everything that they worked their entire lives for. And that's precisely the reason why people look at the situation and go, oh, it's all rich assholes who lost their 8th house. I don't care. Fuck them. That's the whole point. The media is not covering this in that way specifically because they want to draw resentment and ire towards the victims of a massive wildfire. They're doing that because that is a narrative that's cool and interesting and unique. And these guys want to make things unique and interesting. Okay? That's it. That is the primary goal. And this isn't the entirety of the media because I do have to give a lot of credit to local news and even mainstream news in general. They've done a tremendous job aside from like the insane looting is happening everywhere. We have to start killing random people, and it's probably arson narratives. They've done a tremendous job, accurately and in real time giving you information that you need. This is one of those moments where you have to remember, like, this is why local media matters, okay? This is why local news is incredibly important. Think about it. Think about what you see on Twitter. Think about your Twitter timeline, how malleable it is and how silly it is that, like, you have to scour through basically multiple scrolls worth of scrolls worth of your timeline on Twitter to arrive at, like, accurate information in real time, as opposed to local news, okay? As opposed to mainstream outlets that are in real time offering you real-time coverage about what's going on. Xilex, by the way, thank you for the 50 big ones. Sorry, I didn't get to address that, but thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Follow your streams daily because you talk the most sense. I just figured I'd let you know what I had to deal with. I can go fuck myself though, chat. Okay, don't get mad. And chatters, don't be annoying, okay? Don't be annoying to the guy. He's just giving us his own perspective. The looting fear is just so overblown. The cops need to set up a perimeter anyway, since most of the area is still dangerous. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like there is a role for police here. There is a role for police, as I pointed out when the fires were happening. They're there to redirect traffic and ensure people can't get into these areas, okay? They're there to make sure that everyone can evacuate safely. They're there to ensure that people can't go back to their houses by force if necessary, to stop them by force if necessary. Because when you allow random people to go in through the cordon that the area that you cordon off, you're creating a worse situation for emergency services. You are now a potential victim that needs to be saved. You have a car that is potentially blocking the emergency services that might need to use that route. So cops actually do play an important role here. They just don't really do that important role. It's not about stopping the looters. There are plenty of places where the police force play a important role in crisis management in times like this. The issue, however, is that they rarely do the job that they're supposed to. And then they just sit around and talk about looters all day and about arson and about homeless people potentially, like, lighting these fires or whatever.
The motorbike is being pushed away by the officer. He sort of blew through this checkpoint here, and immediately they pounced and chased him.
Susan Campick, Tracy, and Madeline Dam among the dozens who walked here in the hopes of being escorted back.
So I don't get it. So do we have any updates? Is the guy in the motorcycle actually, do we know that he was a looter? Do we know that that was his goal? Or was he just an interested party that wanted to see what was up? Or maybe even someone who lives there and wanted to go back home? No, he was driving a motorcycle, so the automatic assumption is that he is a looter. This is what I'm saying. It's like, walked up to a random car and yelled at them. They said, "I live here, but I'm scared all my neighbors and avoid eye contact, so how could I know?" Anyway, here's their license plate. These guys are casing the Sunset Firehouse looking for a score. I approached them and I said, "I don't speak English. I live here." He doesn't live here. They're professional looting rings, operate an organized entity. That is insane. That is insane. I'm losing it, dude. Who the fuck loots on a motorcycle? You can't carry anything? I know.
back to their homes.
I've been in this since Tuesday. I've got the same socks. It's like everything is the same.
Oh, they got the, yeah, see? They got the looter. They got the scary looter in the back. Look, look, look.
I've been in this since Tuesday. I've got the same socks. It's like everything.
There he is. In his like $30,000 e-bike, by the way. Like, what's the higher likelihood that he's a looter on a bike? Or not 30,000. I think these are like 10 grand or something. The Segways are crazy. The new Segways are like 35 grand. The electric bikes. Maybe he just looted the bike too.
It's like everything is the same.
It's almost like at this stage of my life when I thought I was at the end of the marathon, I'm at the beginning of a new marathon. And we have to create everything from scratch.
They got the call, jumped in the car, and off they went. Just a few minutes later,
It's apocalyptic. It's like someone's dropped a bomb. There's cars burnt out. There's ash everywhere. We were thinking it was going to be bad, but I think we both had no idea how bad it was.
like so many grappling with the loss of almost everything.
If I could only have found one thing, this was it. It's the bell that we have at the front of the house, and it came.
Like, look at this, dude. Look at, like, what are they gonna loot from this house? Look at the conditions of the house, dude. The bell outside the house looks like that. What are you gonna loot from that house,
From
Chatter?
my husband's childhood home in Somerset, England, and it's damaged, but it's alive.
These satellite images showing the immense size and scope of the
Like, yeah, you know, opportunity, baby. I can't wait to loot the ashes.
devastation.
You're completely out of touch on this. Looters are an issue, though. I don't know if you're genuinely trolling right now or trying to push a narrative and an agenda. You're completely out of touch on this. No, I'm not completely out of touch on this. I'm stating that while there are opportunists in times like this, the media greatly overemphasizes the danger of looting in a situation where what is there to even loot in the Pacific Palisades? 75% of all standing structures have melted. Okay? %75. Like, hyper focusing on this and causing you to be suspicious of every single person that's in your immediate vicinity. People that say, "Oh, I'm not duped by mainstream media narratives," immediately get duped by mainstream media hyper focus on certain incidents and certain issues in the immediate aftermath of a wildfire. Okay, where 75% of all standing structures have been destroyed, and only because it corresponds to the reactionary attitudes that they have and the fear that they have in their heart about the unknown, about the other, about like the vicious nature of man. That where they go, nah, you're out of your element. I'm not saying that there aren't people that would try to do such a thing. Okay? I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that people are greatly overemphasizing this aspect.
Where there were once sprawling communities, now a wasteland surrounded by areas splattered in red fire retardant. This picturesque coastline obliterated. Haze.
That's the other part of this, okay? Yeah. You know what's crazy about the looting in this situation? They're gonna get cancer, dog. If they go into the flame retardant sprayed houses, okay? That's an incredibly cancerous material. So even if they were to go to a standing structure, they're just gonna get they're putting a death sentence on themselves, okay? Don't believe your lying eyes. There's totally like a million looters out right now. I know. And it's interesting because like the media keeps constantly saying this, but there's just like never really any hard evidence as to suggest that this is a ginormous problem.
Obscuring the scene below.
Oh, look at the flag.
And there, that tattered flag covered in soot, waving at half-staff. Among the debris, of course, the greatest loss,
I have to pee.
Human lives. The New York Times reporting 82-year-old Rodney Nickerson and retired pharmacy technician Erlene Kelly were among the dead. And 66-year-old Victor Shaw.
And I opened the front door and I just yelled in, "Victor, we got to get out. This is it. We have to get out. The fire's here." And I didn't hear him say anything. I heard him say nothing. So I ran to the car, and I just got out. I just got out, and I went down the street, and there was a police car, and I flagged him, and I said, "My brother's in the house. I need help." And he told me to get out. He said, "Go."
His family later finding his body with a garden hose in his hand.
And I couldn't be here. I couldn't be here to save him. I couldn't be here. That's what hurts the most.
So we've now driven onto Sunset Boulevard, the iconic main thoroughfare in the Palisades, and you can see this is the downtown business district. It's obliterated. This goes on block after block. Now, the LAPD tells me they're going to be going through these neighborhoods. They believe there are more fatalities here. Firefighters say it's going to be weeks before they finish mopping things up and days before people can actually come back home. Now, this is Fire Station 69, one of the few buildings here still intact. Those firefighters putting up a massively valiant fight for so many days, but with those red flag warnings ahead, much more work for them left to do here. Michael.
Well, hard thoughts are definitely with everyone there.
We're going to turn now to the Eaton fire. That's another big one around here, and it is still burning out of control, 0% contained northeast of LA. This is the area around Pasadena, and as I say, no containment at this hour, 0%. Chris Van Cleve is in what's left of Altadena. Hard hit it was. Chris, good morning.
Have you ever considered that I'm just racist? Stop making me defend this position. People looked at me weird if I said DEI, so I just have to adjust my wording for each made-up crisis in my head. Yeah. LA city officials have contacted LA mask block members for PPE resources. No joke. Yeah, I heard about this. I think Mother Jones is going to be covering this as well. They literally, after potentially considering a statewide or a citywide mask ban, LA, the LA municipality reached out to like a disability activist group to get some masks. It's crazy. Yeah, they tried to do mass bans, and now they want them for from predominantly disabled POC people doing mutual aid to a fundraiser for that PPE just straight up bought it out of pocket. I mean, I don't mind like a predominantly POC disability activist like giving whatever they have to the city. It's not like an unreasonable request. It is unreasonable because it exists. Like it is unreasonable that like this need exists. Okay? Like they should have masks. How do you not have masks? How do you not have respirators? Like it makes no sense. It's crazy because it's a city with 18 million people. Okay? California as a state is like the 4th largest economy on the planet.
Tony, fire trucks are stationed all over Altadena. There are 2 poised about half a block from us right now. Is there still a lot of concerns about wind and hot spots? Smoke is hanging like the sense of loss over this community as people come home and find scenes like this.
Now into its 4th day, the Eaton fire's devastating path leaves behind only scars of what remained before. At least 5 people are dead.
Someone on Twitter is being in my reply saying climate change didn't cause these fires. Instead, it was white colonialist hubris. I know indigenous groups and activists have been complaining about how indigenous populations used to do controlled burns back in the day in order to avoid some of the more devastating aspects of these wildfires. And there's some truth to that, except, you know, it's I mean, there is some truth to it, from what I understand, but it's also environmental groups as well. I'll tell you this much, okay? Murat works with a lot of people that work for the BLM, okay? The Bureau of Land Management, that work in forestry, okay? And from what I understand, the people that they hate the most, the number 1 people that they hate the most are Republicans. The number 2 people that they hate closely after the Republicans are also some, not all, but some conservationists that approach all of these issues with a tendency where they approach a lot of these problems with an attitude where they're just like first and foremost predisposed with stopping certain things like prescribed burns from happening. You know, that sometimes get in the way. I think it's just arson, to be honest. No, sometimes get in the way of like doing forest management. There is some truth to that. They obviously hate the Republicans first and foremost because they're insane. But they are also personally, as far as I understand, sometimes annoyed by the conservationists as well. Because sometimes they can be the friend who's too woke that gets in the way of proper forest maintenance. San Diego Zoo Ecology is here. He's spot on. Yeah. What materials are these houses made out of? If the fire police are still standing, why not make the whole thing out of bricks? Clueless Brit here. I truly have zero knowledge. Okay. The other part about the urban sprawl that exists in these places is that like there are a lot of conservation, not conservation, but there are a lot of fire management stuff that you need to do year round that Los Angeles has done only sporadically. Part of that is due to the mismanagement. Part of that is due to lack of funding. Like if fuel is the most significant contributor to the, accelerated wildfires, then there's supposed to be, for example, some restrictions in terms of what kind of trees that you can have, where those trees can be, how close those trees can be to your house, for example, and consistent management of dry brush outside of your homes. The state and local municipalities are supposed to ensure that they have proper upkeep to make sure that there is all matter of like dry brush is kept clean and away from these houses. I'll give you another example. You're not supposed to put your car in your driveway when there is a wildfire happening. But a lot of people get scared and they don't know what to do, so they put their car in their driveway. Guess what? That's an accelerant. It's filled to the brim with gas. It's going to blow up your house. It's going to light on fire, and that fire is going to hit your house, and it's going to blow up your house as well. Okay? It's basically like putting a bomb in front of your house, like close to your house. Okay? This is another thing that people don't understand. That's why it's so crazy when, like, one of the funniest things that occurs in the aftermath of wildfires like this is people who just, like, don't simply understand certain things where they'll be like, why are the trees not on fire, but the cars were all on fire? This is confusing. It's like, dude, it's because trees have water in them. Like, that's, yeah, of course, a tree that has water in it, okay, is not going to engulf itself in flames, whereas a car that has oil, gas, and numerous other accelerants is going to light on fire. Every part of a car is flammable. EVs also burn terribly. I'm saying cars. That's why I did not say EVs don't burn. I said cars specifically. I'm not talking about the distinction between an internal combustion engine versus an EV battery. But like BLM still does a lot of controlled burns. There are like 30 plus controlled burns right now in the NorCal Tahoe areas, according to Watch Duty. I just don't think LA expected a fire in the winter, but this hopefully will be a lesson for the future so there can be more controlled burns year round. That or arson, much smaller likelihood. Yeah, I'm just saying that there are instances where like conservationists will sometimes get in the way of proper forest management. I'm saying that it does exist. First and foremost, though, the number one problem always is coming from Republicans that want all the water to go to like agriculture, agribusiness, or rich neighborhoods, or whatever the heck the current Republicans are yelling about right now.
Including 82-year-old Rodney Nickerson.
He said, Altadina's been through some stuff and I'm going to be all right. We didn't think that it was going to be this bad, so fast and so quick.
I just cry. I just can't believe that it's happened.
66-year-old Victor Shaw also died in the fire. His sister Sherry says he was found with a garden hose still in his hand.
What are you going to miss most about your brother?
Well, he's family. And it's, when you lose family, that's
devastating.
It's hard. He's been with me my whole life, Big brother has been there from day one. I'll miss his companionship. I'll miss talking to him, joking about traveling with him, and I'll just miss him to death. I just hate that he had to go out like that.
For many, it's a different kind of loss, one that looks like this. The scope of the damage soared Thursday. Officials say between 4,000 and 5,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed, a number that's expected to rise even higher in the coming days.
When you saw this, what went through your mind?
I've lost everything.
Nira Chow returned Thursday to find her home reduced to a pile of smoldering rubble.
I don't even know how we can get in there.
As we helped her sift through the ashes, she made a discovery.
Does that mean something to you?
Oh my goodness, yes, of course.
What does the church mean to you?
The church means community, means God is good and faithful, that he will help us to rebuild.
The National Guard is now on the streets with stepped-up police patrols because of those looting reports, many of them happening here in Altadena. We're also hearing residents going back to their homes and arming themselves to protect their belongings. It is just an enraging lack of human empathy that's been playing out here in Altadena, Tony.
That's the word for it, Chris. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
At least 10 people, we're sorry to say, are now confirmed dead by the medical examiner. At this hour, 5 separate fires. 5 are still.
Half the commentaries on the looters, yeah, looting the ashes, dude. Look, looting footage. If you change the subtitles, it looks like looting to me. Yeah, look. As I said already, the real looting that occurred beforehand was the mismanagement of funds from city officials. The real looting that came beforehand was always and will continue to be from private equity. The looting that will come afterwards, the looting that came beforehand was the insurance industry saying we're no longer offering fire insurance in these areas after being on it for years and years. And the looting that will come in the aftermath of all of this will be private equity purchasing as many of these plots of land as possible. Okay? It's not a pivot. It's just the truth. But we don't have the same, it's not as interesting to cover the issue in that regard because it's nowhere near, it is unfortunately nowhere near as exciting as the prospect of scary poor people that are, engaging in predatory behavior. Half the accounts posting about looting aren't even in the United States of America. It's been fascinating to see the trajectory of the Israeli OSINT analysts over the past couple of years. They've gone from masquerading as objective news source while parroting pro-Israel disinformation to now just shamelessly engagement farming racist clickbait like this. Yeah, open source intel. Reports of lots of looting in Los Angeles right now. WTF. It's a KTLA 5 news coverage where it's residents evacuating their home and their friends are helping them move their possessions as previously reported by KTLA 5. I'm Jay, originally from New York, now living in northern Israel. I report on world events, breaking news, and open source intelligence sharing, analysis, and commentary along the way. Check out the Gaza Most Wanted cards I created. Grab hoodies and merch here, zionmerch.com. They're just shit-slinging disinformation without even passing attempt at it appearing legitimate at all. Fact checks and communities notes have absolutely no effect. They just get their engagement and move on to the next bullshit post. But it works. It works because there is understandably a pre-existing fear of this sort of thing. Oh, there is understandably a pre-existing fear of this sort of thing. So a lot of people are, I think, just, you know, kind of going off the whims. Anyway. The other aspect of this is also arson. A lot of people have said that this is like meth heads and tweakers that are just doing arson because they saw that there was a lot of wind and they wanted to blow up the city with the hopes that maybe they could steal, I guess. I don't know. They're like, you know, they're always thinking 2 steps ahead, those tweakers. And so far, there's not a lot of evidence that this is the case, with the exception of like some of the fires being really far away from one another. So like the wind conditions carrying like embers to create spot fires so far away from one another seem unlikely. But we'll see. We'll see. There will be obviously investigations as to how these fires started, and we'll find out what was the responsible party, what was the main cause, aside from the fact that the historically dry, wet season in Los Angeles, Southern California in general, was a major accelerant.
Burning across Los Angeles County, some still at 0% containment. That includes a new fire called the Kenneth Fire. This in the Woodland Hills area of Los Angeles. Now that's just north of the county's largest fire in Pacific Palisades. Take a look at these images taken from above. Devastation as far as the eye can see. And then, of course, the unimaginable loss. Officials estimate as many as 10,000 structures have been burned. Nearly 180,000 people under evacuation orders today. Tony, as you know, is in Pacific Palisades. He's been there all week, leading a team of correspondents across LA County. Tony, I can't get enough of the coverage that you and the team are doing. And every morning I wake up hoping there's going to be some good news, but the loss is still so devastating. The news still so dire. Good morning to you.
Gail, good morning. There is some good news. We're going to get to it in a moment.
Not discounting the fact that climate change is to blame, but I'm a meteorologist for NWS Jacksonville, and LA had above average rainfall this year in season. No, you're talking about the last rain season where they did have above average. But this, at post-November, no, you're talking about last year's rain season where LA did not even have above average. They had flooding. Okay? That's the last rain season. This rain season, we have had significantly less rain so far than normal. Brother, I'm a NWS Met too, and it's dry as hell here. Also, even flooding last in the last rainy season is not good either. Yeah, here it is. Gobsmacking. Southern California has been off to one of its driest seasons on record. Downtown Los Angeles received just 0.16 inch of rain since October 1st, compared with normal total of 4.56 so far, according to the National Weather Service. I already have your link, man. I already have your link, Bygo. Calm down. I'm going to ask him. We're not talking to Sean O'Brien yet. It's in a couple hours. Obviously, I've seen California fires be really bad in the news before, wondering if this series of fires is getting so much coverage because this fire is hitting more homes rather than just straight forest. Normally, a lot of the fires that take place in like NorCal can be really devastating, right? But they're not in like, this is the most costly fire in California. Okay. This is the most costly. What is this? New hater video drop? I don't understand. What? Why would you send this to me? Why would you send this to me? Take a week off, 40 month subscriber. It's got it's a 900 view hater video. 40 month subscriber. Is there a link between climate change and increasing in risk of severity of wildfire in California, including the still unfolding disaster? Yes. Is climate change the only factor at play? No, of course not. So what's really going on? There's rarely, if ever, a singular cause of complex disaster, so don't be fooled by disingenuous strawman binaries. I mean, this person is correct. For wildfire encroachment into high-risk areas, historical land management and climate all matter to contextually varying degrees. What is the primary link between climate change and wildfire, both in California specifically and more broadly globally? Vegetation moisture, and therefore its flammability, which includes propensity to ignition, combustion, intensity, rates of spread, etc. With climate change, we see warming, but also widespread increase in atmospheric thirstiness, i.e. evaporative demand, vapor pressure deficit. A warmer, thirstier atmosphere means potentially drier, more flammable vegetation. It's the fuel. It's what the firefighters call the fuel. Okay, dry brush, and less moist vegetation means easier to catch on fire. The increase in atmospheric thirst is actually caused by same underlying thermodynamic process driving increases in precipitation intensity with warming. In a new paper, coincidentally published today, we introduced the analogy of the expanding atmospheric sponge. The expanding atmospheric sponge effect conveys consequences of air's increasing water vapor holding capacity. Not only can larger sponge yield more water if saturated and wrung, but its absorptive capacity increases even if there's no water to absorb. Critically, this means the expanding atmospheric sponge can increase vegetation aridity, hence flammability. Even in the absence of regional precipitation decreases. In fact, this can occur at least episodically, even in places that see mean precipitation increases. So even if there's more rain, if the environment is sucking up more of the moisture, even if the environment is sucking up more, if the atmosphere is sucking up more moisture from the air and from the trees, it can outcompete the actual rainfall as well. What about California specifically? Previous research finds large increases in summer and autumn conditions favorable to extreme wildfire spread. A doubling between 1980 and 2020 due to temperature, humidity, autumn precipitation trends. Now, it's absolutely true that many distinct ecological and fire regimes exist within California. Fire season is generally much longer in Southern California versus Northern California and can sometimes extend into winter. Also, there's a greater proportion of grass and brush fires in SoCal versus NorCal. In fact, in coastal Southern California, where grass and brush, including chaparral, are predominant vegetation types, there is actually a historical relationship between wetter winters and increased fire activity in following fire season. Why is this? Many ecosystems in arid and semi-arid regions are effectively vegetation biomass limited when it comes to wildfire. In other words, the abundance of grass and brush varies according to moisture availability year to year. More moisture equals more biomass, potential wildfire fuel. Hence, there is literally more fuel for wildfires following wetter periods with lots of vegetation growth in grasslands. Yeah, wetter periods create more readily available grass. And then when all of that moisture is sucked away, that turns into dry brush that can easily engulf in flames and spread. Mishma, thank you for the 25 Get This subs. As opposed to the forests, which are usually more moisture limited and born more extensively and intensely during droughts. However, in a warming climate, we are seeing broad global increase in what the term hydroclimate whiplash, and thus increasingly frequent and or intense swings between extremely wet and extremely dry conditions. This is literally what happened last time around as well. This is why I was saying, like, there was flooding that took place and then incredible drought. Climate change basically accelerates weather conditions, it supercharges weather conditions. When you got rain, you got too much rain, and then you can't even use that rain, especially because the infrastructure is not permissive to utilizing the rainfall anyway. And then you have tremendous drought afterwards, and it extends and makes the wildfire seasons longer and significantly more intense. In grassy and brushy settings, wet antecedent conditions favor increased growth and fire fuel, but transitions from unusually wet to dry, hotter and thirstier atmospheric conditions favor increased growth and then increased drying of said extra abundant vegetation. Yeah, also arid soil absorbs less water than healthy soil. What is this person saying? We're talking about climate change. So your take is that there aren't people breaking into homes in evacuation area? I have friends and family who have seen their homes and their Ring cameras being looted. How are you able to say that? I'm going to lose my mind, dude. Why are people so annoying about this? Like, I'm over here talking about climate change. They're like, dude, shut up about climate change. Are you literally like a fossil fuel giant or something? What's happening here? Are you in the pocket of ExxonMobil? What's going on? I'm over here talking about like the systemic factors at play in why wildfire seasons are longer in the state of California and specifically Southern California, and how certain aspects of mismanagement in terms of the vegetation can create these uniquely dangerous, uniquely damaging wildfires. And this guy's like, dude, who cares about that? Please shut up about that. Please talk about my neighbor who saw in a Ring camera, a scary individual. They're looting. You're pro looting. I'm not. Okay. Like, don't worry. That attitude that you have in your brain, that little reactionary in your brain, will create infinitely more opportunities due to, one, income inequality, and two, more climate change related disasters. So there will be significantly more looting coming your way. Okay. Don't worry. It will become a reality eventually. It will become a very real reality, much more so than like the suspicions that you have. Just keep hyper focusing on the looting that's occurring. You know what I mean? Anyway, in 2024, okay, this is climate change is not expected to increase the frequency or intensity of the Santa Ana winds. It may even decrease them eventually, though that would mainly occur in January, February at a high level of warming and be less relevant to fire risks versus the October to December period. However, that's not primarily what matters here. The main issue is the overlap between critically dry vegetation season and strong dry wind season due to decrease in autumn precipitation, increase in overall evaporative demand, and that overlap is expected to increase. TLDR, climate change, while certainly not only relevant factor, has indeed increased risk of extreme California wildfires. The main reason is increasing temperatures and atmospheric thirstiness, but increased precipitation, whiplash / seasonal shifts is also an emerging factor. That attitude, as you call it, is understandable given that it's happening as you speak. I hate having this conversation specifically around like issues that are emotionally charged, because one, like this is literally also happening in my backyard. It's ironic because it's not dissimilar to the extreme crime panic narratives that blew up all over the media. And people would be telling me about like the unlimited amount of crime that's taken place literally in my neighborhood. Like dudes from Ohio would come into my chat and be like, dude, you're just stupid and lying about like the insane crime that's happening in your street, on your street. Literally, I am telling you right now, there is crime happening right in your neighborhood. And I was like, dude, you're insane. Please shut up. Okay. This doesn't mean that there isn't crime happening all the time. In big cities, in major cities especially, there's crime happening all the time, of course. Okay, just like I'm saying that I'm sure that there are opportunists that are trying to take advantage of the situation. The overemphasis on looting, on the other hand, coming from not even people that live there, but specifically people from outside looking in, with a network of individuals that have, told a friend of a friend of a friend that they saw on their Ring camera a suspicious figure that is like in and around their houses or whatever, turns into this ginormous story. It's funny because it's never stopped. This notion that like in the aftermath of wildfires or in the aftermath of like natural disasters, always looting panic, always and forever. This is after Katrina as well. Chris Kyle, America's Sniper, famously lied about shooting random survivors off the top of the Superdome. He sniped them, he said, in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. That's how crazy this stuff is.
But in this part of the Palisades, while the fire has moved on, that means the memories are starting to pour in as people come home, and they come home to what you see behind me. Really, all that's left is memories. The owner of the house in front of us where we're standing told us about 60 years of family history right here, a 4th of July parade that used to go back and go by every single year, the orange trees by the door that his father loved so much. And you got to think that behind every burned down entryway, there is another story like that and another all the way up and down these blocks. This is one of more than 5,000 homes and businesses damaged just in the Palisades alone. And the fire, as you mentioned, it's still burning, still just 6% contained, according to fire officials. But some 8,000 firefighters are now on the job, on the ground and in the air, working to contain the flames. And President Biden says there's more help on the way, 400 additional firefighters en route, plus a promise from the federal government that they will cover the bill for all of these firefighting costs here for at least the next 6 months. Now, this is much later into the winter than is typical for fires here, but they do keep coming. And here we get to the good news. Firefighters are notching some victories. Overnight, they stopped much of that Kenneth fire you mentioned, the newest one to the northwest of here. And those evacuation orders in that area, they've actually been lifted. Good news indeed. But we go from heroes to potential villains. In Ventura County, officials say an arsonist may indeed be behind the blaze there. And in Los Angeles County, where we are, the fight against looters has stepped up. At least 20 people arrested so far, according to the sheriff. And there are growing questions this morning about whether all of this pain and this heartache, this devastation could have been.
Once again, I think it's irresponsible for the media to immediately hit that line because for two reasons. One, these people are being arrested under suspicion, okay? And as far as I understand, they've already said that there wasn't enough evidence to suggest that this person that they apprehended was actually an arsonist. So that is like, in my opinion, that's majorly irresponsible, especially in a moment where like you're supposed to exercise critical analysis. You're supposed to exercise critical thinking. You're not supposed to immediately lean onto these panic narratives. But of course, it doesn't matter because people hear this and go, oh my God, that's why it's actually awesome that the LAPD is operational budget's like, what, $2 billion a year? They deserve it because they're doing, this brilliant, brave work. That's it. You need to understand, arrests do not mean convictions. Arrests do not mean that people were looting and they got arrested while in the process of looting. That just means suspicion. Okay? We don't know. Maybe all 20 of them were looting, by the way. I'm not saying that they weren't. But understand why this narrative thrives. Okay? Understand why this narrative thrives.
Been prevented. Jonathan Vigliotti, as you know, has been covering the Palisades fire since it started on Tuesday, and he brought some of those pressing questions to the mayor here, Karen Bass. Jonathan, good morning.
And good morning to you, Tony. Critics say the mayor should have led by example and never should have left the country. She left for Africa on Saturday after those dire wind warnings were already issued. She returned back on Wednesday to scenes like this. Nearly 20,000 acres destroyed here in the Palisades, more than 5,000 structures like this condo leveled.
Chilling aerial images from the Pacific Palisades speak of devastating loss.
Since Tuesday, at least 70,000 people have been ordered to evacuate, including Malibu resident Alec Gellis, who took this dramatic video of his narrow escape.
It was like a vortex of embers. There was no oxygen. I couldn't breathe. I barely even made it to my car.
It's a wind gust that got up to over 90 miles an hour. I have not seen that in my 25-year career.
And now questions are mounting over the city's response and whether it was prepared as the fire broke out.
For several hours, we watched hundreds of homes in a neighborhood burn to the ground. We did not see a single fire engine. My question to you is, what explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
When we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
LA Mayor Karen Bass is also facing criticism over the $17.6
The LAPD do vital work in stopping looting gangs. Look up LAPD gangs to find out more. No, it's LASD gangs, Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, that has the gangs. Yes, I will be talking about the Laken Riley Act. Arrests do not mean convictions, I know. And I'm going to be talking about that as well. As America becomes even more and more reactionary, it's getting completely out of hand.
$1 million reduction in the LA Fire Department's budget for 2025. Last month, LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley warned that the cuts affect the ability to respond to large-scale emergencies such as wildfires.
I had to make some tough decisions because of those budget cuts, and with that, we focused directly back on our core mission as a fire department.
I think one of the important things that she also routinely mentions in the news right now is that everyone keeps talking about the $17 million. That number is marginal in comparison to the broader budgets, okay? But it's important to understand, because if they're getting $800 million total, that means they probably need $900 million total. As a matter of fact, I know that that's what their demand was originally, okay? And the fact that they're actually cutting the budget for the LAFD while simultaneously increasing the budget for the discretionary spending of the LAPD implies that while there is money in the bank, the places that they're using that money on or their priorities, their spending priorities are obviously in the direction of more policing. Okay? That is what is important to understand and address here. That's it. They are not spending the money on the fire department to ensure that the fire department can hire more people, to ensure that the fire department can continue to pay pensions out, to continue paying for all of the non-emergency workers that work within the LAFD structure. Okay, this is not hindsight. It's not hindsight as 2020. Okay, it's not. This is foresight. You want to know why it's foresight? Because you think the Los Angeles Fire Department did not actually make a big stink about their budget being cut? They did. Of course they did. And now she's in this unique predicament where, like, she has to play ball with with Karen Bass, while also simultaneously everyone is using this as an opportunity to shit on Karen Bass for understandable reasons, but also simultaneously, the other aspect of this story, is that even if they had $100 million extra dollars, like, this is unprecedented wind speeds. Okay, so she does make the point about how unprecedented these wind speeds are and how dry the vegetation is, and therefore, who knows how much of the fire that they could have prevented from spreading, even if they had $100 million extra dollars. I'm sure, like, I don't know what that calculation is. I don't know if like in Pasadena, for example, would they have been able to stop the spread of the fire and only have 50% of the houses getting burned down? Like, would they have been able to prevent an additional 25% of houses? Probably, but I don't know. Unprecedented is only an excuse in a pre-climate change world. I mean, it still is unprecedented. It's not precedented if it's unprecedented. Okay. The CWPP Community Wildfire Protection Plan in place for LA County is public info and has a map of highly at-risk areas that should have been mitigated to prevent exactly what's happening. It is unprecedented, not unexpected. Exactly. It was expected. And for the record, I think it was The Intercept that did some reporting on this as well. But like at the time, Karen Bass's office looked at these warnings that were given. At its meeting of December 17th, Board of Fire Commissioners approved the report to be transmitted to the mayor and city council. The Los Angeles Fire Department is facing unprecedented operational challenges due to the elimination of critical civilian positions, a $7 million reduction in overtime variable staffing hours. These budgetary reductions have adversely affected the department's ability to maintain core operations such as technology and communication infrastructure, payroll processing, training, fire prevention, and community education. In addition to these impacts, the reduction in variable hours has severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train, and to respond to large-scale emergencies. At the time, they turned around and said that this was hysterical. Okay? At the time, the Karen Bass's own spokesperson was asked about these fears that the Los Angeles Fire Department was presenting. I typically disagree with your points, but I agree with this one. It's such a crazy disaster to make it political as wild. It's like situations with hurricanes in Florida and people blaming DeSantis. She was also pressed to make cuts, I'm sure, from both sides, so she did just that. No. She was pressed by the wealthy. But more importantly than that, she was pressed to not just make cuts on certain areas, but to increase funding on policing. Okay, there was a tremendous number of people who are right now complaining about the LAFD budgets being cut that were the number one advocates for the LAPD to get more funding. Okay. No one was pressing her to cut the Los Angeles Fire Department budgets. They were pressing her to increase police budgets. So, of course, she did just that. And she did that by moving existing money around. Chad, he read it and doesn't want to cover it. It's fine. Stop tagging me. No, I saw Emma's point. It doesn't matter. When, and police departments do this as well. Okay. People say like, oh, defunding. They defunded the police. And half the time when they're talking about defunding the police, they're actually talking about like the police getting, instead of $100 million extra dollars that year, getting $99 million extra dollars. Okay. And then they consider that to be defunding. There is truth for that for the fire department as well. Okay. I would say that it's more truthful for the Los Angeles Fire Department rather than the police department, because the police, they get expansive budgets, virtually unlimited budgets. Okay. When you cut, when the LAFD is like demanding $900 million for better fire prevention methods, all this stuff, okay, and they're only getting 800, and then on top of that, their discretionary spending is being cut by like 17 million. That shows where the local government's priorities are, where their spending priorities are. Okay, that's it. And it is not hindsight, it is foresight when these institutions, these agencies openly say, hey, you're cutting our funds. This is going to be a major problem. Okay. And then people turn around and go, oh, it's because Karen Bass is gay or the LA Fire Department chief is gay. So that's the reason why this happened. And it's like, it's so unimaginably stupid. It's so unimaginably frustrating hearing these dipshits miles and miles away talking about how it's because the LAFD fire department chief is a lesbian woman that like these fires got out of control. Like, you are such a scumbag. Yeah, I joked about this. I said firefighters in LA are working tirelessly for the past week to contain these incredible wildfires, and the weirdos on this site have been discussing how gay they are. Some of you need to be left behind. Like, the fact, yeah, I'm in a burning building. Someone pulls me out of the burning building. Immediately I go, what's your cranial circumference, please? Are you a white man? If not, put me back in the fire, please. Are you, if you're a white man, are you a gay white man? If not, if you are a gay white man, put me back in the fire. I'll die. Psychotic.
Department and EMS provider.
Mayor Bass defended the cuts.
That we were in tough budgetary times. Everybody knew that. But
yeah, that's why we only gave the police $138 million, by the way. Tough budgetary times.
that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days.
And the wind event that fueled this disaster, incredibly rare. It happens about once every 3.
This headline was the LAFD. Yeah, I saw this. Everyone is doing the, no, it actually increased. They never actually say this about the police budget, okay? I already covered this. I already mentioned it. If the budgetary demands are $900 million and they only give you $800 million, okay, while cutting discretionary spending elsewhere, while simultaneously increasing discretionary spending for the police, then yes, they functionally are underfunded, okay? Functionally, they are underfunded. It is ridiculous that people are literally saying this when they never, ever in a million years would say this about the police, okay? It's so frustrating that everyone wants to be like the smarty pants. Like, I addressed this from day one. I talked about this in that TikTok, in that dumbass TikTok where I talked about how I like played basketball outside. I was like, shouts out to Karen Bass for cutting the fire department $17 million while increasing the police department's funds by $130 million in the same process. Although this is a tiny, minuscule percentage of the overarching budget for the Los Angeles Fire Department, it still shows where the spending priorities are. Okay? I think it is, I think it's important to recognize that. It's important to recognize that, especially when, here, this is a good example, people defending Karen Bass, LA City Council, LAFD requested 301 new positions in last year's budget. Instead, Karen countered with a proposal to slash 71. Don't fall for propaganda. If we do not hold politicians accountable for their massive failures, the next crisis will be worse. And by the way, they did this because 100% because they saw that there was direct need in their minds for more police officers. That's it. They constantly talked about, and still to this day talk about, a need for additional cops. Okay? Understand that.
Spoke today with.
Yeah, this was once again, this is like the LA fire chief is like in a unique predicament here where she obviously doesn't want to boulder Karen Bass too much because they have to collaborate in times of need.
With Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, who's in charge of the department's more than 3,200 uniformed personnel. We began by asking her how they're doing.
They're resilient. They're putting everything into this. I can guarantee you that. I'm extremely proud of their dedication and commitment to this mission. They're doing everything in their power to save lives and protect property.
I must ask you, because a lot of people are talking about the warning that you sent last month that the budget cuts have, quote, severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires. You sent that warning about these budget cuts. Was this preventable?
I tell you, from the budget cut side of things, when there's a $17 million cut in our budget, operating costs, immediately from that point, I had to make some tough decisions. I looked at some other duties and responsibilities that we do as a fire department and had to focus right back on the training of our firefighters and also our ability to respond to the everyday fires and EMS.
It's also a unique position because, again, because the fires are so expansive and everywhere at the same time, unless you have, firefighters, like every single citizen is also a trained firefighter, it's going to be quite difficult to combat all these fires. Like, there's always going to be larger problems that they cannot tackle. Okay? So understand, do you like this person or is she another government crony? Dude, she's the freaking fire chief, man. She's the Los Angeles Fire Department's fire chief. What do you mean government crony? Like, as far as government cronies goes, like, these are the people that you're supposed to defend unconditionally and vociferously, okay? Who can you defend if not the fire department? What are we doing? Like, I get being skeptical of all public servants or the government or whatever, but Jesus Christ, dude.
EMS response.
Would that $17 million that had been cut from your budget have made a difference in this fight?
I would say with the lean forward posture that we took, knowing that a $17 million cut, we had to take from somewhere, and that was from the non-essential duties and responsibilities that as a fire department we have taken on over the past many, many years.
But with all due respect, in December you had warned that the budget cuts would severely limit your ability to respond to large-scale emergencies. Is that true or not?
Yes, so I would say yes, we were limited to a certain factor, yes.
And let me ask you about how that limited your response, because in the early hours of the wildfires, especially in the Pacific Palisades, we had a team on the ground, a crew there with our reporter, and witnessed a number of homes burned to the ground, and there was not a fire truck in sight. How did that happen?
We pre-deployed the most amount of emergency resources that we could with what we had. With the pre-deployment, when the fire takes off, we're going to push as many resources that we can at that particular incident. And that's what we did. We did exactly what we could with what we had.
So you're saying you didn't have enough resources?
I would say in a wind event like this that we are living today in day 3, something that is as...
You said that the fire department cuts were minimal. It's minimal in comparison to the ginormous budget spent. Yes, if the overall budget is like around 800 million, then yes, a 17 million cut is going to be minimal in comparison, okay? But it doesn't matter because they need 100 extra million on top of that. And if it's going in the opposite direction of their need, that means that they're underfunded. That's it. That's the point. But having said that, there is no, like, obviously more firefighters that are better equipped, more training, more preventative measures, especially with like communicating with the public in dangerous areas that are at risk for wildfires. You need to have a constant upkeep to ensure that there is like dry brush that's cleared out and things of that nature, right? Like all of that stuff, even if you did everything right, even if they got $100 extra million, there is no 100% certainty that they would have stopped all of the fires. You understand what I'm saying? Like there's always going to be a limit to how much prevention and how much combating of the existing fires that they, how many resources you could throw at a problem when the problem becomes too large. Okay? Blame the gardeners, eh? That's not what I'm saying. Use James Wood tears to negate fire. Like, her point here is that regardless of the underfunding, it's 100-mile winds. 100-mile wind will carry embers to unpredictable places. That's precisely the reason why the Palisades fire basically erupted out of nowhere and carried it all the way to the coastline in a matter of like 2 hours. That's insane. It was basically a fire hurricane. You understand?
As significant as this particular fire, I would say we threw exactly what we could with what we had. So if I had 1,000 engines to throw at this fire, I honestly don't think 1,000 engines at that very moment could have tapped this fire down.
Yeah.
Chief Crowley, thank you so much for your time.
I don't know why they cut her answers, but yeah, she's basically saying that. That's her final conclusion, is that like it's a fire tornado. So even if we had 1,000 additional engines, like we don't know if we could be able to stop this. Even if they have unlimited water, okay, they don't know if they could be able to. They don't know if they could stop it. Like one of the things that a lot of people are talking about are the fire hydrants, okay, and due to pressures and due to electronic pump mechanisms being out of commission because they cut electricity to certain areas in order to mitigate, in order to do some additional. In order to take extra precautions to ensure that more power lines don't go down and expand the area of fire, okay, there was issues with the electric pumps that actually are supposed to push water into other fire hydrants. The problem, however, is that fire hydrants are there for structural fires, okay? Fire hydrants are there for structural fires. So if you have a large area, or if you have like sporadic structural fires occurring in certain areas, certain neighborhoods, that's what the fire hydrants are for. Fire hydrants are not there to stop a wildfire that has engulfed the entire city, that is in an area that is erupting in fire in a fire tornado. You can't fire hydrant your way out of that problem either. So that's precisely the reason why a lot of the professionals kept saying, you can't combat this kind of fire with fire hydrants, okay? That's why they were dumping salt water on the problem, even though salting the earth is obviously devastating devastating in terms of using that land in the future, making the land potentially even more hostile to the elements, making, creating even more dry brush potentially down the line that will make it even worse because you're basically killing the land. Yeah, making it more arid, creating more erosion. That's the reason why that's a last-ditch effort at that point. It's also bad for the planes unless they're built for it. No, those are planes that are built for it. So, like, obviously, it's a last-ditch effort that they are. Why are you trying to justify the current mayor? Wait, what? Big question for me is why the Democrats don't care about LA. Why Ember started at first place given 50 degrees? Great question. Why did the Ember start? I'm not justifying the current mayor at all. I've already criticized the mayor and continue to do so. I think it's difficult for you to understand that I'm just explaining to you how complex the situation is, and a black and white solution to this kind of issue is always going to be endlessly reductive and also will cause you to hyper focus on random things or greatly overemphasize certain aspects of the problem while refusing to recognize other contributing factors.
time, and we're thinking of you and all the firefighters.
I want to make sure the community knows our firefighters are absolutely doing everything that we can, and I am certainly proud of how hard and dedicated they are working to save lives and property.
Well said. Thank you, Chief.
Why are you trying to spread the insane conspiracy theory that fires will burn even when it's cold outside? Seems very sus. Yeah, I know. Using salt water, using planes at night is a clear indication of the gravity of the situation. It's incredibly dangerous to fly over a fire at night, especially when the wind conditions are so crazy. In many countries in the EU, no matter how bad the fire is, the planes are grounded at sunset. Yeah, it is an act of desperation when you're dumping salt water onto the fire. Understand that the situation has gotten completely out of control. That's my point. Yeah, the misconception here is that fire department funding would have stopped this. This is land management fuel issue. Even another 100 million probably wouldn't change anything. No, fire department funding also plays a role in land management, though. Like for example, I'll tell you this much. I briefly covered this earlier, but it bears repeating. Okay, the fire department, for example, could communicate with neighborhoods like the Pacific Palisades on what the best practices are in terms of like harm mitigation, in terms of like the likelihood that this is a potential area of impact. They can go in ahead of time and make sure that you know, certain types of trees, for example, are not so close to the houses, or clearing, making sure that there's like rigorous fire prevention, fuel prevention, in terms of like clearing out the dry brush out of your houses, things of that nature. It's just like there are funding would help in that regard as well. So there are, I mean, this is a very complex situation where more funding does absolutely help, not just in prevention, but also in mitigation. Okay. But it's not necessarily, but at the end of the day, if there are 100-mile winds that are carrying embers all over the place, then yeah, you're going to run into a problem regardless. You're going to run into these issues regardless. But funding always helps. That's the point. A resident who lives right by Eden Canyon captured the moment the Eden fire sparked right into the transmission tower on the east side of the canyon. We don't know yet. We do not know if this is the responsible party. I don't think that there's any reason to just like speculate at this point. They will obviously conduct rigorous examination, rigorous investigations to figure out exactly what the source of the fire was initially. I work logistics in a major metro area fire department in Texas, and due to lack of working well with others, I can guarantee that all the money in the world couldn't have made this event better. Cooperation and mutual aid is one of the things that separately funded public organizations just don't jive well. My point is, when you have above ground wires with really old infrastructure, historically in the state of California, the highest likelihood is probably 100-mile winds pushing the above ground lines directly into the brush that is already directly into the vegetation that is overgrown. And most likely, that is the most likely contributor to this, to the spark initially. That's usually what it is. Okay? I seen a brush-looking Christmas tree on fire on January 2nd, the night of 10. I'm a truck driver, and it was on the opposite side, or else I would have stopped to use my fire extinguisher, but I did call on 911. It was just a very odd place since it was almost 11 p.m. Yeah, here, this is a great example of this, obviously. California's deadliest wildfire in history started when an uninspected 100-year-old metal hook holding up a high-voltage line wore out, dropped the cable, which sparked against the steel tower holding it up. 85 people died. Okay? I'm not saying that this was yet another instance of this exact same thing happening, but make no mistake, this is usually a major contributor. I read an article recently which claimed that most of America's power infrastructure is big wires carrying lots of current stretched across growing forests, and inspecting them costs money, and that is not being spent. So in addition to the climate, that's why I'd expect to see more of this. So just remember that. Okay? I'm not saying that this is the responsible factor here. We don't know yet. But understand that in the past, that was the contributing factor. That was the inception point. So, you know, it's something to consider. We'll get to the arson stuff in a second.
3 to 5 years. We have had 3 of them in the last 3 months. The good news, the wind is starting to calm down, aerial attacks taking place, but now there's a new threat. The FAA saying a super scooper was grounded after it hit a drone. The wing was damaged. The FBI is now assisting using what they're calling aerial armor to stop drones from taking off, Tony.
Another day, another problem with drones. Jonathan, thank you very much.
Vice President and I
Just in, Biden mocks complaints that the fire hydrants don't have water in them. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Okay. The other side of the story is arson. Okay. A lot of people immediately speculated that, arson was responsible. Let's take a look. There was a man detained near Kenneth Fire. Okay. Initially, everybody reported it as though he was responsible for the arson. A lot of Republicans did victory laps around this, saying, "Oh, this is not climate change," or this guy that was arrested here. Where is it? Where Shiraz also posted something like that. Good news. They just arrested climate change. Apparently, climate change is a Guatemalan dude in this country illegally. Okay. So let's take a look at what the authorities have actually said about it.
All right. Good morning. On behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, I just want to extend our deepest sympathies to all those affected by our fires, and that includes many of our own LAPD officers who've lost homes and property in this fire, and they continue to serve these communities, and I appreciate all their work. I have a number of important updates for all of you today, and I'm going to start by an arrest that was made late yesterday afternoon. So yesterday afternoon, the Kenneth Fire started at the border of West Hills in the city of Los Angeles and Ventura County. At 4:32 p.m., we received a 911 call that a suspect was attempting to light a fire in the community of Woodland Hills and was being detained by residents. Officers from LAPD's Topanga area responded and took that suspect into custody. And once we learned that this suspect was a possible arson suspect, our Major Crimes Division responded to Topanga Division, along with Ventura County sheriffs, who is a lead in the...
My friends actually found the dude in Woodland Hills and made the call.
Kenneth Fire investigation, but they responded, they interviewed this suspect. After the interview and additional investigative steps, looking at some additional evidence that was present, they made the determination that there was not enough probable cause to arrest this person on arson or suspicion of arson, and therefore this person was arrested on a felony probation violation. This investigation is ongoing, however, and I'd like to thank those community members that were involved in this and helping.
Anyway, Los Angeles, a man who was detained by citizens shortly after a wildfire exploded near Calabasas and West Hills is not accused of starting the fire, authorities announced on Friday morning. Los Angeles police responded to Woodland Hills around 4:30 p.m. Thursday when a 911 caller said a man was attempting to light a fire in the 21700 block of Ybarra Road, police said. Residents who spotted the suspect held him down until officers arrived. Photos shared on the Citizen app show officers surrounding a home where the man was handcuffed. We were sitting in the backyard and suddenly we hear a car coming to a screeching halt, and the guy is running out saying, "Stop, drop what you're holding. Neighbors, he's trying to start a fire. Call 911, called Renata Grinchpun, who witnessed the incident. At the same time, several miles to the west, firefighters from Los Angeles and Ventura counties were racing to contain the Kenneth fire. The fire was ultimately halted at 1,000 acres and no structures were lost. At a news conference Friday morning, LAPD Divisional Chief Dominic Choi said police investigated the case, interviewed the suspect, and ultimately decided he would not face arson charges. After the interview and additional investigative steps looking at some additional evidence that was present, they made the determination that there was not enough probable cause to arrest this person on arson or suspicion of arson. Instead, the man was arrested on felony probation violation. The investigation is ongoing, Choi said. I would like to thank those community members that were involved in bringing this person to our attention. Now, wait, so they were like, it wasn't him, but we arrested him for something else anyway? I mean, yeah, if he's, if he is a felon, if he has a warrant out for his arrest for something else, then yeah, of course they're going to arrest him. Regardless of what he was being initially detained for. It's not like a freebie. That's not how this works. But I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what his felony probation. I don't know what the felony probation violation was. So I don't know. If he didn't have a warrant, they can violate someone on felony probation for virtually anything. Yeah. Wait, I mean, he didn't have a warrant. I was wrong. Sorry. I said he had a warrant, but I don't think he did. I think, what is it? They, additional evidence. Instead, yeah, he was arrested on a felony probation violation. So, I guess a felony probation violation could be for any number of things. Like if you have a, if he's on probation, then they could just arrest him for anything. Blowtorch just a coincidence? See, that's the part I don't understand. Did he actually have a blowtorch or not? Like, people are saying he had a blowtorch, and I saw photos of him being arrested, but I don't know if he actually had a blowtorch or not. Like, I don't know what his deal was. But even then, dude, cops are incredibly aggressive. This would benefit them. Okay? This would benefit them tremendously if he was responsible for the Eaton fire. Are you kidding me? They would, even if there isn't enough evidence, they would still bring him in to be like, no, this is the guy. So the very fact that the same authorities are saying that this is not the guy, at least we don't have enough evidence to pin the blame on this guy, leads me to believe that, it might not be. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. The cops would fly a mission accomplished banner if they caught the guy that started the fire. Exactly. And there are people that are, there's like some photos about like what the Eaton fire sparked with, or how the Eaton fire started that are leading people to speculate that it was an electrical fire rather than one that was rather than one that was born out of a random arsonist. If that makes sense. We're going to give cops complete thermal imaging of everyone in LA to protect us from this, aren't we? I mean, they already have it. So.
Initiated every federal agency, from the Department of Defense on, every federal agency to be part of this. And the other thing is, look, you know, I think you're getting a bad rap. I know you're getting a bad rap about these fire hydrants don't have enough water in them. Give me a break. Give me a break. What this is all about is the utilities, understandably, what they did is they cut off power because they're worried about these high tension lines coming down and causing more fires in the wind, right? When they do that, guess what? They shut off the power that controls the ability to pump the water. And so now you're getting generators here. I mean, this is complicated stuff. They're going to have a lot of demagogues out there trying to take advantage of it. But you're doing the right thing.
California voters approved $7 billion in bonds for state water supply infrastructure projects. Of that, $2.7 billion was designated for water storage projects. For more than 10 years later, there are no new dams or reservoirs or other water storage projects to collect and store California's winter runoff, 80% of which is sent to the Pacific Ocean for environmental purposes. Yes, water starts fires. No, he's not. I mean, he is a delusional old man, but he's not wrong in regurgitating the information that others have given him. With respect to the way that these water hydrants work, for the record, yes, water doesn't magically appear in the water hydrants, especially when there's not a lot of pressure. You need electric pumps to move water around into areas of need. This is when the electrical pumps are no longer working because they cut electricity to certain regions, especially regions where there is a fire, an existing fire. The reason why they cut the electricity is so that there aren't additional fires that take place. This is yet another issue. This is yet another issue with our overall refusal to harden the infrastructure against wildfires, because the electricity is above ground, because the electrical lines are above ground in areas where they are super close to the vegetation. When you have 100-mile winds that move these power lines around and cause electrical short circuiting, they can end up lighting the shrubbery on fire. So they cut the electricity. But when they cut the electricity and there are no backup generators for the water pumps can't function and move water around to areas of need. That's how you arrive at water hydrants not having enough water. Having said that, there's another problem here. A wildfire this size it cannot be combated with water hydrants anyway, or at least that's what firefighters say. Water hydrants are there for structural fires. They are not there to literally stop a massive area like this from being engulfed in flame. Okay?
We're going to get it done, God willing. And I say to the people of Southern California, God bless you. Stay strong. Stay strong. We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for everything.
And you know, all kidding aside, you both have my phone number. So
trust me. Yes, we do.
No, I mean, for real. Anything that comes up, you have any ideas?
He's for real.
And if you didn't, I got a California vice president, man.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what,
that helps too.
She's mildly focused on this.
Having access to both of you is a
Power systems engineer here. High electric loads on transmission line cause them to sag. Extra sag plus high winds means the wires can hit one another, which causes fault sparks. Dry land under the power line will go up in flames. Pure speculation, but from what I know about the electrical infrastructure in that part of California, I bet that this is the cause. I mean, that has been That has been the cause in previous wildfires. So perhaps too specific, but if the fire hydrants wouldn't even be usable, why is this a point of discussion? The real reason why the fire hydrants became a major point of discussion is because, and this is going to dovetail into the other argument that I wanted to talk about, private fire brigades. Okay? Rick Caruso is a multi-billionaire real estate developer that owns numerous malls all around Los Angeles. He also owns a mall in the Pacific Palisades. Okay? Rick Caruso, being the unimaginably wealthy person that he is, of course, hired private brigades to protect his mall in the Pacific Palisades. He also ran for mayor and almost won. He's a Republican that swapped his party loyalty, his party, right before this election, specifically so that he could turn around and potentially win the mayoral race. Now, he hired private fire brigades to defend the Pacific Palisades Mall, and they actually did defend the Pacific Palisades Mall. Here it is. Here's a video of the entire Caruso property in Palisades Village remains untouched while surrounding homes and properties have been completely destroyed. People will say, oh, this is because this is a newer structure and is up to standard on the new fire codes that were implemented in 2008 and onward. But that is not the only reason. The other reason is because, like I said, he hired a private fire brigade to ensure that his property remained intact. In that process, he found out that there was limited amounts of water that his private fire brigades could use. He made a big stink about it. He said, this is, there's no fire, there's no water in the Palisades. What the hell's going on? And then obviously everyone went along with that. And that's why this became a major point of contention. Also, the hydrants are fed from water tanks and water towers and tanks for pressure, and those tanks are filled with electrical pumps. It's not like the hydrants go dry the moment the power goes out. A lot of chat is saying seems like an oversight. Should there have been backup generation? Maybe. Again, though, those fire hydrants would not have solved this alone. Exactly. But that is the reason why a lot of people started talking about the water hydrants running out of water. But that is also the reason why, as you can see here, these structures are intact. Whereas everything else in the surrounding region is engulfed in flame. So, private firefighters. It sounds dystopian. It sounds illegal. It absolutely is not. Okay? It's not. If you recall, this is something that I've covered before when Kanye West hired private firefighters to defend his Calabasas neighborhood a couple of years prior. I also heard from a friend in LA that the pump's water pressure went down because the fire started up a hill. After 15 hours of continuous pressure dipped as it was straining to make it up the hill. Yeah, I think that there are multiple factors. They make $7,000 an hour as well. No, they don't make $7,000 an hour. They make $7,000 a day, which is still insanely high in comparison to like what even Los Angeles Fire Department employees make, even though they are definitely that's definitely one of the most sought after positions that you can get in public service, and infinitely more than what the wildfire prevention teams get. Wildfire teams are comprised of federal employees that get paid the lowest possible salary. Anyway. As far as I understand, they do also, of course, utilize the existing fire hydrants as well, for the record, like the city fire hydrants. Now, if you know anything about the history of firefighters in this country, that's how we originally started off. Throughout time, there's always been private fire brigades. As a matter of fact, it used to be the only game in town. Okay? One must ask the question, why? This was a structure that was inevitably socialized, funded by the public. It is one of the best arguments for socialization because there is constant market competition amongst fire brigades and fire insurance that was privately purchased for certain for certain structures in the city that created problems for everyone. For example, fire spreads. Okay? I don't know if you know that or not, but fire has a tendency to spread. It really likes spreading. So you might have a structure that is on your block that was not covered by fire insurance and defended by a private fire brigade, so they wouldn't actually put that fire out. But because that fire would spread, it would inevitably spread to structures that were covered. So you ended up cooking all of these, you ended up cooking all the fires. You ended up cooking all of the structures in the city.
A tremendous benefit.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. We'll keep in touch, okay?
Okay.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Take care, guys.
For the Kenneth fire.
Last month you wrote a memo that was transmitted to the mayor and was circulated widely on social media over the last 24 hours, where you voiced alarm at a $7 million reduction in, let me get this wrong, overtime variable staffing hours. And in your memo you said the reduction severely limited the department's capacity to train for and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires. And I'm wondering how much of that $7 million would have gone to
I saw someone on Twitter say this wildfire is bullshit because trees can't be set on fire due to them having water in them. That's funny because that's the opposite of like the conspiracy minded people that say, why are the cars on fire but the trees are not? Like that's the maximum. That's the maximalist position on the opposing side. Like, no, trees can still catch on fire. Okay?
Sure. So in regard to the budget cut, that was a $17 million budget cut from our current budget, 25-26. I made some difficult decisions in regard to certain types of duties and responsibilities that our firefighters take on that are non-emergency. We refocused our efforts on utilizing our budget that we had allotted, and we focused back on number one fundamentals in regard to emergency operations and training. We made our adjustments. We're working closely with Mayor Bash. She's supporting us on this. We have an interim budget that will also assist us when it comes to emergency operations. We pre-deployed, so we did everything. I can tell you, we're working with Mayor Bass, we're working with city leadership in regard to the current budget, and what I do want to focus on is...
Tragedy happens in a red state is God's plan. Tragedy happens in blue states is the Dems' fault. Yeah.
It's 25-26.
It's the Dems' fault and also gay. It's the fault of homosexuals. Both because God is punishing the homosexuals, but also because they're just obviously not as competent as straight people are. You know?
I did submit my 25-26 budget with the specific ask in regards to what the LEFD needs to move forward with providing the optimal emergency services care. Thank you.
But did it actually affect, part of the question was, did it affect this emergency budget again by 6% in this next budget year. Were you asked by the mayor's staff to make another 6% reduction?
So there was a budget reduction exercise. That was for the remainder of this fiscal year. We were not cut.
Fiscal year, were you asked for that?
No.
But Chief, the mayor said this morning it did not affect this emergency. Did it affect this emergency?
Are there any other questions here?
Why don't you admit that you hired a private firefighter to defend your neighborhood? Oh, totally.
To this woman confront Governor Newsom.
Yeah, these guys are loving it, by the way. They're Fox News is, of course, loving it. I mean, Governor Gavin Newsom is gruesome and awful, okay? And this video in and of itself is, like, pretty damning. I watched this earlier. Let's watch.
Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear your call? Because I
can't- it
don't
doesn't-
believe it.
I'm sorry. There's literally, I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the
Why
call.
is the president not taking your call?
Because it's not going through. So
Why?
I have to get cell service.
So
There's
let's
no
get
cell
it.
service.
Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
I appreciate it. I'm doing that right now. And it's to immediately get reimbursements, individual assistance, and to help you. I'm devastated for you. I'm so sorry, especially for your daughter. I have 4 kids. Losing the school.
Everyone who went to school there, they lost their homes. They lost 2 homes because they were living in one and building another. Governor, please tell me, what are you going to
I'm not gonna lie, Palisades residents sometimes make this argument a little too hard. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, dude. They lost 2 homes. They were living in one and building another. It's like, it's just like you're causing a lot of people to tap out on the empathy when you say that. You know what I mean?
do with the president right now?
We're getting the resources to help rebuild. We're getting
Why
the
was there
resources.
no water in the hydrant?
No, I totally understand why she would be distraught about the school being lit on fire. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that when she was like, people lost 2 homes, their own home, and also the home that they were building.
That's
Governor.
all being. That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to
Right.
be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
To
everything
fill the
I can.
hydrants. I would fill them up personally. You know that.
I literally.
I would fill up the hydrants myself.
I understand.
But would you do that?
I would do whatever I can. I've
But
been
you're
doing whatever I
not.
can.
I see the. Do you know there's water dripping over there, Governor? There's water coming out there. You can use it.
I appreciate it. I'm going to make the call to address everything I can right now, incling making sure people
I'd
are
like
safe.
to make sure you do. Can I have an opportunity to at least tell people you're doing what you're saying you're doing? Could somebody have a contact? Can I have your contact information?
Right there.
Thank you.
What is Newsom doing wrong? I thought this was a video of him being cringe. I mean, it is. Like he got ambushed by a victim.
People.
And you know, he did the classic gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom stuff. There's not really anything you can do in that situation regardless. Here's the longer video.
We're going to have someone in charge.
Then Rachel spots a face she recognized.
Sky News is devastating, dude. They're so good. They are so good. Why is she mic'd up? Because she was with Sky News.
He says,
Is that Gavin Newsom? That's the governor. That's the governor. Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the.
That's how it started. That's why she mic'd up. Sky News are on demon time all the time. Respect. Respect to Sky News. Okay? They're on demon time all the time, especially in the aftermath of this. But anyway, a lot of great commentaries coming from Fox News on this.
Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear your call?
Okay. All right, let's hear what Fox News has to say. Let's hear what Brian Kilmeade has to say.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
Did you hear at the beginning of that soundbite? He said, I'm literally talking to the president right now.
He lied.
He just told
lied.
that woman.
I'm glad that these guys are focusing on the important stuff. I'm glad. No, leave it up to Fox News to really nail the important parts of this story here, okay?
That woman is talking about that's her kid's school. They've lost everything at the school. The school is gone. And she is in distress. And what does he do? He lies to her.
Just flat out lies.
How many people has he lied to this week?
He lies all the time. That's the whole thing with him. And when you look at, Brian is so right about all of these progressive states and cities. You even go all the way to New Orleans and see what the mayor did. You don't know the different assets that you have to protect the sidewalk. That's what's happening in California. And the Republicans have to take this moment as an opportunity to show effectiveness. I think Ron DeSantis, the governor of Virginia, should go to California.
Governor Beshear of Kentucky.
And show them how it's done. Bring your resources there. We heard the president of the United States talking about generators. Why didn't y'all have generators already staged if you need them? The military planes, okay? Brian brought up an interesting point yesterday about them flying through the smoke. They're just now getting the military planes there. Why didn't y'all have those pre-staged? And then Ainsley, we can't leave out that the mayor wasn't there.
Well, exactly. And all these celebrities are now speaking out. That lady, that frustrated lady was on with Jesse last night. And Jason Bateman's sister, what's her first name? Justine Bateman was on, and she was so frustrated too. And this is James Wood. Because remember, President Biden said he blamed this on climate change. James Wood says this fire is not from climate change,
Bro, I hate this country sometimes, yo. I swear to God, bro. We gotta do re-education camps for Republicans in general. I swear to God, bro. James Woods will literally cry real tears while watching his multi-billion-dollar home engulf in flames and be like, how can I use this as an opportunity to do propaganda for the fossil fuel corporations, dude? What a psychotic way to approach life. Like, that is crazy, bro. That is actually insane. And I think at this point, like, we have arrived at a situation where, like, no change is going to happen, no systemic critiques necessary. So we might as well just, like, hyper focus on our pet issues. Okay? Like, I saw a tweet from like, specifically, I think, like, a fire ecologist from UCLA. Okay? This is his job. Okay? He researches climate change and its impact on the likelihood of causing wildfires. Okay? And the guy was saying, like, it's insane to look outside my window as I see the wildfires grow, as I'm currently packing up to evacuate because the wildfires might have the capacity to reach where I live. And I'm fielding phone calls from every mainstream institution to repeat the point for the 100,000th time that climate change is the leading cause for these wildfires. And no one cares. It is so insane that people, it is so insane that scientists are just always talking about what the major factors are here. Okay? And no one cares. We're just like, nah, you're wrong. It's because of DEI. Nah, you're wrong. It's because of arsonists, actually. It's because the fireman was gay or the firewoman. Yuck. I don't know what we do here. Like, I just don't know. It's because of Guatemalan migrants. Like, you can have a dude whose house is on fire and he'll turn around and be like, well, this is a great opportunity to talk about how woke and gay caused this. Actually, do not say it's climate change.
Ignorant blank hole. It's because liberal.
Please mention PG&E one fucking time for the love of God. I have. And this is, everybody yelled at me when I said PG&E works in Southern California and corrected me and told me that PG&E does not work in Southern California and that it is SoCal Edison or LADWP.
Idiots like you elect liberal idiots like Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. One doesn't understand the first thing about fire management and the other can't fill the water reserves.
Well,
reservoirs.
Across the board, there's been a failure to figure out, to pre-plan, to pre-position. Karen Bass, the mayor out there, she declared a state of emergency and then she flew to Ghana. And it's like, okay, there's going to be something.
17 hours.
There's going to be something that's going to change the arc of this city forever. And what is she at? She's at a ceremonial inauguration. From start to finish, all the way from the local neighborhoods right up to the top guy, Joe.
RDC made a video about this. Oh, yeah, this is funny.
Movie more confusing than
All right, guys. People are dying right now. There's like toxins in the air, pollution. People are talking. We need y'all help right now.
Oh my God.
It wasn't that shooter.
And
was
the
standing
monkey.
up there.
I was so
What are y'all talking about? Hey, I just said people are dying right now.
Like there's red particles falling from the sky.
Yes.
And like people are just like falling over.
Exactly. Right.
Oh, that's early.
Yeah,
that
it
is
is
pretty
early.
early. I thought it would have like 45 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah,
45.
Hey, 45. What are y'all talking about? My family's dying right now. Come on, please.
He
said it.
That's why he
You
cares.
know, they only care
Hey,
about what's theirs.
you didn't read that article in 1999 where it said if we don't stop doing it to the climate, people are gonna die?
I mean, no,
I gotta put it out right here. Hey, read it now. Read it now. Hey, what about his from 2005? Did you read that? Huh? Or what about his from 2015?
What is it?
And then we wrote a whole book. We wasted our time in 2022.
What the fuck?
Y'all didn't read none of that, huh?
Hey,
yeah, it's too late now. You know when you can help? You know when you can help? In 1999 when I wrote the article. What's the past? Quantum footprint too big. No, ozone layer's being depleted. Sorry, guys. Those ice caps are gone, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no more animals.
No.
Oceans are gone. Yes. Yeah, you guys fucked up this time.
You know the sky is red.
Oh, actually, no lie. I have a plan.
What? Yeah,
cool.
We made these masks.
Yeah, that's right.
We know we're fighting wars. We made these masks for us and our family, but y'all didn't fund them, so we did it with our own money. This is all we can make.
Okay, we'll make. Give us some more money.
We'll take that. So give it to us in about 10 minutes, and we'll start making them.
Okay,
But too much y'all be dead in like 4 seconds.
4 seconds? What are you talking about?
Yeah, because the toxins are coming through.
Okay, give us the mask. Give us the mask. Come on.
Hey, those ones that y'all making at the last second, those were good, man. Good shit.
Give us the mask.
Yeah. It's above us. It's above us, guys. Hell yeah, watch that again. Watch it again. Hey, there's nobody at the movies, man. I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's finally a peaceful movie experience. It's just like, it's crazy because no one wants to address it even at this point where it's like directly happening. Okay? It's happening right now and they're still like, no. It's actually the thing that I care about that is responsible for this fire somehow. No matter how strange, no matter how insane, it doesn't matter. Like Libs of TikTok hates gay people, right? Hates queer people. She has spent the last couple of days talking about how the lesbian fire chief is responsible for this. It don't matter. Just as long as you don't say it's climate change, you can get away with saying whatever you want.
Oh, Biden, they got to figure out what went wrong. The mayor does not like being pressed. Why wasn't there water? Why didn't you pre-plan? Why'd you cut the budget? There's a little bit of what went on yesterday out in the City of Angels that was angry at her.
We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this?
Well,
Your reaction?
First of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the number one...
I mean, she's also not wrong when she says this. Like, I'm not defending Karen Bass, okay? I have already criticized Karen Bass on areas where it is worthy of criticism, okay? But she's also not wrong as far as like water hydrants having to deal with wildfires, especially when there's 100-mile winds carrying ember everywhere. You're not going to be able to deal with that with water hydrants.
One problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we...
Yeah, but why aren't they? Would be the correct response to that. What do you mean, why aren't they? A water hydrant is there for structural fires that happen in that city block, okay? A water hydrant is not there for wildfires. If that was the case, they would build wildfire prevention water hydrants all around the forest. That's not how you do. That's a structural fire. A water hydrant is created for structural fires. Okay, you can't deal with like massive wildfires with water hydrants. It's like using a water pistol. Trying to shoot the wildfire with a water pistol.
We weren't able to do the...
Bomb the fire? They did. And actually, that is a successful way to stop the wildfire. They bomb it with water. That is literally what they do. Some places have straight up like loiter munition style water bombs that they drop. That's not even a joke. That's a real that's what they're doing. It's actually very successful. One might even make the argument, this is crazy, but one might make the argument that even blowing up the fire with like explosive munitions could potentially work in stopping the fire, because the explosion sucks out the oxygen, so it would suffocate the fire in its entirety. Yeah, nuke the fire. That's so stupid, Lemafeo. No, it's not stupid. Nah, the heat would reignite the fuel. I'm a civil engineer. You're correct. Hydrants aren't magical water hotspots. They're just surface ports of fire water lines. It's impossible to build a fire water line in a network in a forest. But it's not just in a forest either. It's like it's 100-mile winds coming in. You can like try to save as many structures as you possibly can with water hydrants, but like at a certain point, you know, it's just not going to work. Water bombing.
Now,
here,
right down here in this...
I think this is the coolest thing of all time.
This valley is Fort McMurray.
That's the city.
Yes.
Harry Dankos has been fighting fires for 3 decades, but is shocked by Fort McMurray.
It's a perfect firestorm. It's 1,000 degrees. That is so hot. It is nothing. It's just totally...
This is from CBC from 8 years ago, how water bombers helped tame the flame.
Incinerated.
Dunkas has several air tankers over Fort McMurray, and we asked him to show us what it's like for them.
Oh, and there's the fire.
In reality, this fire fills the horizon.
Okay, we want to be on the right side.
He guides me in straight over the flames until the exact moment.
Push that button, hold it down. Okay, max power, start climbing.
That button releases up to 11,000 liters, kind of like this.
It's so sick.
Airspray, the Alberta-based company
so
behind
sick.
the aerial attack, is racing to get this newly converted 4-engine plane into the air.
It might sound strange, but we actually don't put the fire out. We kind of contain the fire and allow the crews to go in and work safely on the ground.
Nice. They do that not with water, but with retardant. In Fort Mac, around the perimeter of buildings, fire won't burn through it, but will move around it.
We cannot put it out. We can steer it around, and we can calm it down for a short period of time. It's just too intense.
Last Tuesday, as the city burned, the planes were dropping, landing, reloading, and dropping again every 12 minutes.
And you can see the bombing lines as it goes in this area here.
This map shows just one plane over a few hours.
So this is Fort McMurray down here?
Yes.
This is the Athabasca River?
Yes.
And so, in reality, this fire is right in this area?
Yep, exactly.
And the fire is so big, conditions so dry, even dozens of aircraft won't be able to stop it.
It's just going to grow and do whatever it wants to until we get rain.
To give you an idea just how big this fire is, ordinarily in a year across the entire country, 2 million hectares of forest burn. But this one fire has already consumed 10% of that, and it's just the beginning of the season. David Common, CBC News, Lac La Biche, Alberta.
Super Scooper plane grounded after hitting civilian drone while fighting in Los Angeles.
The Super Scooper right there. These are these airplanes that are on loan. We actually leased them from Canada during fire season. Well, we understand that Super Scooper was hit by a drone while flying in the Palisades fire this afternoon. We're told the plane is expected to be able to fly again tomorrow. That's very good news because typically we only have 2 of these.
I fought fires for 7 years in Canada. I didn't even realize you didn't have these. No, we do. We do. They also sent them, obviously, from Quebec and other places as well, because there was a need for additional planes like this. And one of them got hit by a drone. My province, with 1 million people, has 6 of these water bombers. I assume you guys will have a bunch too. I guess not.
Crews out there have the drone that hit the plane. The FAA wants to remind people it's a federal crime to interfere with firefighters and their operations. And if flying a drone near wildfires is not only dangerous, it's not recommended, it's illegal. This aircraft, as I said, once again expected to fly tomorrow. We can tell you David Bigger is with us right now. You not only are a pilot, but you know a lot about this. The whole drone situation being up over the area.
Well, yeah. So
why don't we have more of these? I don't know. Maybe because we have a lot of planes. It's just planes that drop not water bombs, but bombs. I heard LA only has 2 water scoopers available. Is that true? Because the Pentagon just announced that they want to purchase 150 B-21 Raider stealth bombers. So I'm trying to understand the relative ratio. I'm not saying anything, but you know, it seems like we have a much better use of federal funds and local funds as well in terms of helicopters, for example. They can't build these planes up here north fast enough for the demand. Do you think the political capital impact of the fires will be a major topic for Trump's first year? The U.S. only has 10 super scoopers. Canada has 64. Okay, well, guess what, dude? How many fighter jets are you guys giving to Israel? Or Saudi Arabia? Or Egypt? Or any number of our security partners? Excuse me. That's right. That's right. Guess what, dude? Other countries need. Yeah, also, U.S. about to have 74 when we annex Canada is so funny because we're going to take over Canada and then we're going to also eliminate their super scoopers. We're going to be like, nah, you don't need them. We need to use all of your productive forces to make our own more bomber jets.
The thing is, as soon as fires start breaking out, one of the first things that they start coordinating at the FAA is putting up a flight restriction. There's a flight restriction over the entire Palisades fire from the surface up to 7,000 feet. Now, most drones aren't allowed to be operating above 400 feet anyways, so anywhere within that area, not allowed. Part of the concern that always exists for firefighting aircraft is they're flying pretty low. They're doing a lot of water drops and retardant drops. And if a drone, let's just say, was sitting at 400 feet or something like that, some people do fly higher than that, which is not allowed. But if a drone is at 400 feet and they're going in to try to make some sort of precision water drop, they can end up striking that. That's always the concern. And in previous fires, we've had instances where a drone gets spotted and all the air attack aircraft get told, okay, everybody back off for a minute. We're going to see if that drone is still there because it is a threat to the aircraft. They got probably pretty lucky that it hit the nose of the aircraft and not any of the engines or anything like that.
Well, yeah, you look at these, you look at the fixed wing there, and then you think about the choppers. They're all rotors. If a drone was to get clipped with one of those rotors or go into the rotors, I mean, it could be catastrophic.
Yeah, so the thing.
California has a pretty substantial firefighting force, but certain aircraft are better suited for certain geographies. The CL-415 is actually becoming less efficient, and helicopters and smaller water bombers are able to do more and more accurate drops per hour. Yeah, I'm reminded of that one heli drop. That was so sick. There's been a couple, like, incredible helicopter water drops that I've seen, at least, that are phenomenal. Or they just go boom. Drop it right on the money, and you're like, oh, I must feel good. Is the cost/availability of pilots? Pilots must retire by a certain age, and airlines pay way more. It's not just the military complex. Whenever people say, oh, it's just not availability of labor, that is an incredibly easy problem to solve. It's called money. You just also admitted it. You're saying that commercial airliners pay more for the pilots than federally funded wildfire prevention groups can. And okay, yeah, just, make the wages more competitive. That's it. Yo, this was crazy. Look at this one. This one was amazing.
Back in the Palisades, and I understand that you have another structure burning behind you.
Boom.
Do we have Chelsea?
Amazing. Or you can do the other thing. Sentence more people to prison. And then that way you can have more free labor. And then make them fly the planes at gunpoint. Train them and then make them fly the planes at gunpoint. I think that's I really like that solution, actually. We should do that instead.
Air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
I will say this. I'm wondering how many how many flights were grounded because President Biden was going to Los Angeles to visit his great-granddaughter. So that has to be investigated, too. Did you clear out the airspace that could have been used? How did the president get in?
Here's the thing, too. We learned a lot after Katrina, right?
Yeah, we did.
When you had that hurricane that went into North Carolina, no one was expecting that. But in California, you do expect wildfires.
Right.
They happen all the time. So when you're the mayor, you would think you would have.
Yeah, what about Florida? What about the hurricanes in Florida? Because I didn't see you guys complaining about Ron DeSantis. Interestingly enough, I don't know.
The proper tanks, the tanks would be filled to the brim. They're saying they were, but are they? Were they?
They didn't have enough.
And they didn't have enough, so you build more. It's just like what happens in New Orleans. After the hurricane came through, they built up the levee.
By the way, in 20 minutes, I'm going to be talking to Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters for a little bit. We're going to do a 30-minute slot where we talk about labor unions under Donald Trump and a bunch of other stuff, unionization efforts that are all going on all around the country. I'll also field some questions from the chat as well. Hopefully you guys won't be super annoying about it. I have some questions from Alex Press as well to direct his way. And then after that, we have so much more to talk about. Aside from the labor union conversations. Some people expected what happened in WNC. They're called weathermen. The forecast called for catastrophic flooding and landslides, yet there was a failure to take it seriously and do something. The podcast with me and him is going to come out on the 15th. It's the first episode. Wrong. I'm going to be a whiny little purist, and I bet everyone else is too. Hell yeah.
System. They fixed it.
Well, she also said that the hydrants weren't properly staged in a way that could sustain a fire like this. You're in California. Why wouldn't you have that universally in the state if you're at risk? Right. I know that this is different from L.A. They haven't experienced anything like this in L.A. before. But there's always the risk, which is why the people try to get the insurance as a result of that.
But yet we can name 4 major fires right in that area.
100%.
So you can't tell me.
Excuse.
Here's one question. When you have your emergency management meetings, you're wearing your windbreakers. If there's a fire that goes through 5 counties, would we be able to fight it? And if the answer, obviously, is no, and that's not good enough.
Now, the police chief there tried to give her some cover in the press conference, but there's a memo of the police chief at the time saying, look, this is going to hurt us. We don't have the proper resources. Guys.
Police chief? Does he mean fire chief? Have y'all tried calling in Clifford the big red dog to put out the fires as a thought? Yeah.
We've heard some reports from firemen. Let's take the water out of it. Firemen didn't even have the proper equipment. How does that happen? How do you explain that firemen didn't have the proper equipment?
Their budget was cut.
Yeah,
$17 million.
The owner of the LA Times, historically a left-leaning newspaper, wrote on X last night, fires in LA are sadly no surprise, yet the mayor led the LA Fire Department, cut the LA Fire Department budget by $23 million. Okay, so when we think, if there are budget cuts, what do you think? Okay, not as many trucks? No, it's across the board. They can't afford to hire enough mechanics. They've got yards full of fire trucks and fire engines that cannot leave the field because they don't work. They need mechanics. It's from start to finish. And what have we heard from California? you know, from this couch, we have reported about all the crazy, super liberal policies over the last couple of decades. And over the last couple of months since the election, what has California been doing? They've been trying to Trump-proof California. You know what? They should have fireproofed it. And what they should have done is they should have planned for a really big fire because it happened this week.
No, they're focused on these DEI recruitment videos that focus on that when they should have been focusing on the things to keep people safe.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian.
Oh my God! The California mom that intercepted Gavin went on Fox News. Oh my God! Oh my! I'm not even gonna watch this. Okay. Oh my God! Every once in a while, conservative media latches onto a story that leans left/populist, and it's always just surface level. They don't dig deeper. Lol. Yeah, obviously, their job is to still redirect the anxieties and frustrations into more appropriate targets.
In LA, if you survived the fire, congrats. This is round 2. This is threat number 2. Threat number 1 was the fire. It's slowing down. Great. Do not relax. There's no time for fucking tears yet. No crying, no nothing. This is game time because human beings are the apex predator. People are aware. Cops, nobody's responding to crimes right now. Everything is going to be covered.
What? What is going on here?
And overlooked by this whole fire that's happening. People are already breaking into businesses, breaking into houses, harming other people, unaliving other people, because nobody's gonna fucking take the time. There's too much happening for people to look at. Oh, this person's not breathing no more. Was it a red rum or was it the devastation? There's too many things to be focused on. All crime, no one's there to help you right now. So protect you and yours at all costs. And I mean all costs. All that.
Bro, what is happening in the minds of people on TikTok? It's like wild seeing a dude who's like 30 plus years old saying unaliving and red rum. Okay, TikTok language is just like infiltrated the brains of rotted the brains of so many people. But also, this guy is saying, this guy has 1.7 million likes on this TikTok talking about like how there is a murder and cannibalism happening in every corner of Los Angeles right now, and the cops know about it, and they're not doing anything to prevent it. What an insane statement. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court seems likely to uphold a law that could ban TikTok in the United States of America. And when I see stuff like this, I become reactionary myself and say, oh, good, please. It's crazy.
That fucking pent up bullshit that everybody got from 2024, you want to crash the fuck out? Save it. You about to need it. This is not a time to relax. This is not a time to fucking chill out. This is about to become a fight for resources. And you're also going to be dealing with people in the society of LA. All these homeless people been waiting for their moment. This is their time to shine. They're already breaking into houses, businesses, stealing people.
This guy used to be so nice. What happened? Like, I remember this guy having like a relatively normal attitude about things and being like kind of like a funny guy. What is going on right now?
Setting more fires just because they want to watch this shit go down. So keep in mind, the fire going away is threat number 1. I'm happy if you survived. I'm so fucking goddamn sorry everybody's in this goddamn position. It's the worst thing that can happen. But this is threat number 2. This is the one you really got to pray to make it the fuck out of. And when I say protect you and yours at all costs, I mean at all costs, because their crimes are kind of free for all. But if you got to do what you got to do, everybody's kind of free. This is all alleged also, because I'm making this video. But everybody there, you know what the fuck is really going on. You know what to do. So do not hesitate to do it. And the other thing, women, stick the fuck together. Be as vicious as you have to be. Nobody can respond to a crime call right now. Cops can't get down the fucking road to nobody. If men want to come.
Dude, what is this guy in LA? There's no way he's in Los Angeles, right? Because I live here. I'm fairly close to some of the fires. What the hell is this guy talking about, bro? The roads are closed and whatnot. What are you? What is happening right now? What are these people saying? There's like roving gangs of homeless people that are looking to do unalivings. What is, dude, this kind of stuff, if you look outside, what do you see? It's just a normal city. Dude. Like the night of the Sunset Fire, there was definitely a panicked environment. Understandable. Okay? 100%. But the notion that there's like mass murders occurring on the streets with cops refusing to respond to calls, like all this stuff. What the hell are you talking about? This. Tana Mojo, this. Why does this sound horribly like The Purge in a way? Stop giving them ideas. We were taught this in my emergency management program. Fend yourself in the first 72 hours. You're like the big brother who doesn't want to be mean, but definitely says what we need to hear. My military husband said the same thing yesterday. These are facts. Why does he make so freaking sense? Whoop ass girls and ladies, shoot first, ask no questions later. When he said, be as vicious as you can be, babe, I got chills. Bro, what is happening right now? Bro, we dead ass live like 10 minutes away and my mom would believe this bullshit. It ain't just people not from around here. No, I know. That's the craziest part. That is the craziest part about mind melting. Because we spent so much time online that the reality outside of your door is no longer important. Okay? What is important is what they're saying online. It ends up literally breaking the brains of people that are directly in the impacted area. It is crazy. And I don't know how you deal with that. Like, what do you mean? Look outside, man. I walked my dog this morning, okay? The hell are you talking about? Mass gangs doing mass murders or whatever. Like, what a crazy LARP, dude. This is being read as female empowerment. I know American minds are so warped that you can have like a supposedly liberal progressive guy talk in the exact same way that like libertarian gun nuts do. Okay. But then couch it under female empowerment and girls will be like, that's right, ladies. Think like them to counter them. It's sad, but some people help and some people take advantage when disaster strikes because they see opportunities. I don't think Shaq can fully comprehend how badly crime panic has broken Californians' brains. Yeah, I mean, I've been warning about this for a while. I've been warning about this non-stop. Talking about how, like, people in California have lost their minds, where they think, like, he lives in Texas? Then why is he talking? This is insane, dude. Actually insane. It's insane.
Come in your house and overpower you, or men want to catch you and find you. What you gonna do? There's no one to call, there's no one to help. So when I say life or death, and it's your life or your death, so act accordingly. This is not over, and there's no time to cry yet. Not yet.
1.7 million likes, bro. 1.7 million likes. This is so nutty. This is the same guy who made a video about how he was so upset over the breakup. He said he made a plan to murder his ex. Yeah, I mean, I don't care about like all of the other TikTok drama that this guy was associated with. I care about specifically what he's talking about right now. Apparently, an incredibly popular narrative on TikTok. I love how it's always guys in suburban McMansions talking like this is Hotel Rwanda. Yeah. A complete societal collapse has taken place in Los Angeles. Okay. Do not look outside. I'm literally doing DoorDash in Pasadena right now. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. People like this wanted to be real so bad. They've been waiting for an apocalypse. Yeah. Like that's the craziest thing. Like, yo, the municipality picked up trash yesterday. Okay. What are you guys talking about? Like, what are you talking about? I just don't understand what, like, how do you fantasize about like ultra violence taking place somewhere else? I'm there, okay? I'm in the neighborhood. I'm gonna tell you right now, these people are out of their minds, all right? He sounds like he's threatening people. What happens when a guy comes to your house or hurt you, overpower you? No one call for help? Is me? I'm the guy? No, I'm just... You were worried about that trash pickup? No, I'm just using that as an example, as a point of reference to showcase that, like, one, Los Angeles is massive, and two, like, obviously certain parts, areas that are not impacted by the wildfires immediately are still operating in the normal ways that they are operating. That's it. Probably Kai ate 2 looters today and you're covering up this narrative? Yeah. So a mansion can burn and that is good? What are you talking about? Did I even say anything like that? I'm literally in downtown LA. It's so peaceful compared to normal. People are helping each other all the time. So many organizations, places doing free food, charity, and donations. Yeah. Chad Crowley is blaming DEI for societal collapse. Who's Chad Crowley? An illiberal riding the tiger? Let's talk about the collapse. Fires rage in Los Angeles and no one can put them out. A clear symbol of a civilization unable to solve even its most basic problems. Joseph A. Tainter's The Collapse of Complex Societies provides a framework to understand why this happens. Civilizational collapse is no relic. Yeah, okay. While I do agree with civilizational collapse as a narrative, I understand that the reasons as to why there is a civilizational collapse is because of capitalism and not because of like some random nonsense like DEI or whatever. But these guys are so desperate not to recognize what the truth is that these guys are so desperate to not recognize what the truth is that it's like they have to claim that it's modern institutions prioritize demographic representation over merit. Oh. Ne haber lan? Hasta mısın hala? I hate to break it to you, but if TikTok is banned, it'll only get worse. The plan is to sell it to Kevin O'Leary. Get ready for the most right-wing brain rot propaganda platform I've ever seen. Thanks, Joe. Yeah. Local LA news is, of course, pushing the looter narrative too.
Just getting my whole family out. All you have in your mind is just you're in survival mode at that point. I saw men coming into our neighborhoods.
Oh my God, local news. Why are you doing this, bro? Oh my Lord. Hundreds of... This is Tyler Oliveira coverage coming from KTLA.
Police confirmed it. She had this to say. Take a listen.
It was wild. We just started seeing all these cars pull up, doors open, and groups of men running up our street, going up to the doors of these houses. And we weren't sure what was going on. I'm thinking, are these people here to help my neighbors? I hope so. And I left, and then my husband talked to the police and said, what are those guys doing? These guys don't live here. Get them out. My next door neighbor said, his quote, there were like 100 people that came up on scooters and were trying to get into any and all houses on the street.
And did you physically see police officers stopping them?
I didn't, but
I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say.
It's not to say that they weren't. It was so incredibly chaotic, and I was so worried about my big family and getting them out of our old tinderbox of a house that I was just focused on them first.
There were dozens of scooter gangs, dude. They're doing it. It's like every Treatlerite suburbanite with like high levels of paranoid schizophrenia is now sitting in front of a microphone talking about their fantasies. Once again, I'm not discounting the notion that there might be you know, opportunists trying to take advantage of the situation in areas that were evacuated but not impacted immediately by fires. Okay? Having said that, the notion that there are hundreds of people on scooters ravaging the lands is so psychotic, dude. It is so... Don't think about climate issues. Think about the looters. Looters don't live here. People that don't live near you are bad. Yeah, exactly. She is a CNN producer. Oh my God. Dude, people have their phones on them nonstop. People take videos of everything they see. Were the videos of this happening to an extent? Yeah, so far the only videos I've seen of the looting that's occurring is the one guy that was apprehended that the police said they did not have enough evidence to suggest that he was actually an arsonist. And the other video that I've seen is a bunch of black people in Altadena evacuating their homes and helping their neighbors take out important stuff from their houses, which was being presented on Twitter as though it was, you know, scary black people looting homes. I've yet to see videos directly from these areas, from this, you know, everybody's got a phone on them, I'm sure. And the thing is, I'm sure that there is, I'm sure that this can happen, you know? The problem is, even with the likelihood of this happening, there still is, you know, nothing that I've seen thus far. Marauding gangs of scooters that seemingly are Guatemalan of descent too. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna talk to Sean now. Okay, Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters. And we're gonna have a conversation about labor unions now. Hello.
How you doing, sir?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. How you doing?
All right, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters is here. I wanted to say it's an honor to have you here on the broadcast. I'm very excited to talk to you. We already had a wonderful conversation once on your podcast. It's gonna be coming out soon, right? In the next couple of days, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it's going to be Better Bad Ideas with Sean O'Brien. We're going to be launching on January 15th. So make sure you tune in onto YouTube and all the social media platforms. But most importantly, you're the first and most important guest. So I appreciate you doing that, you know, so it's important for us.
Who are some of the other guests that you're going to be having, if you don't mind me asking, if you don't want to, if you don't mind leaking?
No, absolutely. I mean, some of the guests we're going to have Casey Affleck. We're also going to have the 3 Olympic hockey players from the Miracle on Ice from Boston, Jack O'Callaghan, Micah Ruzioni, and Dave Silk all together. And we're going to hopefully have senators like Josh Hawley, Bernie Sanders, a very diverse group of politicians. Also, we're going to focus on celebrities and any and all people that help and shape America. So we're very excited about the podcast. We're very excited about diversity, but more importantly, we're most excited about having conversations uninhibited and not scripted.
Hell yeah. I just wanted to ask who the other guests were to see who I'm more important than by your own estimation. But it's wonderful to have you here, Sean. Like I said, we had a great conversation. And what I wanted to talk about today, considering that there's a lot going on in the world of specifically labor news, I wanted to ask you a couple questions, if you don't mind me asking. Specifically, starting with some of the NLRB decisions that happened, where it was reported that the Democratic Party kind of dropped the ball. I'm just going right into it, by the way, where there was an opportunity for the Democratic Party to continue controlling the NLRB for the next 2 years, and unfortunately, that fell apart. And I wanted to hear what your opinion was on that.
Yeah, there was a reappointment effort to keep one of the Democratic appointees on there, and it couldn't get done, and it's unfortunate. But the reality of it is there was a key opportunity to, and look, I think it's important to note the NLRB needs to be revamped. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And in my world, the Teamsters world, we've been avoiding the NLRB as much as possible. I mean, I think if you pay attention to what's been going on for the last 2.5 years, although we have gotten some good decisions, we try and just put the pressure on employers to either recognize us voluntarily, or in some cases, like in DHL and other areas like Cisco or Republic Waste, we strike for recognition. We've done that at Amazon. We have marches on the bosses at the DSPs. So whoever is in that NLRB, I think regardless of who's there, we've got to revamp them. I think, being at the table, having the conversations, being part of the process is important, and we're hopefully optimistic we can do that. I mean, look, we can't keep focusing on missed opportunities. We just got to play with the cards we're dealt and figure it out, and I think that's what we're prepared to do.
There's a Ro Khanna tweet from this issue specifically from January 7th, where he says, "We then failed to get the word to Vice President Harris quickly enough to come and deliver the tie-breaking vote. In the 90 minutes that transpired, Senator Manchin returned first, swinging the vote in the other direction and ceding the NLRB to Republican control 2 years earlier than necessary. These procedural blunders have massive implications for the American people, who deserve better from their elected officials. American workers deserve an explanation." Now, regardless of your opinion on the NLRB overall, it seems like Kamala Harris still had the opportunity to deliver a tie-breaking vote and chose or was not there to cast that vote. What is that? Does that track with at least your immediate involvement with Kamala Harris? Because you've been in rooms where you directly talk to Kamala Harris as well for labor-specific issues.
Well, I mean, look, if you miss the bell or you don't show up for work in the real world, you're in trouble, right? But there's no consequences for her. She should have been there. She should have done the right thing. And this is what the problem has been all along. Ro Khanna has been a great advocate for working people. I spent a lot of time with him. And look, he'd have the inside track on what actually happened. But, if you're expected to be there and you can actually make an influential decision, then be there regardless of whether you won the election or not. Now, we can speculate, or I could speculate, maybe she didn't care because she lost. I don't know whether that's true or not, but, based upon my experiences and based upon the election results, maybe she just doesn't care anymore. And, elections have consequences, and this is clearly a consequence of an election.
Yeah. So here's the other side of the story. So in terms of Josh Hawley, you've talked about him with we even had a conversation about Josh Hawley where you believe that he is you had a conversation with him. You believe that he's committed to the statements that we've heard from him very publicly about supporting labor unions. And I guess the question I have is, or at least the fears I have, and this is echoed by my friend Alex Press as well, that with the Trump-backed NLRB appointments or new NLRB judges, do you feel like there is something to fear with respect to the judges potentially opposing the Teamsters argument that Amazon is a joint employer of its drivers, specifically the ones that we're talking about with the strikes that are happening or were happening all around the country?
I mean, the fear of the unknown obviously is not a comfortable position to be in. We're hopefully optimistic by having conversations with people like Josh Hawley working bipartisan across the aisle, that we can convince and also support previous rulings that have determined they are, in fact, a joint employer. So time will tell, but I will say this about Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley, since the day we've been working with him, hasn't wavered on anything that we've asked him to do. He showed up at picket lines in Missouri. And look, there's a lot of Democrats that haven't done the right thing either. I mean, you mentioned Joe Manchin. That guy is.
Oh yeah.
Thank God he's leaving. I mean, talk about being bought and paid for. I mean, that guy comes from a blue collar state that went right to work. And he flip flops more than anybody I've ever seen in my life. Matter of fact, when my first time down in D.C., probably the first week I was living here, I was in a supermarket, and I don't go to self-checkouts because they eliminate jobs. And I looked over, and there was Joe Manchin in a self-checkout while the line for a regular cashier was about 13 people deep. And it just goes to show you that, it's all about him. And thank
Maybe
God
he was
he's
trying to
gone.
steal.
You never know. I mean, they do have sticky fingers, some of those guys.
Oh yeah. Okay, I want to run this by you. I've made an argument time and time again for Democratic leadership to utilize federal regulatory agencies against some of the Democratic Party members that refuse to play ball when they're whipping votes. And this isn't necessarily to I guess, politicize the federal agencies, but it's to simply enforce the regulatory mechanisms that are existing upon members of Congress, regardless of their party affiliation. Joe Manchin, I think, is a fantastic target for a conflict of interest, whether it be his, I believe his daughter is a big pharmaceutical executive that has dealings with the state that Joe Manchin is was a senator in West Virginia. His brother, I believe, also operates coal mines. So not only do these guys engage in a lot of insider trading, they also have direct involvement with a lot of these companies, and I think it deserves investigation. What do you think about what do you think about utilizing these government agencies against politicians to make sure that they also are treated like regular citizens are? Because if there was this sort of corruption, this sort of rampant corruption being conducted by regular citizens, you would expect the government agencies to actually deal with them, right, and investigate them.
I mean, there's no doubt rules and regulations are there for a reason. They should be enforced across the board, regardless of who you are or what you do. And you make great points about conflict of interest. I mean, you can look at Joe Manchin. You can look at Chuck Schumer. I mean, you look at all the egregious violations that have happened to our workers, our members that work at Amazon, and come to find out, taking donations from Amazon. He's not the only one. There's a lot of Democrats and Republicans that are taking donations, but his daughter's a big lobbyist for Amazon. Wouldn't sign off on an Amazon letter for DSP, wouldn't sign off on a support letter when we were on the verge of striking UPS. So, Manchin's not the only one. There's a lot of questionable ethics going on all around. And to your point, if there's checks and balances, there's a reason for checks and balances. And look, rules and regulations are no different than a collective bargaining agreement. If you don't enforce that collective bargaining agreement and utilize the enforcement and the mechanisms to right a wrong, then it's no different in the federal government if you're not utilizing the process and the agencies to fix corruptions and bad behavior, more importantly. And it should be an example. I mean, look, these elected officials should be viewed upon as elite leadership of the greatest nation in the world, and they should be held accountable so that everybody else, no matter what they do, no matter what rules and regulations are in place, that they follow those rules and regulations. They should be the example.
Absolutely. I want to switch gears here for a second and ask you about, and I don't know if you don't want to talk about this at all, but I want to ask about what Trump has said specifically about UAW leadership, specifically Sean Fain. Do you feel like, especially considering that Elon Musk obviously has crosshairs on him as well, do you feel like there will be any additional repercussions coming from the incoming administration against them? because there are obviously a lot of people that are in positions of power now that have put crosshairs on him and the UAW as well.
Yeah, I haven't specifically spoke. I have spoken to President-elect Trump, but I haven't spoken specifically about Sean Fain, the UAW, or any other union at all. I mean, what I've tried to do, and I think we've been successful, is try and have conversations in a broader sense about what's important to labor, what's important to working people. And I think whether people agree or disagree, because no matter what you do in any situation, there's always going to be spectators that have never engaged in the sport that are going to be on the sidelines critiquing you and telling you how you should play the game. But I think what's important is that, you look at the nominee for Secretary of Labor. Now, people can say, we'll see what she's going to do, but she's taken some positions. Not every position she's taken has supported labor, but the ones that count, like the PRO Act and everything else, that happened because of conversations that I specifically had with President-elect Trump in convincing him that, what was said during the election from the Republican side and also himself, as far as, we want to support working people, we're not against labor unions, that this was an opportunity for him to make a bold move to make this appointment. In a perfect world, I would love everybody to embrace and agree with everything everybody does, but it doesn't happen. As far as retribution, retaliation, I can't speak to that because I don't know what the history is. I know about retribution and retaliation because when I spoke at the RNC, there was no secret that the far left and a lot of these politicians, senators, Democratic senators and elected, came after me fast and furious, and that's okay. But as far as what in Sean Fain's future as it relates to a relationship with Donald Trump, I mean, I think you'd have to ask Donald Trump. I mean, the one thing that I pride myself on is, and I think you know this, Hasan, you being the first guest, and I appreciate that. Again, I can't thank you enough. But I don't get into name calling. I don't get into saying anything else, but I know, hearing from different opinions when, you're berating someone, whether it's Donald Trump, Joe Biden, or anybody else personally, I think people take that very personally, but I don't know what that means. I mean, what are you hearing?
So, I do actually, it's a great question because I wanted to ask you specifically, not about what Trump is slated to do, but also given your experience in a leadership role in obviously the Teamsters is a massive union, there is a lot of outside noise right now, it seems, against Sean, and some noise utilizing like discontent within the union as well. Many people, this is from Alex Press, many people speaking out against Sean Fain are supporters of the admin caucus that, of course, may not have played all that great of a role in the initial phases in the UAW, and are potentially looking to team up with Donald Trump. So, given your experience, I wanted to hear what you thought about that, considering that there might be people in Trump's orbit that will work to basically get Sean out of the leadership position, going around and talking about like Sean Fain being corrupt. But even though those corruption charges are just they have no like real legal standing, and it seems like there's a lot of wrecker behavior being exhibited by parties that are more self-interested. And considering, your experience, I wanted to hear if you've heard anything about this, if you've seen anything like this, and what would that look like if there was any sort of internal dynamics here? I think battle.
I try not to get involved in any other union's politics, but what I have read, obviously there was a DOJ, there was been articles in numerous media outlets that, said there was a DOJ investigation about inappropriations or anything else. And I'm not sure where that's coming from, but that was over the summer and I think early or late spring. So I'm not sure where that's coming from. I would assume I don't know about a partnership with the Trump administration or anything else like that, but I would assume, there's some controversy. There's some controversy probably within the membership. I mean, from what I know of his membership, he represents auto workers, which are very hardworking backbone of this country, and he also represents
grad students,
professors and grad students, and everything else. So, of course, two different worlds, right? Two different opinions on a lot of things. So I would assume a lot of the criticisms and/or attacks against Sean Fain are coming internally, where people may be looking for allies externally to try and achieve goals of getting him out of leadership. That's my unqualified opinion, not knowing the politics. I could talk about the Teamsters Union, the politics. Look, I'm sure there's people, and I know there's people that didn't agree with our position in this election, and that's okay. That's the beauty of being in a democratic union. That's the beauty of being an American. But at the end of the day, a lot of this rhetoric, a lot of these accusations that I incurred and that Brother Fain's incurring now, could be some internal forces that don't agree with how his organization is being run. So, it's all comes down to politics at the end of the day. We've got politics in the United States, and we also got union politics. And I always tell people it's a full contact sport, and elections bring the worst out in people.
So, okay, last question about Fain before I move on. But I wanted to hear what you think personally about his leadership over the past couple of years. Like, look, it's not. I'm a fan. But I wanted to, considering your experience as a union leader, I wanted to hear if you'd elaborate on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think he did a good job through the strike. I mean, he took down 3 of the major automakers. I think he got I don't know the ins and outs of the contract. You hear different things, and I haven't had a conversation with him about what was achieved and what was not achieved. I think politically coming in, I know this because I met with Sean early on when they won. I met with him and his team, and he won a tough election by only 500 votes. And I look at, you asked me about, my opinion when we ran, I think a year before Sean Fain and his team ran. We beat our opposition, which basically was an incumbent opposition because it was a Hoffa design slate. I mean, we beat them 3-1. So, to Sean's credit, I mean, the one thing that we did, we didn't have to do as much of, is it was clear who the choice was in the Teamsters Union to lead this great union. It was the Oz team, right? To his credit, I mean, when you win an international election by only 500 votes, not only do you got to worry about taking on the employers and getting results and delivering on promises that you committed to, but you also got to unite a union that completely is divided, and only winning by 500 votes put him at a disadvantage. I think he did a good job of what he had to work with. I'm sure he doesn't agree with a lot of the stuff I did as a general president. I personally wouldn't get up and get personal with people. I'd rather debate the issues. Everything he did, I think he did with the mindset it was in the best interest of his members. And hopefully that, the DOJ investigation doesn't prove wrong. Hopefully his membership unites. But, that's not my politics. That's not my union. And look, I commend him for having the courage and conviction to strike the big 3 when it never happened before.
Hell yeah. So switching gears, I want to talk about the state of labor unions and union participation in the American economy. It's not a secret that while it seems that there is more positive opinions about labor unions right now, union participation is still at a historically low rate. This is virtually every single poll that covers this stuff shows that people are overwhelmingly pro-union, but union density is as low as it's been in the past couple of decades. You have 10% in the private sector, or you have 10% overall, but in the private sector it's around 6%. And Alex Press also wanted to ask the question: how does the labor movement grow that number to what it needs to be to ensure workers themselves have actual power, which is around 40 to 60% density?
Well, I think it's important, number one, is to have a plan and have a plan that's going to work. And I can speak specific to the Teamsters Union. I think you've seen, and I don't really know Alex personally. I don't know what her background is. I know that she's very pro-labor, very pro-UAW, has been critical of me at certain decisions. But the one thing that you can't dispute is the fact that we organized 70,000 new members in 2.5 years. We negotiated the strongest historic contracts, UPS being the biggest, a $30 billion deal, with the largest increase ever. And that has had a snowball effect in many other industries and any and all industries that we represent. I think part of the problem, it comes down to politics as well. Electing the right people that are going to help pass legislation like the PRO Act or something in that form of the PRO Act that makes it easier for people to join a union, makes it easier where there's no threats of retribution or retaliation. I think another thing that's very, very important is, people don't realize that, social media is a great communication platform, but it also can be a huge weapon as well. A lot of people get on there and they'll, demonize their local unions. They'll demonize their international unions. And, if you're reading about disgruntled situations or you're hearing from disgruntled people, that doesn't help when social media is just so much available. And I'm not suggesting gag orders or anything else like that, but I'm just suggesting, look, you've got an organization that you belong to, whether it's right or wrong, and you agree that you don't, but the product is, setting industry standards, setting standards around the country. Put your differences and your opinions aside and focus on upholding those industry standards and organizing new members. Sometimes we obviously cause our own demise in certain situations. And I know one of the biggest things that we've focused on as a leadership team is making sure that we have member-to-member engagement. We utilize our rank and file members that work in similar industries to go out there and have conversations with people that work non-union, that do the same job, and highlight the benefits of working under a collective bargaining agreement, the wages, the benefits, more importantly, the respect and dignity and the protections. And, I think, there's a number of situations or things that will help grow the union density. I think what's important also is embracing this next generation, because the 18 to 35-year-olds, hell, I wish I was 25 years younger right now, because man, do those guys and gals want to fight. You look at Chipotle, you look at Starbucks, you look at a lot of these industries, and it's energizing for an old guy like me in the labor movement. And I think we've got to utilize the best tools we have, and that's rank and file, worker to worker members. And we've got to get away from pointing fingers and not embracing and learning from our defeats, but learning from how we can be better and have different strategies. So we've mandated, and we tell this to all the time, every time I get to speak in front of a local union or a joint council or any body of union members, especially when I'm dealing with rank and file members, I always challenge them to say, look, your local has 4,000 members, your local has 10,000 members, or your local may have 2,000 members. You need to deliver 10% of new members every single day. And the only way that's going to happen is if you give true testimonials of how important and how better it is to work under a union contract. So, we also, all of us have to have skin in the game.
I think social media can play a big role in uplifting this message as well. And
podcasts. Did I mention I have a podcast coming out? Just checking.
Yeah. But what, in your mind, what do you think is the biggest hurdle to overcome in terms of increasing labor union participation?
Well, I think the biggest hurdle is, these union busters. These union busters, captive audience meetings. When you think about it, and I've done every job in the union from rank and file all the way up. organizing is the toughest job in the entire labor movement. And I think if we don't get legislation and protection against union buses, which I believe is about a $500 million per year business, and the captive audience meetings, banning them. I mean, a lot of states have done some good work on that, but it's got to be a nationwide approach. Then I think that will help tremendously because, look, think about this. As a union organizer, you may get access an hour and a half per week with these members or with these potential members, where the employer has complete access 8 to 10 hours per day, and they have internal messaging and everything else. So banning those captive audience meetings, eliminating or making it illegal to union bust, I think that would help tremendously.
Okay, absolutely. A question from the audience is from Virtual Meal says, I wanted to ask Sean about how to unionize in normally non-unionized sectors, more specifically in software and engineering. It is a concern many of us in the field express, and there is not guidance from our employers on unions, and there have been thousands of layoffs with no protections for workers in these fields.
Well, I can tell you this, the employer is never going to advocate
for
you being represented by a union. So which is a great segue into, what I'm going to say next is, anybody that wants to organize, you shouldn't do it through your employer. Conversely, there's a great opportunity, I believe, in the tech industry. I believe there's a great opportunity to organize in non-traditional industries. I think what you need to do is contact a local union, whether it's the Teamsters, whether it's UAW, whether it's SEIU, AFSCME, or anybody, and start the dialogue. But I would just caution never trust an employer. I don't care if it's your best friend. They're going to protect against one thing, and it's going to be the bottom line of their balance sheet. It's not going to be about what's in the best interest of workers. But, the other thing too, in those tech industries, and I think we all have friends that work in them and maybe have relatives that work in them, there's no loyalty, and there's no better industry that's ripe to be organized. Because look, if you're at a tech industry, a tech company, I have a friend of mine, ironically, I just worked out with him a couple of days ago, and he's been in sales, software sales for a company, Oracle, for 20 years. And they gave him an alternative. They weren't eliminating his job, but they were going to lay him off because they were getting a 22-year-old, a 23-year-old right out of college that was going to do his job for half the money. And I believe that's running prevalent in those sectors, especially the white-collar sales job tech industries. And so, you're 22 years old right now, and you get a job where you're making 80 and 90,000. You have no protections of a union contract. You have no say in your benefits. You have no say in what you do. 30 years goes by pretty quick. You could be that friend of mine that I just worked out in the gym that doesn't have a defined benefit pension plan, that doesn't have retiree medical, although he might have made a little bit more money. He's leaving with nothing. And that's what the loyalty to a company like Oracle gave to him. He's basically doing odd jobs right now to survive. So I think if anywhere, that industry is ripe for the picking. Just contact a local union and get together.
That was great. Thank you. Also, as far as I understand, there is ongoing talks with Costco, with the Teamsters, and it seems to me that as recently as this past month, Costco has walked away from the bargaining table. Yesterday, Costco executives abruptly ended collective bargaining negotiations with the Teamsters, refusing to engage with a series of fair and practical proposals. And I wanted to hear what your perspective was on Costco specifically, especially considering that despite its record high profits, Costco is oftentimes seen as like a relatively pro labor company. But just like you said, no company is at the end of the day pro labor; they're pro profits. What do you think about what's going on there?
Well, what they just put out there in the news media or wherever they put it out, they're full of shit. It's fiction. And Costco. Listen, I'll tell you the whole problem with Costco, and it's a corruptible problem that was enabled by the previous administration. And Costco has always fancied themselves as, you know, worker friendly, pro union, embracing unionization. And that is furthest from the truth. There's 18,000 Costco employees represented by the Teamsters Union with the potential of 125,000 to be represented. And it's funny, when we took over, their whole attitude has changed. And, you know, they thought that it was going to be the same old. When I say they, the employer. And we had an organizing drive, I believe, in Local 822. James Wright is one of my vice presidents in Virginia. And for a company that was so pro-union and embraced their workforce and appreciate it, I've never seen a more aggressive anti-union campaign launched against us. And we fought real fucking hard. We spent a lot of money. We won that, and we accreted them to the national agreement. And it was good that that happened because we exposed them. You know, they're actually suffering from a disease called diabetes, right? And they should be actually telling the truth that they don't want the Teamsters Union, that they don't want to allow us to organize. So I went to the first opening negotiations in November, and I'll tell you, you know, I'm a person, a leader that believes in leading from the front. I believe in discipline and having respect. Whether I like you or I don't like you, you're my opponent. I'm going to respect you until it's time not to respect you. So we sit down at these negotiations. They show up 45 minutes late. We have our whole negotiating committee rank and file there. And I ask them right across the table before we even start, let me ask you fools something. If one of our members showed up late for work, what do you do to them? We write them up. I said, what's going to be your consequences? And they laughed and joked. I said, I'm going to be very clear and very transparent with you that you better take these negotiations seriously because it's not going to be like it is. We are not going beyond the expiration date of January 31st, and we will strike your ass if you don't give us card check neutrality. Are you willing to give us card check neutrality? This was in November or October. And they said, we really don't believe in that. So
I thought they were pro-labor. What happened?
Right, exactly. So we got up and we walked out and we told them, we'll see you 30 days before the contract expires. What is not being reported is that thankfully we got almost a $350 million strike and defense fund. So last night I was on the phone with our lead negotiator and our legal counsel, and we are going to, through a general executive board decision, pay each and every worker, if there is a strike, $1,000 per week. So they're not going to be financially compromised, our members. Their families aren't going to be compromised. And we are going to take it to the street and make an example. And we're going to make them be a pro-worker, pro-union company, one way or the other. You can guarantee that.
Hell yeah. That's
the
amazing.
Same with United Airlines. You know, United Airlines is another big battle we have going on.
Yeah.
Where, you know, again, greed, not appreciating our members, thinking that it's going to be the same old, hiding behind an antiquated Railway Labor Act that keeps moving the goal line every time. I mean, I just wish for once we could just strike them hard. And we will at some point.
Yeah. So if you don't mind me asking, if you could elaborate on card check neutrality for those in the audience, why is it so important to have card check neutrality? What is card check neutrality?
Well, card check neutrality is basically when you get the majority of representation cards. So when you're organizing a company and it's authorization, you're getting authorization from the employees to petition for representation through the National Labor Relations Board. So that basically gives us the ability, or gives the ability to file cards under the National Labor Relations Act. When you get the majority of the cards, there's a lot of good employers out there that if you get the majority of the cards, meaning that if there's 100 workers and you have 75 cards, you know, signed out of 100, and you go to the employer and say, look, do you want to go through this drawn out process where we potentially could strike you for recognition? And, or do you want to sit down, you value your workers, voluntarily recognize our your employees, our potential members, and let's sit down and work out a contract. So it kind of eliminates the process. Well, it does eliminate the process of the National Labor Relations Board. In some cases, we've had card check with companies where you both agree on a third-party arbitrator to verify the people that are in the unit and verify the numbers, and then you sit down and negotiate a contract. And it's a great process, but it's also a great litmus test to see how embracing employers are of welcoming unions.
In the tier of being open to unionization, I would say that obviously even asking for a third-party arbitration is going to be still an additional layer of stopping the unionization process, even though it's obviously still better than trying to actively combat it and taking it up to the NLRB. And the best possible outcome is that they immediately say, okay, we're open to it, right?
Right. And then you sit down and the tough part right now is in any and all negotiations under the current system is, let's say you organize a company traditionally through the National Labor Relations Board, you win that election. I think the average is 406 days if you're successful to negotiate a collective bargaining agreement for the first time. But what exists no matter what through that process, especially if it was a contentious organizing drive victory, is that employer will continue to stall, will continue to threaten, intimidate workers while you're going through that process of collective bargaining. So that's why it's important that, we've got to have laws that protect workers, not just during the organizing campaign, but throughout the process of collective bargaining, but also having a mechanism, an arbitration, decide, obviously rule on a first contract if the parties can't agree on it. Meaning that, we come to impasse, then you submit it to an arbitrator, and I think that's a version of the PRO Act, so that people can actually achieve that goal of getting the first contract.
Is there... I don't want to ask anything that is tricky, but is there any sort of educational efforts behind educating the rank and file on the importance of political participation when it comes down to applying even pressure as individuals, not as representatives of the union, but as individual American voters? Is there any sort of education on the voice that they might have outside of labor unions and strikes in terms of organizing in their own communities and potentially applying pressure to their own politicians in an effort to make sure that this sort of legislation does pass?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to any other organization but what we've been doing. And I know there's a lot of great labor organizations out there that have, political action, political education. And I know that we have been focused on political education, and education, more importantly, empowering our members to have those conversations with the representative that they elect within their communities. A lot of politicians, and I've seen this having to live in D.C., when I talk about politicians, legislatures, primarily senators and Congress people, they spend more time with the bureaucracy in D.C. rather than in their communities actually talking to the people that they're elected and paid for to represent. And I think what we've been doing, and I know what we've been doing, is encouraging accountability on behalf of our members by, getting them involved. We've got a pretty aggressive program at the IBT, where we've got statewide coordinators that we dispatch to talk to our members, to craft messaging and education. So yeah, to your point, especially in light of what's happened over the last year and what potentially needs to happen moving forward, there's no better example of engagement of rank and file members that live in the communities where these politicians are paid to represent their best interests. And in many cases, the best interest in a lot of these communities is supporting collective bargaining, supporting unionization. So to your question, long way around, yes, absolutely we do. And we think that's very important to the success of unions and the success of the middle class.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time left, and thank you so much for coming on. But I wanted to ask one final question. This is from, I believe, a rank and filer from the Chicago Fire Department. As you might have heard, and I remember encountering a picket during the DNC, the Chicago Firefighters Union is working with no contract at this point for over 3 years. And they keep getting pushed around and steamrolled by the city with no end in sight. And because they are a firefighters union, they're a no-strike union. And I guess the question I have for you as a prominent labor leader, is there any advice that you might have for labor unions that work in these sectors that are obviously incredibly important for public health and safety, and therefore have a lot of these like no-strike clauses? Like,
well, first off, anybody that doesn't give public, first responders in the public sector, the best contract that they possibly could get and want to play games with them, they should be allowed to strike. I know that they're not allowed to, but look, in the firefighters, I love the firefighters union. I think Eddie Kelly is a great leader. The advice, again, we just talked about a political action. Again, we are electing these people that are deciding on and negotiating and deciding on our contracts. At the end of the day, I think you just got to be vigilant. Look, no politician, no governor, no mayor, no city councilor wants any type of public negative exposure, especially with firefighters. Look, every bad situation that possibly could happen, those are the first men and women that show up. It's fucking criminal if that's happening. And look, get on the platform, get on the social media platform, get out there, be at city council meetings, be at, events, and don't be afraid to let your voices be heard. It's ludicrous, absolute ludicrous. You look at what's going on in LA right now. These firefighters, they're heroes. They are fucking heroes. And, they don't, a lot of these firefighters, this isn't just a job to them. It's a passion. It's a lifestyle, and they should be rewarded accordingly.
Yeah. Especially with respect to wildfire prevention brigades that work at the federal level. From what I understand, I have some members of this community that do that. They've reported that their wages are insanely low. They get actually the lowest possible wage that you could get from the federal government, sometimes around like the starting salary being around $50,000 a year. There are reports of some of the wildfire fighters actually having to live in their cars because there's just like, it's impossible for them to operate in the areas and live in those same areas because the real estate marketplace is obviously devastating. Is there any way for these sectors, not to say, by the way, that like obviously the Teamsters are in a less valuable position in terms of like the importance that they have in the logistics in our supply chain. Every part of the labor force is important equally. But for many of these sectors where they can't strike, what can they do? Like what would you recommend that people do aside from getting the word out?
Look, the one thing that is prevalent and not always practiced in the labor movement is solidarity. So I think it's important to find ways to utilize partners in labor in the private sector to help in that fight in the public sector without obviously incriminating myself or anybody else. But there's always creative ways to get a message sent on behalf of people that may not have the same rights and conditions to strike. So if you can read between the lines, I would suggest that the Chicago firefighters reach out to a very strong leader in Chicago, Local 705 Juan Campos, and I'm certain you can be very creative in your fight together.
Hell yeah. Well, on that note, thank you so much, Sean O'Brien, for coming on. And I'm very excited for your podcast to come out. We had a wonderful, very productive conversation. Is there anything else that you would like to say as your final words?
I really appreciate you coming on there. We are launching the Better Bad Ideas by with Sean O'Brien. on January 15th. Yours truly, right there, will be the first guest. And please tune in again. That's Sean O'Brien. Better Bad Ideas with Sean O'Brien.
All right. Thank you so much, Sean.
Great. Thank you very much.
I hope to have you on. Maybe we can work out one of these days.
Yeah, we're supposed to work out. You got some dental work done, I understand.
Yeah.
And I'm a victim of like 6 implants, so I know what's up.
Yeah, it was. Hey, at least you got good dental coverage, though. That's good.
Thank God for the union.
Hell yeah. All right. Have a good one.
Thank you, brother.
Bye. All right, that was Sean O'Brien, leader of the Teamsters Union. What an incredible conversation that was. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Hopefully, next time he's out in Los Angeles, we'll try to do the workout stream together. But yeah, hopefully that was productive and informative for all of you. Yeah, you can be jacked like Sean if you join a labor union. Podcast is available everywhere there you can get podcasts, for the record. There is also one video that I want to show because they just released a video from our conversation specifically around Luigi Mangione at the time we were hold on, let me send this to myself real quick so I can post it, or I can show you guys just a brief snippet of the combo. Decoy166, Bukechi, and Virtual Meal, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What's happening about the TikTok ban? Do not worry. We will get there. I will talk about a lot of the stuff that I still have to get to today. There's so much more to cover today. We'll talk about the Meta executives and decisions that they've made in terms of combating DEI and numerous other things. We'll talk about Elon Musk, who's claiming that Hitler was not a capitalist, but a socialist. Also, Mark Zuckerberg was, of course, on Joe Rogan. We'll cover that as well. And much more. I just want to show you. I want to leave you off with this video real quick, though, before I do that. Here's a brief snippet from my conversation with Sean.
Let's talk about Luigi.
All right.
This is not acceptable, murdering someone in the street, but it's a reality of how people are failing throughout this country.
Yeah.
They may not act out, and hopefully they will not act out like Luigi did, but we can't make this guy a folk hero either.
But insurance, for-profit healthcare, is so devastating that it has touched the lives of virtually every single American. And they see it as murder. They see it as, okay, we paid these high premiums, and all of a sudden the insurance started denying my grandmother's chemotherapy, and now she has to die. That's murder. The average American sees that in the exact same way that all these CEOs and all these corporate executives see what Luigi Mangione did.
But we're definitely not in disagreement on that.
Yeah. Nice fit on the show. I like it. Thank you. The socialist and concentration camps were leftists and fighting. Yeah, we're gonna get to that in a second. Hold on. And yes, we will be talking about ICE being out in San Jose and all this other stuff that's going on with the Lake and Riley Act as well. Fear not. What is it with you and bald men? I don't know, man. It just happens to be that way. Okay, calm down. Your fit was stolen valor. Mel Gibson was also on Joe Rogan being insane. Wait, what? Mel Gibson was on Joe Rogan.
This story that you want to tell about good and evil, like, do you have a script, or is it just a thing in your head? What is it?
Yeah, it's the resurrection story.
I gotta
but
pee.
it's not linear, because you can't really it's hard to understand. So it's got to be put in a framework where you answer a few other questions as well. And you have to juxtapose the event itself against everything else so that it makes some kind of sense in a bigger picture, which is a hard thing to do. And it took my brother and I and a guy called Randall Wallace, plus my brother and I, took us 6-7 years to write it.
So are you doing this with historians as well? Are you trying to make it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, historical stuff. Well, I regard the Gospels as history. It's verifiable history. Some people say, oh, it's a fairy tale. He never existed, but he did. And there are other accounts, verifiable historical accounts outside the biblical ones that also bear this up, that yes, he did exist. And the other aspect of that is that all the evangelists, the apostles who went out there, every single one of those guys died rather than deny their belief. And nobody dies for a lie. Nobody.
Right.
So that's part of what I'm doing. It's like showing nobody dies for a lie.
Yeah. Well, the resurrection is the one that is the most difficult for people to swallow.
Yes.
That's the one that requires.
Dude, what has happened to Joseph Robinette Rogan? Actually, he's like leaving 30K people to get radicalized by Joe Rogan. Yeah, everyone is going to be radicalized instantaneously. It's like give it enough time. I feel like he's going to be anti-weed. Bills can't be that high. I just don't understand. Like, I feel like he is lost the plot in such spectacular fashion. Yeah, like he's like, the Jesus stuff seems real. Also, one of the fun little, one of the most insane parts about the story is that yes, apparently Mel Gibson's house was actively burning down while he and Joe were openly doubting climate change on this broadcast. And that Mel Gibson talked about curing cancer with, that's right, ivermectin. Hold on. Let's finish this and I'll get to that too.
Faith in the most belief. Yeah, resurrection.
Yeah.
Who gets back up 3 days later after he gets murdered in public? Who gets back up under his own power? Buddha didn't do that shit.
Right.
So.
You believe that was a real event?
Yeah, I do.
Come on, man. Even Joe's like, was that? You think that's real? You think? I love these guys, man. They're like, Jesus actually got killed and then was resurrected after 3 days. That's real. Ivermectin cured cancer. That's also real. You know what's not real? Climate change. I love that Buddha didn't do that shit line in it too. He's just like, yeah, El Buddha. This is amazing. All right, let's see what else he was cooking up. I like that Mel Gibson has not even remotely reconsidered any of his like manic statements that originally got him canceled, which is not real anyway. Like there's no such thing as like real cancellation anyway. But like he is notoriously a rabid, a vicious man. Very famously has said a lot of inappropriate things. I'm trying to be as nice as possible.
I'll tell you a good story.
Okay.
I have 3 friends. All 3 of them had stage 4 cancer.
What kind of toxic? This man is radiating toxic fumes or something. If all 3 close friends, 3 close friends all had cancer after listening to Mel Gibson talk.
All 3 of them don't have cancer right now at all. And they had some serious stuff going on.
And what did they take?
Jesus. They took some, what you've heard they've taken.
Ivermectin. Fenbendazole. Yeah. I'm hearing that a lot.
They drank hydrochloride something or other.
There's studies on that now where people have proven that they...
Bro, do these guys have like a ivermectin sponsorship? Like, what's going on? The producers of ivermectin have come out and been like, no, dude, this is not like some kind of miracle drug. Yeah, they drank hydrochloric acid, dude. Hydrochloride. They drank hydrochloride. Why is he nodding his head like that? Because he's mentally unwell. What are you talking about? It's just like, I don't know why they are so invested in ivermectin. Like they shill ivermectin like they got stock options, okay? And it was born directly out of having a contrarian, like anti-mainstream narrative. It's not born out of like an immediate material benefit. Purely out of just like, I don't trust mainstream narratives. They told me that this is not going to be a cure, so I'm going to go ahead and assume it's a cure. That's so crazy. They succeeded doing the Tide Pod challenge. Yeah, these are the same guys who are like, this next generation is eating Tide Pods. And then they're like, nah, but also ivermectin cures cancer.
They're drinking methylene blue and stuff like that.
Yeah, methylene blue, which was a fabric dye.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a textile dye. And now they find out it has profound effects on your mitochondria.
Yep.
Yeah.
This stuff works, man.
I'm sorry, what? My mom had cancer and she was easily suggestible due to the sickness. Stepdad was an ivermectin nut and convinced her. Needless to say, she hasn't been with us for over 3 years now. I'm sorry about your loss, chatter. Just remember that your mom is not alone in this, okay? There are incredibly powerful, incredibly intelligent people with endless amounts of resources that find themselves in a similar predicament, Steve Jobs being famously one of these nutters, okay? Not calling your mom a nutter, but, you know, this is unfortunately all too common. And you can watch 2 incredibly wealthy people have this conversation with one another right now. Like, I think Mel Gibson is a real one. Like, I think he actually personally thinks that drinking chemical dye would save him.
There's a lot of stuff that does work, which is very strange because, again, it's profit. When you hear about things that are demonized and that turn out to be effective, you always wonder, well, what is going on here? How is our medical institutions, how have they failed us so that things that do cure you are not promoted because they're not profitable?
I'll tell
you. Okay, but like, America is one of the few countries where everything is for profit. Like, this is the thing I don't understand. So for all of these other nations where they don't have for-profit healthcare, I guess pharmaceuticals are still technically for-profit, even if the government is mass purchasing them at much lower prices overall. Like, why is their solution to eradicate the for-profit aspect of healthcare across the board, all the way to the pharmaceutical corporations? Like, why do they never arrive at an anti-capitalist thought? It's right there. You're literally saying the words. The words are coming out of your mouth. And yet, for some reason, it's just not even a question. Like, how can you openly say, it's akin to saying openly, okay, capitalism is a massive problem. These parasitic forces have destroyed society because they constantly put profit over the interests of people. And that's why you have to drink bleach. Like, how is this? How is that your like? How do you go from point A to point Z? How do you go on this journey? It doesn't make sense. He just openly says the words, profit is the reason why these companies operate the way that they do. And then their solution is to drink bleach because the profit centers are telling you not to drink bleach. It blows my mind that you can't just go, you know what the solution to this is? The eradication of the profit motive. It's never that. And it's crazy because I could sit here every goddamn day of the week and tell you that for-profit healthcare is a major problem. Partially because it, breeds these sorts of conspiratorial-minded people and leads them astray down dangerous paths, right? I could tell you that every day of the week, and people go, nope, you're one of them. You're one of the societal elites that doesn't want me to drink bleach. I just don't understand it. People are so much more susceptible to these psychotic conspiracy theories before recognizing that the way that our systems are designed are unfair and broken. Mel Gibson reveals he couldn't walk for 3 months after taking Fauci's pet drug for COVID. Remdesivir kills you. I found out afterwards, and that's why I wonder about Fauci. Remdesivir is so lethal it got nicknamed Run Death is Near after it started killing thousands of COVID patients in the hospital, wrote Stella Paul, New York, in a previous report from the American Thinker and Epoch Times. The experts claimed that remdesivir will stop COVID. Okay, let's watch
this. I got COVID from my gardener, and he had it first, and then I got it. I was like, did I grab the hose or what? What was, I don't know. But it was...
Wait, that's not how you... That's like week one of COVID stuff, assuming that you got COVID transmitted through like surface contact. I guess he's joking. I don't know.
I knew the guy for 20 years, and we both went to the same hospital, and he died and I didn't.
Jesus.
I think we both got remdesivir, which is not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Causes kidney failure.
I know. I couldn't walk for 3 months after I had that stuff.
Really?
Because it kills you. I found out afterwards it kills you, and that's why.
Bro, you just said you got COVID from your gardener. He died, and you couldn't walk for 3 months. Okay, maybe it wasn't the remdesivir. Maybe it was the COVID. Like, what? You just admitted it killed the gardener. Or no, oh my God, he doesn't think COVID killed the gardener. He thinks remdesivir killed him. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I misunderstood what he was trying to say. Oh, I'm not operating on the level of stupid that he is. Oh God, he's saying remdesivir killed him. Of course, I'm so dumb. I'm sorry. Of course it wasn't COVID that killed him.
I wonder about Fauci.
Oh, you should wonder about that guy. Yeah. When meanwhile, they were trying to...
What does Fauci have to do with remdesivir?
Stop people from getting monoclonal antibodies.
Yeah.
Well, they've restricted monoclonal antibodies, which is fucking insane because they wanted to promote that vaccine because they wanted to profit off of it, which brings us back again to evil. Mm-hmm. Evil's real. Mm-hmm. It's real. Putting money over human lives is evil.
I agree.
It's a real thing, and there's a temptation to do it.
They take you for a communist when you talk about eradicating profit motive for companies. I guess you should specify for them that universal basic and primary needs should never be a profit-driven business. I do that all the time. It doesn't matter. People are so primed to become little cops and like read between the lines and assume the worst when you say things like that. Everyone is trained as like a little McCarthyist, okay? Everyone's got that dog in them where they go, you're saying certain things like everyone deserves healthcare. That's some pussy shit. That's some real socialism right there. And I'm trained into thinking that that's a bad thing. If you were to tell me that big pharmaceuticals are profit driven and therefore you should eat cow manure, I would be more inclined to believe you.
Too, which is even more crazy.
Yeah.
Oh. Funny how you called yourself dumb for not being able to understand dumb. Don't worry, homie, you're good, lol. No, I am dumb, just not that level of dumb, okay? That there's levels to it. America is the Disney Channel Third Reich was a banger E-Up Lovely take that I wanted to show you, by the way, from the Carter funeral. Registered nurses here, we use remdesivir all the time with patients with pneumonia. It's a safe and effective drug. Lots of elderly die due to pneumonia. Remdesivir, hands down, saves them. Yeah, but okay. Some of them died in pneumonia. So remdesivir kills them, is what I'm going to assume. Hillary's big ass head in the background. Yeah, it's weird how big her head is, dude. It's kind of crazy. All right. Donald Trump sends in the hush money case. I don't really care about it. SCOTUS is hearing oral arguments about banning TikTok. Also, here is Scott Geller on MSNBC talking about the revolutionary sentiment that is sparking amongst the working class that must liberate themselves from the must emancipate themselves and crush the chains of capital. We're going to be covering that as well. And then I'll also get to the Lake and Riley Act and how devastating and dangerous that is. Did I say Scott Galloway or did I say the wrong? Yeah, he sucks, by the way. Scott Galloway is awful. Did I say Scott Geller? Oh.
We'll hear oral arguments today regarding the law that would effectively shut down the video sharing app in the U.S. And now President-elect Trump is weighing in. Dan Abrams standing by to break down the arguments. First, senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is at the court. Good morning, Selena.
TikTok will make its last stand. The app is set to be banned just days from now, so TikTok is making its final plea to stay in America.
Yeah, this is how they're making the plea. Look at these cool ass dances.
It's one of the most popular social media apps in America with an estimated 100 million.
Why is Scott Galloway bad? Yeah, he has interesting thoughts on toxic masculinity. Okay, that's fine. Just don't look at what he has to say about Palestinians and students who are in favor of Palestinian emancipation, or even like all this other stuff about like his opinion on masculinity and stuff. He's got a lot of weird takes. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Home to viral moments and everything from how-to tutorials.
You have to make these chopped Italian sandwiches. These
to fashion and beauty trends.
These over here are the Cyber Monday deals I'm low-key looking at.
But in just 9 days, TikTok is set to disappear from America's app stores after Congress passed a law forcing its Chinese parent company ByteDance to sell the app or face a ban. Lawmakers from both parties and the White House argue it's a serious national security risk.
Oh, by the way, they are going to come after Tencent. They're going to come after League of Legends. I'm just letting you know right now. I am letting you know right now. They're going to come after League of Legends. They're going to come after Valorant. They're going to come after the drone producers. What is it called? DJI or whatever, the Chinese drone manufacturers. They're going to come after Chinese router companies like TP-Link. I'm just letting you know. DJI, sorry, yeah. Yes, Marvel Rivals might be on the chopping block. I am letting you know right now that the way things are going, they're going to try to clamp down on anything and everything that is made in China. This panic is not going away. It is not going to subside. It is going to get much worse. Let's continue.
The Chinese government can force TikTok to hand over Americans' data and use the app to spread misinformation. TikTok denies those claims, saying its American operations are separate and arguing the ban.
Dude, there's nothing funnier. There is nothing funnier than saying TikTok is responsible for the spread of misinformation, which it is. Okay, that's true. But exclusively TikTok is responsible for spreading misinformation. Have you seen Twitter? Have you seen Facebook? Have you seen any of the social media platforms out there? Like, if you cared about the dissemination of truth, right? Or if you cared about like hate speech or you know, all of these like divisive, you know, all these divisive statements coming out of social media and like dividing the public, then apply European style restrictions. Then you will never do that, of course, because this has nothing to do with national security fears. This has nothing to do with misinformation that TikTok is causing, and everything to do with TikTok being a Chinese operated company that is literally sucking up the rest of the social media marketplace. And they want to ensure that they're the only game in town. American owned companies must dominate the land. TikTok doesn't offer the same backdoors that every other social media platform offers to the American intelligence agencies. That's a big problem for them. And also, it's not controlled by by an American that is malleable, by a Westerner that is, you know, easier to control. That's the reason. That's why they absolutely hate it.
And violates the First Amendment right to freedom of speech. So far, federal judges have sided with the government, but later today, the Supreme Court's 9 justices will hear the arguments that...
I know they're already coming for Tencent. U.S. has Chinese tech giants to list of companies allegedly working with China's military. Yeah. Tencent. The U.S. Department of Defense has added Chinese tech companies Tencent, a social media and gaming giant, and CATL, the world's largest battery maker, to a list of firms that it alleges works with the Chinese military. And the thing is, they do. They do. Of course they do. You know who else works with the military, with their respective military? Every American company. Every company in the United States of America. From video game developers all the way to whatever, you know, whatever goods manufacturing we have that remains here, okay? It's so stupid. If anything, the Chinese collaboration with the government / the Chinese military is much more limited than the overt American collaboration that every single one of our software companies and hardware companies works directly with the American military. Yeah, from Microsoft to Facebook to Amazon, everything. If they take away my League of Legends, I'm going full treatlerite. Yeah, Tencent Epic Games also works with the U.S. military. Epic partners with SwordTech for government and military applications. Epic Games has selected SwordTech as our official provider of licensing. Inclusion of the Pentagon list does not result in immediate sanctions, but it could affect the reputations of the companies named and hinder their commercial progress, particularly if they want to do business in the United States. Shares in Tencent, which owns Chinese super app WeChat, were 6.5% lower in Hong Kong on Tuesday, while CATL Shenzhen listed shares lost more than 3%. They joined dozens of other alleged Chinese military companies on the list that the Defense Department alleges operate directly or indirectly in the U.S., according to a notice posted in the Federal Register on Monday. The Pentagon has said the so-called 1260H list, which is updated annually, is an important continued effort in highlighting and countering China's military-civil fusion strategy, a goal to develop the most technologically advanced military in the world by eliminating barriers between the country's civilian research and commercial sectors and its armed forces. Meanwhile, we got this going on. Mr. Beast, Kelly Clarkson, and Guy Fieri were approved for Pentagon funds last year as military recruitment hits record lows. Look at that. Ridiculous. Yeah.
Like nation.
Mark Zuckerberg openly admitting that Meta works with the intelligence community to identify foreign influence operations. Like, that's the major reason why they're so upset with TikTok too. And obviously the straw that broke the camel's back was when they got the Israel lobby on board with banning TikTok. Because if you recall, Donald Trump initially said he wanted to ban TikTok when he was president. There was a lot of motion to ban TikTok. This materialized and became a full-blown, he wanted to do it via executive authority. It didn't work, right? Then they turned to Congress. And the final straw that broke the camel's back was post-October 7 when the ADL got involved. When ADL and other, Israel lobby arms got together and wanted to ban TikTok because there was too much pro-Palestinian sentiment going on those platforms, as opposed to like Meta, where if you say anything even remotely pro-Palestinian, you get banned. They were able to finally push Congress to take action, which they did, and then they voted for it, and then it went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and now the Supreme Court is discussing whether or not to ban this website, and virtually all members of the supposedly liberal media, supposedly mainstream liberal media, are on board with this ban as well. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, given the advantages that he got from TikTok and a last-ditch effort, I think, from TikTok that opened up the content faucet for right-wing sentiment to thrive even more than it does, is now trying to save TikTok. At least that's what he's saying he wants to do.
That will determine TikTok's fate. After President-elect Donald Trump, who tried to ban TikTok during his first term, urged the Supreme Court to put the law on hold.
It's sad. It's really, really sad.
Hanging in the balance, many content creators and small businesses who make a living off of the app.
Hey there, I'm Nadia.
Like Nadia Okamoto, who has over 4 million followers.
If TikTok were to go away, we would be facing a really, really challenging situation.
Yeah, this is a very real issue because TikTok is virtually the only game in town for a lot of small businesses that have, become very successful small businesses. It's not even a joke. Like this is straight up something that I brought. This is something that I brought up as well.
Now, if the ban does go into effect, TikTok isn't just going to disappear from your phone, but new users won't be able to download it and you won't get those software updates. So eventually the app would just stop working. Now, the Supreme Court is expected to make its final decision sometime next week before that January 19th deadline. Guys?
Okay, Selena, thanks. Let's bring in our chief legal analyst.
I mean, I wouldn't be mad because this means one less deliverable for me at work. I think that it is absolutely ridiculous that they are banning TikTok. Here's Mitt Romney openly admitting why they want to ban TikTok, by the way. I just want to point this out. Here it is.
Been so awful. I know that's not your area of expertise, but you have to have some thoughts on that, which is, I mean, as you've said, why has Hamas disappeared in terms of public perception?
I don't know how you can see how badly TikTok has broken people's brains, and I think it's bad to ban it. I don't agree with their reasoning, but it would be a net good. No, you want to know why? Because, and I've repeated this over and over again, TikTok is one of the only social media platforms where there is leftist sentiment that routinely goes viral. Every other social media platform actively clamps on this sort of sentiment and genuinely stops its distribution. That's the reason why they want to ban TikTok to begin with. It's a major part of the problem. So I say, if there are going to be no restrictions whatsoever, then yeah, I don't want the only platform where there is somewhat of a 50-50 split on left-leaning sentiment versus right-wing supercharged conspiracy theories is better overall than platforms like Twitter that is like completely overtaken by neo-Nazi nonsense. That's it. Yeah, exactly. TikTok is the most left-wing platform, which isn't saying much, by the way. Just so you understand, TikTok being the most left-wing platform doesn't mean that it's like all leftist content on there. It's not that at all. There's plenty of right-wing nut jobs on there too. There's plenty of conspiracy theories on there as well. What do you think will replace it? It seems inevitable that it'll be taken away. Yeah, people are just going to supercharge YouTube Shorts. You know? That's it. That's what's going to happen. people are going to go to other platforms, and that's precisely what these American-backed and Western-backed social media platforms want. They either want to be able to control TikTok and give it to the hands of, forcibly sell it to an American, or they want to just like eradicate it so that people just use Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts. They've all made their competitive products. Okay?
On the table to have a ceasefire, and yet the world is screaming about Israel. It's like, why aren't they screaming about Hamas? Accept the ceasefire, bring home the hostages. It said it's all the other way around. Typically the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? How have they and we been so ineffective at communicating the realities there? And
we're on an intravenous feed of information. With new impulses, inputs every millisecond. And of course, the way this is played out on social media has dominated the narrative. And you have a social media ecosystem environment in which context, history, facts get lost, and the emotion, the impact of images dominates. And we can't discount that, but I think it also has a very, very, very challenging effect on the narrative.
Yeah, a small parenthetical point, which is some wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok.
Yeah, what they're talking about isn't necessarily that TikTok is woke, particularly. Okay, they're simply stating correctly that TikTok has more left-wing sentiment in it. Like TikTok allows more left-wing sentiment than other platforms. It doesn't mean that it's like overwhelmingly leftist. The argument here is that because TikTok is not controlling the flow of information, they're admitting basically to suppressing any sort of left-wing sentiment. That's it. It's stuff like this. It's stuff like obviously Gaza, but then also Luigi Mangione. Okay? I'm telling you right now. There's only a permissible amount of left-wing sentiment that is allowed on websites, okay? We got to take it out. We got to take out anyone that is a naysayer of the State Department, no matter what the cost. I mean, I'll give you a personal example, obviously, of what I have gone through here on Twitch, right? Think about how many outside organizations have come after the entirety of Twitch. Think about how many media articles have been written about my unacceptable anti-Semitism. Why? Because I'm pro-Palestinian. Okay? It is a laughable argument to make that I am even remotely anti-Semitic. I have spent so much of my media career combating anti-Semitism, explaining to people what dog whistles look like, and combating against fascist sentiment. And just like that, because of my overt and open defense of Palestinian emancipation, because of my unflinching support for Palestinian liberty, for human rights and recognition for Palestinians, immediately it's like, this guy is an anti-Semite. You have to ban him. And you're shadow banned on Insta. Exactly. That's the other side of this story. Okay? That's it.
I'd note that's of real interest, and the president will get the chance to make action in that regard.
Here's the other side of the story. Mark Zuckerberg on how Meta works with the intelligence community to identify foreign influence operations. Let's take a look.
nation states or people interfering. A lot of that stuff is best rooted out at the level of kind of accounts doing phony things. It's effectively like intelligence, counterintelligence folks, counterterrorism folks, AI folks who are building systems to identify what are these accounts that are just not behaving the way that people would, and how are they interacting, and then sometimes you trace it.
Where is he shadow banned? Put my name on the Instagram search bar. See if you can find me. Do it. Look at this. Hasan Piker fans. HasanAbi tweets. Hassan Minhaj. Hassan John Kaya. HasanAbi posting. Hassan D. Piker 69. Hassan D. Piker page. Hassan D. Piker memes. Hassan D. _ Piker. You have to write my full username for me to come up. And I'm logged in on my own profile. Like, I'm logged in on my own profile and it still won't show up. Yeah, look at this. This is real. I don't follow my business account, but wanted to check your stories and I had a hard time finding you. Yeah. I mean, there's like, there are ways where you can find, there are ways where you can find, if you're shadow banned or whatever, or blacklisted or whatever, but your own profile never shows up in search. You come up for me fine without typing out the name. Is this because I'm in Canada? Maybe. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I'm not here to complain and cry all the time about like, oh, my algorithm is bad or whatever. It doesn't matter ultimately, and it's varying results. Okay. I love how we can be shadow banned with no due process, no appeal, no way of even challenging it. Yeah, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It still shows like, at least for the time being, it still shows what I'm putting out there to my audience, to the people that have already followed me. It just makes it much harder for new people to follow. It limits your engagement. Now, having said that, okay, the thing that is, what I'm talking about is a much larger problem. Like, Meta is so censorious on any sort of Palestinian sentiment, regardless of what Mark Zuckerberg is saying about like anti-DEI initiatives and whatever. Human Rights Watch did a report on it. Meta's broken promises, systemic censorship of Palestine content on Instagram and Facebook. Like Human Rights Watch was criticizing Facebook. They have had they've operated a major censorship regime on any sort of sentiment that is even remotely pro-Palestinian, so far as like to limit the engagement of accounts that have the Palestinian flag on them, on their descriptions. Like, it's crazy.
Down and sometimes you get some tips from different intelligence agencies, and then you can kind of piece together over time. It's like, oh, this network of people is actually some kind of fake cluster of accounts, and that's against our policies, and then we just take them all off. But
how are you sure? Like, is there a 100% certainty
that were
that you are definitely getting a group of people that are bad actors, or is it just people that have unpopular opinions?
No, I don't think it's that for this. I think.
But what I'm saying is, how do you determine?
Yeah.
Like, how do you at what percentage of accuracy are you determining it? Do you ever accidentally think that people that are going to get moderated are actually just real people?
Yes, I think for the specific problem around these like large coordinated groups doing kind of like election.
Yeah. Facebook literally tagged people as terrorists in their internal software for being pro-Palestinian. Okay. So understand that like these guys are not, I mean, this is like as straightforward as it gets. According to Amnesty and many other human rights organizations, Facebook played a significant role, which Mark Zuckerberg even apologized for, promoting violence against Rohingya, and that Meta owes reparations. Myanmar, Facebook systems promoted violence against Rohingya, the Muslims, in the genocide that took place. Facebook played a role in that genocide, an active role in that genocide through WhatsApp specifically, where misinformation was spread about the Rohingya Muslims.
Interference or something. It's a large enough group.
But hey, he does BJJ and he took steroids, TRT, and he got hit with a Dominican ray. So obviously he's cool now.
We have like a bunch of people analyzing it. It's like they study it for a while. I think we're probably pretty accurate on that.
Yeah. Not really relevant, but I think Zuck got on TRT, and I think it completely changed his whole personality and pretty much his approach to life, which happens. It's funny to watch a kind of meek, damp, befuddled alien guy slowly become a what's the move tonight rich white guy.
At the beginning,
here it is. More anti-vaxxer nonsense and how Facebook complied with the state demands.
It kind of seemed like, okay, we should give a little bit of deference to the government and the health authorities on how we should play this. But when it went from 2 weeks to flatten the curve to, and like in the beginning, it was like, okay, there aren't enough masks. Masks aren't that important. To then it's like, oh no, you have to wear a mask. And, like everything was shifting around. It just became very difficult to kind of follow. And this really hit the most extreme, I'd say during the Biden administration when they were trying to roll out the vaccine program. And I'm generally like pretty pro rolling out vaccines. I think on balance, the vaccines are more positive than negative. But I think that while they're trying to push that program, they also tried to censor anyone who is basically arguing against it. And they pushed us.
You know what's funny about a lot of this stuff is that the overwhelming majority of the initial wave of content and content moderation surrounding COVID didn't happen under the Biden administration. It happened under the Trump administration, which is why I'm always shocked whenever these guys like make it seem as though Biden was already the president. Like they openly lie about this. It's so funny. Like even Matt Taibbi's assessment of government-backed suppression of speech during the hilarious Twitter files, it happened under the Trump administration. Trump was the president at that time. And they still, for some crazy reason, run with this insane narrative that it was actually the Biden administration that did this. I hate the Biden administration. I've criticized it time and time again. But it is mind-boggling to me how many people openly go along with this concept as though he was already in charge, as though he was already controlling the FBI before he won the presidency. I feel like I'm losing my mind. It's like so basic. Such an obvious lie. Why? Why is it? I don't know. It's so stupid.
Super hard to take down things that were true, right? I mean, they basically pushed us and said, anything that says that vaccines might have side effects, you basically need to take down. And I was just like, well, we're not going to do that. Like, we're clearly not going to do that.
That's also a lie.
That is kind of inarguably true.
Who is they? Who's telling you to take down things that
it was
that talk about vaccine side effects?
It was people in the Biden administration. I mean, a lot of this is documented. I mean, because Jim Jordan and the House had this whole investigation and committee into the kind of government censorship around stuff like this, and we produced all these documents, and it's all in the public domain. I mean, basically, these people from the Biden administration would call up our team and like scream at them and curse, and it's like these documents it's all kind of out there.
Oh, did you record any of those phone calls?
I don't think we but I think
I want to listen.
I mean, there are emails. the emails are published. It's all kind of out there, and they're like, and basically it just got to this point where we were like, no, we're not gonna take down things that are true. That's ridiculous. They wanted us to take down this meme of Leonardo DiCaprio looking at a TV talking about how 10 years from now or something, you're going to see an ad that says, okay, if you took a COVID vaccine, you're eligible for, for this kind of payment, like this sort of like class action lawsuit type meme. And they're like, no, you have to take that down. And we just said, no, we're not going to take down humor and satire. We're not going to take down things that are true. And then at some point, I guess, I don't know, it flipped a bit. I mean, Biden, when he gave some statement at some point, I don't know if it was a press conference or to some journalists, where he basically was like, these guys are killing people. And I don't know, then like all these different agencies and branches of government basically just like started investigating and coming after our company. It was brutal. It was brutal.
Wow.
Bro, it is crazy. These guys are like, they just dropped, dude, it's so funny that they just like dropped liberalism, which was already on aesthetic grounds anyway, like a bad habit, and are just now engaging in the same insane conspiracies.
Dan Abrams. So this pits national security. That's what Congress decided is paramount in putting the ban into place versus free speech. Appeals court said national security wins. Do you think the Supreme Court's going to agree?
I think so. I think it's likely because this isn't really a case about banning TikTok, right? It's about forcing a foreign government to sell it. And part of the argument here is this is not just a media entity. This is a data collection agency as well, working for the Chinese government. So that's a pretty strong national security argument. Typically, the court has been pretty deferential to Congress and to laws when it comes to national security.
And we see President-elect Trump wanted to ban it. Now he's interested in keeping it around. Yeah. So if this ban does go into effect, can the Trump administration do anything about it?
Not much. I mean, they can first try to repeal it, right? They can try to get Congress to repeal it. The problem with that is it's really a popular law. Mm-hmm. It was a bipartisan law. It would be very hard for the Trump administration to convince Congress to say, oh, you know what? That law we passed, we're going to...
It's not a popular law. It's popular in Congress. It's not a popular law. It's simply popular in Congress. What's popular in Congress is not popular for the American population.
We're going to retract it. The biggest thing they could do is they could assure the Apples and Googles of the world, we're not going to enforce it. Don't worry. You're good for now. The question is going to be, is that enough for them to say, okay, they're telling us that they're not going to enforce it, but boy, these fines are very substantial if someone does decide that they are going to start enforcing.
Well, and one of the big questions about the app itself is the secret sauce inside of TikTok, which is the algorithm. That's the thing that makes sure you see what they want you to see, so you keep playing around inside of the app. What happens to that in all of this?
Well, and the Chinese government is basically saying the reason they don't want to sell it is they're not going to sell the algorithm. Now, you have some American buyers who are coming forward and saying, hey, that's fine. We'll take TikTok. We'll take it without the algorithm. Who knows what's going to happen with the algorithm, but the Chinese are citing that as the main reason why there's no way, no how they can sell it We'll see if the court comes in and says you got to sell it. We'll see if they stick with it.
I got to ask another question. If the administration says they're not going to enforce it, can either Congress or some kind of private party bring some kind of action to force the administration?
It would be hard. They could try, but it would be hard. In the end, it's going to be, and that's why there'd be concerns, right, from the Googles and the Apples of the world as to, is there really safety here?
Okay. Dan Abrams, thanks very much.
Yeah.
Following today's oral arguments, the Supreme Court appears ready to uphold a ban on TikTok that is set to take effect in 9 days. The popular app is used by as many as 170 million users in the U.S. A bipartisan law orders TikTok to shut down in 9 days unless it finds a new owner that is not in China or the Supreme Court takes action.
To give you some background, lawmakers fear that through TikTok, China could acquire Americans' private data or could push propaganda that would sow discord. It's a risk that TikTok's lawyer acknowledged to the 9 justices this morning.
That they would use that information over time to develop spies, to turn people, to blackmail people, people who a generation from now will be working in the FBI or the CIA or in the State Department. Is that not a realistic assessment by Congress and the President of the risks here?
Well, Your Honor, I'm not disputing the risks. I certainly acknowledge the risk, but I think there are lots of reasons, not just the one I just gave, but there are lots of reasons why that risk still can't justify the law.
Let's get the latest on what happened today with CNN Chief Supreme Court Analyst Joan Biskupik. Joan, it looks like the justices are not going to block this ban.
It does, but I've got a couple caveats. No, you could tell that they were with the federal government here in terms of the main motivation. But there are a couple questions. There are actually 3. First of all, is this a First Amendment infringement? And once you get past that, has the government, Congress, passed a law that's narrowly tailored to kind of meet its compelling interest to override the First Amendment free speech interest? And then after that, what about timing? Because that did come up here. Could this possibly not take effect on January 19th, which is when it's scheduled to take effect, which of course is a day before President-elect Donald Trump comes in? First of all, on that exchange that you just listened to, there was so much concern about the potential for, Chinese espionage. At one point, the Chief Justice also said, so are we supposed to ignore the fact that the ultimate parent is, in fact, subject to doing intelligence work for the Chinese government? Because TikTok, while an American company, is owned ultimately by ByteDance, which is, headquartered in Beijing. So that was a real concern. But those 2 grounds that you just mentioned that Congress passed the law based on, the data collection for blackmail and other espionage, and the covert manipulation, it was that latter grounds that the justices were really suspicious about. Doesn't everyone know now that TikTok is owned by a Chinese parent company? Wouldn't they know that potentially that there could be some manipulation? So I think the justices might not agree with the government on the extent of the grounds here. So bottom line, it looks like this court is ready to rule against TikTok, but then finally timing. The question came up of whether there should be some postponement of the effect of the law taking place on January 19th, which is what Congress had dictated when it passed the law back in April. President-elect Donald Trump has said, put a pause on it. TikTok has said, put a pause on it. And the justices started to ask about that. And the Solicitor General of the United States, currently the Biden administration Solicitor General, said, no, if you're going to rule for us based on our national security grounds that it looked like they were ready to buy, there's no reason to say that would justify any kind of postponement here. But there seemed to...
They don't give a shit about anything, bro. The Biden admin is so funny. They literally are just like, no, ban it, ban it, ban it, ban it, ban it. Good stuff. You want to know how ridiculous the arguments are about covert manipulation, data collection, and all that? The Democratic Party moved to ban TikTok. And then they set up TikTok accounts for both Joseph Robinette Brandon and Kamala Harris. That's it. That's all you need to know about how ridiculous these arguments are. That's it. That's it. Destroyed by design. Los Angeles fires are a part of a larger globalist plot to wage economic warfare and deindustrialize the United States before triggering total collapse. Elon Musk. True. Nice.
Be some sentiment about should they act when we're in the middle of a transition between administrations, and what would the consequence be if they were to do it that way?
It's going to be so interesting what happens, especially with the timing. Joan, thank you so much for that. Sure. We do appreciate it.
What exactly did they?
Biden is spitting today.
Also asked about Havana syndrome. Today, the intelligence community assessment changed slightly, with two intelligence agencies now saying there's an even chance that this is being caused by a foreign actor. Do you personally believe that a foreign actor is responsible?
Those TikTok accounts are not personal, but political in nature. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter. They're literally promoting TikTok by using TikTok to promote their political campaigns. And there are people who have access to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris that are in these camps that have to be logged on to TikTok and using TikTok to do marketing.
Responsible for these incidents?
No. Now, do I believe that ISIS's theology, if you will, has impacted people in America? Some who are not particularly well suited to handle the life they live.
What?
It has that effect. But I find no evidence, and I spent 17, 18 hours with the community right off the bat.
Asked about Havana syndrome, President Biden gets confused and starts talking about ISIS theology.
Trying to determine whether or not there was any outside influence. And thus far, we find no connection between an outside player, individual. But that doesn't mean someone reading the malarkey that's going out there isn't influenced by it. Both these men, both in Nevada and in Louisiana, have been men who've had their own problems but not because they've been influenced by a specific individual.
Sorry, so my question was on Havana syndrome, not Nevada, sorry. On the Havana syndrome, the intelligence community today, part of their assessment changed, saying that there is now an even chance that...
Look at his fucking face. Oh my God!
The Havana syndrome cases and incidents, there's a foreign actor potentially behind them. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't have the full brief on that right now. I'm not going to comment on that.
Do you have an update on Austin?
Here's another good take from Brandoni. Asked if he regrets his decision to run for re-election, President Biden says, "I don't think so."
I don't think so. I think I would have beaten Trump, could have beaten Trump, and I think that Kamala could have beaten Trump and would have beaten Trump. It wasn't about, I thought it was important to unify the party. And when the party was worried about whether or not I was going to be able to move, I thought, even though I thought I could win again, I thought it was better to unify the party. And it was the greatest honor in my life to be President of the United States, but I didn't want to be one who caused a party that wasn't unified to lose an election. And that's
Yeah. He could have beaten Trump totally.
Well, look, the whole idea of walking away from fact checking, as well as not reporting anything having to do with discrimination regarding to TPS, I find to be.
Video on who funded the TikTok. What is this? Guess which country is funding all the research about how dangerous TikTok is and how its users don't hate China enough?
Walls behind all.
Let me guess. It was if it was written in the free press, then is the answer Israel? Is that what's going to be?
All the research, quote unquote, proving that TikTok brainwashed America's youth. Well, maybe you do have some inkling, but I have all the receipts. First, a little context. TikTok is fighting for its life right now in the Supreme Court because they tell us that it is a supposed national security threat, and also its algorithm is supposedly pushing very dangerous ideas on Americans. The evidence for the so-called threat to national security comes courtesy of the Justice Department, which, as you can see here, is just a whole lot of trust me, bro. And in terms of the dangerous algorithm, they will say that TikTok is actively manipulating perceptions of China and the Chinese Communist Party through algorithmic bias. And this is the seminal study they're going to cite, which is titled Information Manipulation on TikTok and its Relation to American Users' Beliefs
Rutgers University, Department of Psychology.
About China. It is a paper put out by NCRI, Network Contagion Research Institute at Rutgers University, which once again, they conclude that TikTok is, quote, indoctrination at scale. But here's what they don't tell you about that study. That study never analyzes the For You page, which is how everybody uses TikTok. Nor do they ever look at view count, which is just super weird. All they did was some arbitrary categorization and count of pro or anti-CCP videos, which they found through searches. I mean, why wouldn't they A, factor in how the user actually uses the app, which is the For You page? And B, if they're claiming that they're worried about ideas spreading like wildfire, why aren't they actually looking at the view counts of these videos? But hey, that's just my take on it. You can look up this study and judge the methodology for yourself. But could it be that the conclusion was predetermined for reasons? Because guess who runs the Network Contagion Research Institute? Oh, and by the way, what I'm about to show you has been entirely scrubbed from the internet. I had to go to the Wayback Machine to find their About page, which is now deleted. First, you got guys at Big Tech, most notably Peter Norvig, Director of Research at Google. And we know they want the competition gone. Then you have the folks from the military. For example, this gentleman, Jacob Shapiro, Chief Scientific Officer, U.S. Navy. More military, Denver Riggleman. He did advanced analysis for the NSA. And we know they have a little bit of a vested interest in keeping our enemies our enemies. And the final piece of the puzzle, perhaps the most important, people like Alex Goldenberg, lead intelligence analyst, who did intelligence work for AIPAC. Last but not least, the director and co-founder, Joel Finkelstein. He is from the Anti-Defamation League. Okay, that is a lot there.
A lot of these guys work in pro State Department. I don't think this is like specifically Israel. I think that given that Israel is aligned or is an extension of American empire, yes, you're going to see a lot of people who have worked in the pro-Israeli side of things actively working on initiatives such as this one. Yeah. That's all that is.
And unfortunately, there's a lot that I'm gonna have to leave unsaid for reasons. Some dots that you're just gonna have to connect for your.
Okay, yeah, I think this stuff is stupid. Yeah, they're anti-China, and they don't like that TikTok is popular. They want to sell off this popular product by force to an American so they can control the dissemination of info on it. And yes, if you scratch the surface hard enough, you're always going to find people that are working at these like research institutes that have State Department background. And yes, if you have State Department background, of course you have at a certain point worked for an Israeli Knesset granted, jobs program like at the ADL or, I mean, I guess AIPAC doesn't officially get sponsorship from the Israeli government because then it would be a foreign lobbying group. But But yeah, it's not. It's not shocking. I think it's it's a byproduct of Israel being a tool of American empire. And it's like such a strange thing that I can't get pro-Israel people to reckon with, liberal Zionists, and I can't get anti-Semitic people to understand it either. They both, to varying degrees, repeat the same old horse shit. Which is that Israel is operating on its own and dominating American politics. Does Israel have a tremendous amount of influence over Does Israel have a tremendous amount of influence over American domestic affairs? Absolutely. Okay. It does. It spends a great deal of money on making sure that there is ideologically minded pro-Israeli people growing up in the United States of America. They spend a great deal of money also making sure that Congress plays ball. But the only reason why they're allowed to do that and not China is because it is a cycle that that benefits American empire. Like the special privilege that Israel gets in this regard is not the special privilege that Israel gets in that regard is not unique because Israel is Jewish. It's unique because Israel is an extension of the American state. Yeah, see, this is why I'm saying, like, is it safe to say USA is a puppet of Israel? No, it's not. It's the opposite. Israel is a weapon of the US state, not vice versa. Anyway, let's look at the logistics behind Trump's purchase of Greenland.
President-elect Donald Trump says he wants to wrestle ownership and control of Greenland, renewing a pledge he first made in 2019.
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time.
Donald Trump Jr. just visited the territory, where locals were seen wearing MAGA hats.
I just want to say that it's a very special place.
But to actually buy the island, the U.S. would have to first...
They really are bad at doing PSYOP. Like, they straight up are bad. Like, Democrats are unironically, for all of their faults and failures, this is the one thing that Democrats do care about, is like at least putting a lot of initiative behind like decent propaganda. Like, come on, man. You went to a restaurant in Greenland and like there was 8 people wearing MAGA hats. Like, that is, you're not even trying. Democrats would have found like an Inuit group that is seeking out American liberation and like juice them to the freaking gills with bribes to talk about like Danish colonialism and its impact on Greenland last week. Like, it's kind of crazy that they really do lead by force. Like, they have no interest in doing any sort of propaganda operation where they're just like, yeah, we found a bunch of people that wear MAGA hats. Look, they love us. You know what I mean? Apparently people with MAGA hats are unhoused people who are paid with a meal. That's what I'm saying. It's like, that is terrible. That is like entry level propaganda. You are not doing a good enough job trying to create reasonable ground as to why, you know, Greenland must be American. That's what I'm saying. Like, Democrats would run this so much better, even though they kind of flubbed with Israel. They failed because, you know, it got to a point where it was impossible to do propaganda for. But like, Democrats would be so much better at this. They would immediately, I'm telling you, they would go and find like native Greenlanders, okay? Sitting on top of like, I don't know, like a lithium reserve or something. And they would juice them to the gills with contracts, like unimaginable contracts. Like, if you help us extract these resources, we will promise you prosperity. You open up the door that way through the private enterprise angle. And then once you have developed a decent enough relationship with them, you then turn around and you say, you know what would be amazing? If all Greenlanders could be liberated from the scourge of Danish colonialism. Okay? Then they would gather they would set up shop, create NGOs in Greenland for a multitude of different things that they perceive Greenlanders care about, but specifically colonial liberation. You'd start seeing like voice of Daneland articles talking about how Greenland must emancipate itself from the chains of Danish colonialism, and that the Danish have left them behind, exploited them for far too long. And most of all, one of the things that Greenlanders want more than anything else is the beauty of free enterprise, an opportunity to actually work with the global leaders in economic opportunity, the United States of America. Okay? Then, Radio Free Greenland would constantly churn out this propaganda. The NGOs would go to like student groups or whoever, right, about, you know, make Greenland gay or whatever kind of social issues they might perceive in Greenland. Then New York Times would write an article about the Inuit suppression forced by the Danish upon Greenland. They would go and interview some of these NGOs that have set up shop there. Okay. Then they would turn around and start highlighting some of the Inuit population in Greenland that want liberation. You've already developed a decent reputation with them. Those are your guys. You can use them all the time. You would create so much pro-Greenland emancipation propaganda. Okay? You could create so much pro-Greenland emancipation propaganda as a just cause that you would turn around and have the entirety of the international institutions also admonish Denmark for its colonial stranglehold that is placed on top of Greenland. And the only way to liberate Greenland would be the United States of America and its involvement. They would maybe, for good nature, they would add in a couple notes about how terrifying it is that the Russians are trying to colonially occupy Greenland, and how the Chinese are trying to do colonialism on Greenland as well. And ultimately, they would move on with a security partnership and cooperation as they, turn Greenland into a territory. So you'd rather manipulate them instead of being upfront about wanting their land? I would rather us not do any of those things. I'm just simply stating that the only people who are still invested in running these sorts of operations are the Democratic Party. The Republicans have completely dropped it. And they're just very openly just go and they're like, no, it's ours. What are you going to do? We're America. We'll fuck you up. The point is, Republicans see no reason to do manufactured consent. That's my point. That's ultimately what I'm saying. Whereas Democrats still do care about that. I missed the part where the U.S. funds a right-wing rebellion. Oh, that too. It's dependent on what the political environment looks like.
Navigate a series of obstacles. Greenland, a former Danish colony, has been tied to Denmark both politically and culturally for centuries. It's hosted multiple visits from the Danish royal family and features symbolically in the crown's coat of arms. Following Trump's latest comments, Denmark's king unveiled a change to the centuries-old design, making the segment representing Greenland more prominent. Although Greenland now has powers to self-govern, the island is still bound to Danish approval on certain issues.
And Denmark maintains responsibility for national defense and security, while on the same time the Greenlandic government has responsibility and control over domestic issues and domestic resources.
So under the current framework, Trump would need to convince both the Danish government and government of Greenland to agree to a deal. But if those connections were to detangle through independence, a movement which has been gaining momentum in recent years, Trump could directly
I like that the media is on autopilot. Like, the media is on autopilot already. Like, Trump might do a bad job at it, but it doesn't fucking matter. The media will do it for him. That's amazing.
Negotiate with Greenland. Some Greenlanders are welcoming Trump's interest as a way to pursue that goal. That includes one of the island's most prominent online influencers.
3 things you should know about Greenland.
When I look overall, I'm happy that U.S. is showing this much interest in Greenland, because this way we are being heard much, much more around the world. It feels like us getting the attention is speeding up our independence of Greenland from Denmark.
However, even if Greenland gained independence, analysts say purchasing it is far-fetched.
This decision about Greenland is for Greenlanders. I don't believe the Greenlanders are interested in swapping one relationship with Denmark for the United States.
Plus, the government of Greenland has said it's not for sale. But if Trump did manage to make a deal, analysts say 2/3 of Congress would have to ratify a treaty before the takeover would be signed into law by the president. This process is not without historical precedent. In 1867, Andrew Johnson gained control of what is now known as Alaska from Russia in a deal which cost the U.S. $7.2 million, equivalent to around $138 million today. The U.S. has also tried to buy Greenland before.
Sturdy deep-sea cutters of the United States Coast Guard patrol the western Greenland shores.
Following World War II in 1946, U.S. President Harry Truman offered to buy it for $100 million. Denmark refused to sell. So far, Trump hasn't floated a concrete figure for any purchase. Instead, another option he has not ruled out is taking military action.
Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No, I can't assure you. You're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this. We need them for economic security.
Trump has also suggested leveraging economic policy to achieve his goals in Greenland. He's threatened to hit Denmark with tariffs if Danish officials don't cooperate with his takeover bid. Ultimately, it isn't clear how taking control of Greenland would be achieved.
The reason that the Truman administration didn't need to go forward is because NATO was created 3 years later, and that was the basis by which the United States signed in 1951 our first defense agreement with the Kingdom of Denmark, which allowed us to create our northernmost military base in northwest Greenland.
That base, which still exists today, includes a radar station that is part of the U.S.'s ballistic missile early warning system.
The thought about invasion, well, we're invading ourselves. We have a base that is right there, and it's so important to the United States. And again, we have the strongest ally and partner in the Kingdom of Denmark.
Even some of Trump's advisors acknowledge a Greenland takeover is unlikely. They say instead an expansion of U.S. presence on the island through economic investments and a larger military footprint is a possibility.
And I think the other Finally, the other option, which I think is more realistic, the U.S. could pursue a compact of free association agreements like we have with Micronesia and some of the other island Pacific nations. Right, this approach would allow the United States to expand our access and influence, but also while providing.
Remember when you said mining contracts? The YouTuber influencers they just showed. Kuna Puk also currently works as a Greenlandic director for Ironbark Zinc, an Australian Securities Exchange listed mineral resource company focused on the development of the Citronen mine zinc project in Greenland. Man, that's so shocking. The Greenlandic chatter here, Inuit initially started being critical of the U.S., like with a military base in Tula and the forcible moving of native population there. There was an international lawsuit. Now the latest polls show Greenlanders view very positively to NATO and the U.S. Result of your described optimal propaganda. Yeah. Soon you will hear about Greenlanders and their resentment towards Russia and Russian imperialism and China. The real reason why, obviously, this is happening is because it's a new trade route that has opened up that China and Russia can use willy-nilly due to, obviously, climate change. Arctic Studies Group is an extension of the Naval Academy. Dude, we have affairs everywhere. We have our tentacles in every country. All the time. Everywhere. Like, think about how easy it is to just, like, activate a bunch of NGOs and a bunch of, like, normal, neutral-sounding groups. Yeah, it's not just climate change. Russia plans to use their northern waters to streamline trade and begin whipping the U.S. in logistics. Yeah. That trade route is shit is such delusional, antiquated thought, completely divorced from science. If that's what's being thought, climate change will force regionalism. There will no longer be global trade, like under neoliberalism within a decade. Oh, here, this is the shitty propaganda that Trump is doing. Sources for DR, Trump's people bribe the homeless and socially disadvantaged with hotel dinners to play Trump supporters. Few people have probably noticed that Donald Trump Jr. Tuesday visited Greenland as a part of Trump's plan to gather greater control over Greenland. Here, several of Greenlanders appeared wearing red MAGA, Make America Great Again caps while posing with Trump's son. Several of them even enjoyed a lunch with Trump Jr. at Hereford Beef Stew at the fine Hotel Hans Egede in Nuuk, where Donald Trump even called in to talk to his Greenlandic supporters. At X, the Greenlanders present in MAGA caps are referred to as the local community in Nuuk. But several sources are now telling DR that the portion of these peoples who appear in the video from Trump's campaigners and in the video that Extra Bladet has recorded with the dinner guests are homeless, unsocially disadvantaged, who are often out in front of the utility in Nuuk, Bruxelles, located directly opposite of Hotel Hans Egede. This is a hate crime? Yeah. That's fucked up. We do not speak like fucking Swedes. This violation is too much. A lot of natural resources. It's so funny whenever I talk about like a country with like what? 70,000 people max. There's still a couple chatters in here that are like, "Oh, I'm from Greenland." Like it blows my mind. I think the craziest one isn't Greenland though. The craziest one is when chatters come in and they're like, they're from like, you know, I'm Danish. Oh, never mind. Okay, boo to you. You colonizer. There is a Greenlander in the chat, the car suck guy. But there's you're from Denland. No, not even Moldova. Hey, second generation Algerian. Okay, I'm just memeing anyway. Yeah, there's like there's chatters from Tajikistan. Or yeah, Kyrgyz. There he is, Poker Guy 18, Kyrgyz chatter. Not Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan. There's a dude living in a village in Kyrgyzstan who watches. There's two dudes from Kyrgyzstan. It's crazy. I'm one of like 5 Japanese chatters. Yeah, I'm always shocked that I have fans in Japan. Anyway, but yeah, we'll pack it up real quick, dude. That's why I said like a security cooperation agreement with Greenland is infinitely more likely than annexation of Canada. I think that stuff is crazy. Annexation of Canada stuff is like insane. I don't think it'll happen, but obviously like Greenland security cooperation, very likely. And so is something with like a side deal with Panama as well.
Getting safety and security for the Greenlandic people.
Greenland has vast deposits in rare earths, oil, and gas, also making it a focal point for other major rivals, including China and Russia.
Greenland is quite essential for the homeland security of the United States. It has been that way certainly since the Second World War to prevent Nazi Germany from invading the United States, the Soviet Union, strategic bombers, Russian submarines. The United States has to prioritize the Arctic and making sure that we have the strongest possible defense and deterrence. We don't need to purchase Greenland to do that. We have a robust security, defense, and economic relationship with the Kingdom of Denmark. They have been open for business for quite some time. We just have to deepen that investment. It's the right thing to do, but we certainly don't have to purchase it.
It is time to expose Toyota. They have gone totally woke.
Meet Robbie Starbuck.
If you spend money at John Deere, are you helping pay for the sexual transitions of children? This is Harley Davidson.
John Deere?
It's time for them to be exposed.
The conservative activist has been taking on corporations over what he calls their woke policies. And he's been having a lot of success.
All right, y'all, we've got another massive win to report. Toyota has just sent this email out to their employees and dealerships. Walmart has decided on making some changes.
Since last summer, Starbuck has claimed responsibility for over a dozen public companies dialing back their diversity efforts.
I think Starbucks activism definitely lends some strength to the go woke, go broke sentiment that you hear from some on the right.
Your wallet is a weapon. You do have a voice in this.
To learn about his activism and which companies are his newest targets, the Wall Street Journal visited Starbuck to get a never-before-seen look at his work behind the scenes.
All right, guys. Hey, this is Robbie Starbuck. We're on the set where I typically do my TV hits. Right now, I'm about to go on to do a hit for TBN.
Welcome back to Stack Back Tonight. We're talking to filmmaker, activist, and host of the Robbie Starbuck Show, Robbie Starbuck. Why would these companies do this?
Starbuck works on his crusade against diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI programs, from a studio in his home outside of Nashville.
A lot of this is predicated on what happened in 2020. So after George Floyd, what happened was executives got put in this position where they were incredibly fearful of being framed as racist.
Today, Starbuck is best known for his activism, but his venture into conservative politics is a relatively recent endeavor.
Shining like a flashlight.
In a previous life, Starbuck directed music videos in Hollywood for big names like Snoop Dogg and Megadeth.
My journey from the entertainment industry to today, it started in many ways as a father seeing it come into my kids' schools, this ideology that has permeated corporate America now. A lot of people describe it as wokeness. And my kid comes home and she says, Dad, they had this person come to the school and they talked about white privilege. And at the time, I had never heard of the term white privilege. So I look it up and I do research on the person that they had come in. And I find they're just a total radical Marxist.
Starbuck's politics are rooted in his family's history.
God, I hate these people so much, dude. There's just so much. I have so much disdain in my heart. We celebrate stupidity. We celebrate idiocy. We celebrate incompetence. We celebrate a clear-cut lack of critical thinking. Like, all this guy does is sit around and complain that, like, John Deere made him want to suck a penis, dude. And honestly, it is wild to me that this is the peak of modern conservatism now. Vivek was right. No. I'm just saying there's something severely wrong about American society. And I think it's done as a way to defend capitalism. Okay? I think this is deliberately crafted in a way to keep you preoccupied with the silliest, most nonsensical bullshit you can be preoccupied with, as long as it does not offend the pre-existing hierarchies. You can get away with being as stupid as you want to be, as long as you successfully distract the broad majorities of the American population with your idiocy. And you'll even get a Wall Street Journal article written about you. Like, that's what's so crazy about this. Like, why is the Wall Street Journal doing an article on this guy? Like, they're hailing him as a successful champion, a hero, an activist. Like, that makes no sense.
He says his family fled Cuba in 1965 after their ranch was confiscated by the Castro regime.
My family, they lost everything to communism, and I see this ideology as sort of a modern form of communism. I don't think there's a polite way to say it. I raised hell over it.
There it is. Of course, dude. God damn. It's even funnier if he's lying about this, because so many people like Menendez. You want to know what's really funny? There are a lot of American Cubans in positions of power, like Bob Menendez, for example, that literally lie about having their families' possessions confiscated by the Fidel Castro regime. When you look at their entry point into the country, and they actually fled the Batista regime. Okay? They literally lie. Like, Bob Menendez lies. If you recall, when he was under investigation for getting gold bars delivered to him to make this one singular company that he works with in Egypt the singular halal meat distributor in America, he turned around and he said, "Oh, but it's in my culture as a Cuban to like hide wealth this way. This is how we escaped the Fidel Castro reign with my family. we hid our wealth in gold bars and we trafficked it into the United States of America. And then people looked it up and they were like, but dude, you fled the Batista regime. Your coming into the United States of America predates the Cuban Revolution. So many people that have like fled under Batista will just legitimately lie and say it was actually the communism and the Cuban Revolution that caused them to flee.
And I was really the first parent to speak up. And me being able to do it from a lens of being a minority myself made it a little more awkward for, the faculty there who were mostly, from a certain subset of the.
You misspoke? You said he fled Batista? No, I didn't misspeak. They lie and say they fled Fidel Castro and communism when they actually fled Batista. But hold on, what is this?
Made it a little more, and I was modern form of communism. I don't think there's a polite way to say it. I raised hell over it, and I was really the first parent to speak up. And me being able to do it from a lens of being a minority myself made it a little more awkward for, the faculty there who were mostly, from a certain.
Absolutely zero people think you're a minority, dog. Like, what do you mean it made the wokes awkward because I'm so Cuban? Is that what your argument is? There are Italian people that are infinitely more not white than you, my man. And they're white too still. And so am I. My parents and family Cuban are hooked on this crazy radical Cuban YouTuber who does news. When I tell you all Cubans who live in America watch this guy, it is crazy. What's the name? What's the name of the YouTuber? If you say Destiny, I'm banning you. Okay. No time for memes right now. Find me the guy. Yeah, this guy's like this guy's the whitest Cuban man on the planet.
Certain subset of the left where they didn't have that same ability, but they thought that they had the wisdom to speak for all minorities, right? All right, y'all, you're going to want to see this.
Last summer, Starbucks began his first corporate campaign, targeting the agricultural equipment chain Tractor Supply Company.
We're going to expose it all the craziness that they have done that their customers have no clue about. Every day we were dropping a new piece of information about how they had.
You said every day you get closer to understanding land reform in China? No, every day. I'll take it one step further. I understand Stalinist purges, okay? Do you understand me? Like, fuck land reform. When I see reactionaries like this, I'm like, oh, I get why. I get why people can become incredibly paranoid and so angry and so resentful, especially if you have like a little bit of that authoritarian dog in you, dude. Oh my God. Holy moly. Like, I just like imagine coming out of World War II, trying to consistently concede to the demands being made by the West while being very skeptical of their intentions, being very worried about it, trying to maintain a reconstruction period for your country that was eviscerated, 20 million dead, okay, mostly predominantly young men too. And then you got a Robbie Starbuck type being like, hey, Stalin, I don't like any of the implementation of I don't like the way that you're redistributing and reallocating grain supplies. I would be like, all right, you're dead. Like, I'm literally killing you now. That's what, like, and it's not the right thing to do. I understand that. But also simultaneously, I understand how someone could be pushed to that moment of weakness. Okay? Like, it's not appropriate. Make no mistake. I don't think it's the right thing to do. But given the human condition, given the nature, given the material circumstances of post-World War II USSR and the efforts to rebuild it, while constantly being strung on a tightrope against American empire and American initiatives that are actively and desperately trying to fight against the spread of Soviet style communism around the world. This is the guy. Wait, he's live right now.
Johnny!
Cubanos por el
Ay,
mundo.
por tu madre. Bueno, nada, Jorge, tú cantas muy bien.
What is this guy? I can't speak Spanish. Better video for an introduction.
Now, from CBS News Miami, this is Facing South.
Bro, I don't know if this guy's got motion like that. He's got 12K people watching him.
Communist agenda on our people.
And Alex Otaola is here with us today, and I will just point out, even though you did fairly well speaking English, you did well speaking English, I know that you're more comfortable, you understand English pretty well, but you're more comfortable.
Oh my God, this shit is racist as hell, bro. What is happening? Bro. What is the local news guy saying?
You said speaking in Spanish, so your translator is here, and so we'll be using him as well to translate the interview. But if you're comfortable speaking in English, do so. Otherwise, we'll make it work with the translator.
La campaña pretende hacerlo diferente.
The campaign intends to do this differently.
Por eso prefiero hablar español.
And that's why I rather speak Spanish.
Okay, so let's sort of start. I always like to ask a candidate running, why are you running? Why do you want to be mayor of Miami-Dade County?
Yo he decidido saltar a la política tras la exigencia de los propios seguidores. La gente quiere cambios en Miami-Dade. La gente está cansada del establishment establecido, de los políticos que mienten cada vez que tratan de conseguir los votos.
I started in politics as a demand from the people. People would like to have some changes in Miami-Dade. They are tired about the establishment and about the politicians that lie in order to get votes.
Okay, so I wanna just sort of pick up.
It's kind of like Baba and not speaking English on principle. Yeah, I do respect it, except he's incredibly reactionary. Tired of Stalinist communism in Miami-Dade, yeah.
It's sort of strayed from the values of their consumers. And at the time, a lot of people were still of the mindset, there's no way you're going to get this company to change things. They're worth billions and billions of dollars. You're one guy.
3 weeks later, Tractor Supply caved. The company said in a statement that it would retire its DEI goals, stop sponsoring pride festivals, and no longer submit data to the Human Rights Campaign, the nonprofit that grades companies on their policies when it comes to LGBTQ workers. Tractor Supply and the Human Rights Campaign declined to comment on the story.
So these are all the statements from companies that we have convinced to change. You've got Brown.
I like that this guy is like a serial nuisance. Like, it's pretty funny. He just annoys people. He annoys companies that are making stupid ass like marketing, like that are making stupid marketing decisions to be like, oh, here at John Deere Tractor, we value our neurodivergent minor, Vemper non-binary tractor operators. And then this guy like has an aneurysm when he reads that and immediately gets to fucking dialing. Okay? Immediately. It's just like Mr. Too much time on his hands. That's what this is. And then of course the companies are like, yeah, we didn't give a fuck about this gay shit anyway. Yeah, okay, you got us. Oops. This isn't that related, but I hate this ponytail.
Foreman, owner of Jack Daniels, Lowe's.
Starbucks has gone after over a dozen public companies, each of which has since announced retreats from their DEI.
Like Black & Decker. Hey, John Deere, your founder actually killed my father in the Cuban Revolution. Stop with all that gay shit.
policies, according to Starbucks.
Caterpillar, Harley-Davidson, John Deere, and the one that started it all, Tractor Supply.
Starbucks' impact has been really significant so far. Companies have rolled back policies. They are worried about a social media attack by him. And this is on top of already mounting pressure from shareholder initiatives to litigation around DEI policies.
Starbucks shares his findings with its followers on X and Instagram. His posts about Tractor Supply were forwarded and posted so often that the name of the company started trending on X.
Social media is very important for Starbucks' success. And rather than a more private forum like a shareholder proposal or a litigation, this is very public, and companies, I think, are thinking through the fact that they will need to react.
To date, Starbucks says the most challenging campaign was Harley-Davidson.
It wasn't hard from the context that I thought we couldn't change them. It was hard from the context of I knew how damaging this was in the process, and I couldn't.
Next time the Wall Street Journal is making a video on Grums, I know. It's so funny that the mainstream media, I mean, Wall Street Journal is already pretty right-wing, but they don't care about like DEI initiatives or anything like that. They just care about money. But yeah, this is the equivalent of doing a video on Grums to be like, this guy tackled wokeness in video game developers.
Wouldn't believe that they were willing to continue down this path of essentially lighting money on fire and slapping their existing customer base in the face.
To the CEO of Harley-Davidson, I know you're watching this video. No more donations to woke causes. No more donations.
Why are companies scared of 20K likes and 1 day of trending? Because their commitment to like woke is just marketing anyway. They do it because they don't want people to yell at them. That's it. So they can just like keep exploiting the American labor force to the best of their ability. So when someone, makes a big fuss on the opposite direction, then they go, oops, sorry, my bad. They don't care if there is enough momentum and enough motion to do good PR by supporting Black Lives Matter or whatever, then they'll do that. If there's no longer any interest in supporting Black Lives Matter, and if there is like at least some motion in the anti-woke crowd and soothing their interest, then they'll do that.
To pride parades, that parade section.
I've told you a few times, but I know him personally. He was asking Alexandria's video guy and got outed for some charges, so we had to leave the scene. 2016, almost a week after the election, he was on this shit. Fuck him heavily. There's more to him that sucks. What is this? Tom Morello. Deal. My assumption was wrong. I still think your communist views are disgusting, but at least you're not voting for a warmonger. Also, Fidel Castro stole everything from my family and of cattle ranchers, so I appreciate your apology for calling me a hero. Gracias. Apology accepted. Your cattle rancher, fascist, death squad, Batista, apologist, family, crybaby problems are perhaps a conversation for another time, but nice pivot. Wow. I guess Tom Morello is raging for the machine again. The machine of being pro Fidel Castro in the United States of America. We're never getting a pansexual Harley Davidson shirt? Yeah, sorry. There's no pansexual visibility with Harley Davidson.
Sexuality to children. Just make motorcycles, period.
Starbucks posts about Harley Davidson were also amplified by billionaire Elon Musk.
We did an analysis of impressions and found that it was upward of 1 billion impressions via all of our Harley-Davidson stories that had occurred and all of the influencers who made videos and things like that. So anybody who knows the ad world knows companies pay enormous amounts of money to get 1 billion impressions on something. This is not the 1 billion impressions you wanted.
Harley-Davidson did not respond to a request for comment. Starbucks' activism appears to the world in his social media blitzes, but his campaigns are based on his own small team's painstaking, weeks-long investigations.
It's always predicated off of whistleblower testimony or them bringing forward evidence, things along those lines. We examine that and then we dig deeper and do an open source investigation where we're looking at things that are public but that most people never look at, like sustainability reports and things like that. We collect that all together and build a real portrait of how an ideology may have shaped or taken over a company.
When the Wall Street Journal visited Starbucks, he was working on a campaign for the automaker Nissan.
This document I have in front of me is the 2023 Nissan DEI report. It's titled Accelerating Allyship. And the reason that we're looking at this is because oftentimes inside these you find different threads to pull about exactly what these companies are doing. So on this form, they say we define DEI as, and they've got equity listed, and it says recognizing that each person has different circumstances and allocating the resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. The horror of it is that it sounds so similar to equality that people get tricked into believing that they should accept equity. But equity, in fact, is something that seeks to strip excellence and really everything that makes you special and individual away from you.
All right, y'all, I've got amazing news once again. Another company is dropping woke policies. Today, it is Nissan.
Notably, Nissan decided to roll back its DEI policies before Starbucks went public with his investigation.
When we approached Nissan with one of our findings and the story we were thinking about putting out, Nissan was ready to listen right away. And now we're very proud to be able to bring you these changes.
In response to a request for comment, Nissan wrote, "For nearly 4 decades, our commitment to respect and inclusion has been rooted in our values, shaped an environment where each of our team members can contribute at work, and, ultimately, contributed to the success of our business." Starbucks says he is mostly focused on companies that have a conservative customer base.
You have to have a strategy to first start with the companies that depend on the right-wing consumer. Once you start to shift those, you're starting to shift the psychology of the country. And in doing so, you start to be able to move a little bit further away from being so vastly populated by right-wing consumers. So that
this guy is so consumer-brained. Oh my God. He literally thinks that, oh my God, I hate this so much. Oh yeah, once you shift John Deere away from LGBT initiatives, then you'll shift the American population. It just everything that Americans care about revolves around burger and the consumption of burger. Oh my God, it's so stupid. Look, every single one of these corporations, especially due to in the age of corporate consolidation, every single one of these corporations are operating on like minuscule profit margins. They're constantly looking to maintain efficiency. And they thought for some time that these like fake initiatives to say that they love gay people or whatever was going to cause people to buy their products more. Okay? That's it. That's the only reason why they did it. And I've long maintained the position that it's better for companies to not do these like pro-LGBT initiatives and then drop it like a bad habit the moment that there's anyone that's like against it, the moment that anyone like trends on Twitter for 24 hours, then because it's worse overall when they drop that kind of stuff because these guys get a W out of it, making it seem as though there's no appetite for this kind of thing anyway. If you're a small business and you're owned and operated by your, if you're a private business and you're owned and operated by a family and you have genuine ideological convictions, then yeah, it's fine. Go ahead. Okay. What? He quote tweeted you as well. I don't think it's healthy for a nation to be held hostage with the hallucinations of a rabbit cult that lives in an entirely separate reality. Agreed. Something has to be done about mainstream media and their brainwashing of so many people. Thankfully, Trump won so we can have... Oh, this guy follows me. Like, Ben and Jerry's a great example of this, right? Obviously, Ben and Jerry, while they're still owned by like a larger conglomerate, have a genuinely held opinion and they're willing to fight for it. And they're willing to like eat away at their profits, as a matter of fact. Or they're willing to take a hit when it comes to standing by their convictions on Israel. Okay? Not every company wants to do that. Many companies are just terrified. Many companies are terrified of putting out anything, really, any political statement whatsoever. And it's really annoying. It's really annoying when companies like that just, throw out this like purely aesthetic campaign about how they're pro-gay now or whatever, only to drop it at the first moment of feedback. It sucks. You said Apple is the only exception. Apple opposes investor calls to end its DI efforts. We strive to create a culture of belonging. Yeah, I mean, because he's gay. Tim Apple's gay. So I guess they are, they're like, yeah, we're not going to do that because it doesn't matter. Why is EDI wrong, though? Can marginalized people not get crumbs of semblance of justice, even if it's just an illusion? What? Why is DEI wrong? I'm not saying DEI is wrong. I'm just saying exactly what it is, which is a marketing initiative. No company says, oh, we don't want to hire the best people. We want to hire gay people. Okay? That's not a real thing. Everyone wants to hire the best people. This is idiotic. Okay, the notion that the notion that companies are just saying no to the best possible candidates for a position because they're not gay enough or not brown enough is idiotic. It's not real. It's stupid. Okay, it's not. That's not a real thing. DEI initiatives are, at best, marketing initiatives. Real diversity initiatives, on the other hand, that companies apply, oftentimes are also applied for pro-capitalist interest. Like having a more diverse board of executives, for example, leads to having better returns on your overall investments, having higher profit margins year over year. So that's the reason why they want to have more diverse people in general. Okay? Because, the American population is diverse. So it's better to have at least, a group of people that understand the market that you're producing to. I mean, the market that you're trying to sell to. DEI overall. DEI overall is either, simply put, a marketing initiative or at the very least, a way to expand the labor pool, okay? It just simply means don't overlook non-white and non-male applicants because you're so used to simply hiring white men. That's it. But in any case, it's ultimately inconsequential.
That's how you eventually have seen us take on Toyota and Boeing and Walmart.
Starbucks activism is controversial and has attracted plenty of critics, some of whom have labeled his views racist and homophobic.
Proponents of DEI policies believe that this is good for the workforce, this is good for customers, and it is good potentially for companies' financials as well.
So for my critics who claim that DEI improves anything at work, I think there's really only one answer I can give them, and it's that I hope they enjoyed reading the book How to Lie with Statistics, because that's all they're doing.
For companies that he has yet to target, Starbucks has a message.
We're reasonable people. We're not here to shake companies down. Don't be afraid to reach out and ask questions. I will offer advice for free to any of these executives at major companies and tell them what needs to change. You don't need to be a story to change.
I'm not going to watch this whole thing. That would be crazy. I have done crazy things in the past, though. Oh, man. We're not going to watch this. We're not going to watch this whole thing. This conversation isn't for me moments. I do consulting for airports around DEI, and a lot of it currently has been workforce development in low-income neighborhoods to create a better pathway to airport jobs. In 2021, Starbucks declared his candidacy for the Republican nomination to represent Tennessee's 5th congressional district. The state Republican Party removed him from the 2022 primary ballot, a decision ultimately upheld by the Tennessee Supreme Court. Bro, literally no one likes this loser. Well, Wall Street Journal does. So that's cool. Young Americans sympathize more with the CEO shooting suspect than victim. A new poll of college students found that half view the suspect in the UHC CEO Brian Thompson's recent killing extremely or somewhat favorably. Nearly half believe the crime was justified. 81% of the students polled by Generation Lab said that they have an extremely or somewhat negative view of Thompson, the victim. Asked my dad about this story as a reminder. He's an ultra-Zionist, and he said name calling is not good, but blatant censorship is far worse. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is the fantastic new meta rules reported on by Sam Biddle at The Intercept. I've obtained internal meta docs with example posts of now allowed under new hate speech rules. Examples include calling children, I'm not going to say the word, or even saying things like Jews are flat out greedier than Christians and immigrants are grubby, filthy pieces of shit. The loosened rules allow for overt statements of racial superiority and, unsurprisingly, given the national moment, carve out a particular latitude for hateful comments about transgender people and immigrants. The document outlines at the times arbitrary boundaries Meta has drawn with respect to hate speech. Lesbians are so stupid is cited against the rules, while trans people are mentally ill or gay people are sinners are now marked as allowable. Wait. Is there a big lesbian lobby? What's going on? That's so funny that Mark is... I think a lot of old heads don't remember this, but I covered this before. Mark Zuckerberg quite literally allowed anti-Semitism on Meta for the longest time. He does not care about anti-Semitism. What did he originally say? I remember listening to him in an interview being like, I think you should be able to question how many people died in the Holocaust. Yeah, here it is. This is from 2020, okay? Facebook's decision to disallow Holocaust denial after previously affirming it reflects the company's shifting stances on free speech. 3 years ago, Facebook chief, in 2017, I remember covering it, Chief Executive Mark Zuckerberg stridently defended the rights of Holocaust deniers to publish their thoughts on the social media giant's platform, saying it wasn't in the business of removing content just because it was factually wrong. The comment a year after the neo-Nazi rally in Charlottesville was considered one of Zuckerberg's boldest stances, affirming his permissive views on free speech, a watershed moment that preceded his controversial announcement a year later that the company would not fact-check statements from politicians. It drew a huge backlash from Jewish groups and Holocaust survivors. A lot of you don't remember this. I do. Mark Zuckerberg was literally, he openly defended, actively defended. Yeah. Why Mark Zuckerberg says Facebook won't ban InfoWars and Holocaust deniers. In an interview published by Recode, come on, just show me the video, man, because I'm pretty sure he said it on tape. Oh, wow. Now you can't even find the goddamn interview that he made. Anyway, Facebook has the responsibility to curb the viral spread of hoaxes and blatant misinformation, but he maintained Facebook should not ban publishers for spreading false claims, a position he described as too extreme. The approach we've taken to false news is to not say you can't say something wrong on the internet. Everyone gets things wrong. And if we're talking down people's accounts when they got a few things wrong, then that would be a hard world for giving people a voice and saying that you care about that. Zuckerberg said if people flag posts of potential hoaxes, Facebook will send the content fact checkers to verify those claims. Zuckerberg, who is Jewish, also said people who deny the Holocaust happened should be allowed to stay on the social network too. I find that deeply offensive, but at the end of the day, I don't believe that our platform should take that down because I think there are things that different people get wrong. Zuckerberg added, it's difficult to understand a person's intent. He said Facebook shouldn't ban people from the network, even if they spread false information on multiple occasions. Zuckerberg later clarified the Recode on Wednesday afternoon. I personally find Holocaust denial deeply offensive, and I absolutely didn't intend to defend the intent of people who deny that.
I'm Jewish, and there's a set of people who deny that the Holocaust happened,
yes,
right? I find that deeply offensive. But at the end of the day, I don't believe that our platform should take that down because I think that there are things that different people get wrong. I don't think that they're intentionally getting it wrong, but I think that
in case of the Holocaust.
Garrison was like, in case of the Holocaust?
Deniers, they might be, but go ahead.
It's hard to impugn intent. I just don't think that it is the right thing to say we are going to take someone off the platform if they get things wrong, even multiple times.
Yeah, I remember this at the time. Because I covered it at the time. I was like, Mark Zuckerberg wants Holocaust deniers to stay on the platform. What you guys fail to comprehend or consider is that no billionaire is in any way, shape, or form interested in maintaining some sort of like real ideological position against political dissidents, no matter how ridiculous they are, no matter how violent and dangerous their ideology is. Mark Zuckerberg only cares about money. That's it. And after the last couple of years of I guess, wokeness, they're finally able to just be open. Okay? He would much rather not have, he doesn't even care about Nazis being on the platform, but he probably does care. I mean, he very actively does care about Palestinians speaking about pro-Palestinian sentiment on the platform. He has banned them. And it's not because he's Jewish. What? No, him being Jewish has nothing to do with anything. He is a capitalist, first and foremost. He is a billionaire, first and foremost. There is no better representation of this than a prominent Jewish man going on television and being like, yeah, Holocaust deniers are A-okay on my platform. That's it. Yeah, no, the chatter agrees with me. He's just saying, like, he's just saying before people jump to conclusions. You've said before that anti-Semitic people are just mad at capitalism. No, the famous adage is anti-Semitism is the anti-socialism of fools. I think, right? Or something like that. People who are mad at the systems that are oppressing them have no other viable outlet to channel their anger through. So they just turn around and get mad randomly and inappropriately at a group of individuals that are upset. Anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools. Sorry. Yeah, anti-Semitism is the anti-capitalism of fools. Elam! After this game, we have a spot. Elam! He's so bad at faking that he knows misinformation and incendiary speech should be regulated on social media platforms, but doesn't want to because it's bad for business. Yeah. Also, it doesn't really matter. He just like he wants to generate more profits, and cozying up to Donald Trump will help you do that. Anyway, Dave Weigel talked to Representative Veronica Escobar, who opposed the Lake and Riley Act, about why so many Dems helped pass it. Some interesting answers. Do we have video on the Lake and Riley Act? Here it is. What is this? Chuck Grassley. This is how the Lake and Riley Act will. Do we have a video on the Lake and Riley Act? I want to find it. I mean, there's one on California Dems on why they voted
wildfires
no.
raging in California right now. 3,000 with fire committees and the House Select Committee on China. Congressman, it's great to see you this morning. Thanks so much for joining us.
Great to see you, and my heart goes out to all of those suffering with the California wildfires back home.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, I know this is not your district, but I wanted to get your take on what you can tell us about the impact. Why are we seeing committed by illegal migrants? Requires federal Democrats joined with all are we. Thank God for our firefighters.
Misinformation has predictably become the catch-all scapegoat for an excuse for not performing the basic tasks of politics. The invention of lying in 2007 has had a devastating and unprecedented impact. Okay, so let me give you the short and sweet of it, okay? The Laken-Riley Act. It is an anti-immigration bill, okay? The Slate wrote about it. Said this new immigration bill that's about to pass is a horrifying Trojan horse. Congressional Democrats are suddenly falling over themselves to endorse the Laken-Riley Act, handing Republicans a major victory in their crackdown on immigration before Donald Trump even takes office. GOP lawmakers prioritized the bill this session, pitching it as an urgent revision to ensure America's streets are safe from illegal immigrants who have been convicted of crimes. It would, in this telling, mandate the detention of undocumented immigrants who commit theft,
The Laken-Riley Act has
ostensibly to prevent them from moving on to worse offenses. The act, which originates as a Republican messaging bill to condemn President Joe Biden's border policies, has already sailed through the House of Representatives with bipartisan approval and advanced debate in the Senate on Thursday by an 84-9 vote. This cross-party support might create the impression that this legislation really is what Republicans claim, a common-sense fix to broken system that will keep undocumented criminals off the streets. But that is a gross mischaracterization. Rather, the Laken-Riley Act would impose sweeping changes to the immigration system that raise serious constitutional concerns. Serious constitutional concerns. Now, of course, if you think the Supreme Court's going to do anything about it, well, guess what? They're not going to do anything about it. It would penalize immigrants who live and work in the U.S. legally, subjecting them to indefinite detention without being convicted or even charged with a crime. And it would transfer a massive amount of power to state attorneys general and district court judges who could effectively wrest control over immigration enforcement from the executive branch. These judges could, upon a state's request, ban the issuance of all visas to residents of entire countries like India. In short, under the guise of punishing a small number of law-breaking undocumented immigrants, the act would curtail legal immigration and subject law-abiding immigrants to detention and deportation. It is baffling that so many Democrats would sign on to such a cruel and constitutionally dubious scheme. It is not actually shocking that Democrats would sign on to it because they are also racist. Anyway, here it is.
The Laken-Riley Act has passed the U.S. House of Representatives. The legislation requires law enforcement to detain people who are in the country illegally who commit theft-related crimes. The bill is in response to the murder of 22-year-old Laken-Riley. Right now, 26-year-old Jose Ibarra is serving life in prison without parole for killing Riley last February. It happened while she was out for a run on UGA's campus. ICE says Ibarra entered the country illegally in 2022. Records show Athens police cited him for shoplifting in October of 2023 before letting him go. The bill passed the House 216 to 48. You're taking a look at the breakdown of all of Georgia's 14 representatives and how they voted. You can see this vote is split down party lines, except for Democratic Representative Lucy McBath, who voted with Republicans. And
yeah. Oh, brother. Also, LAFD chief Kristen Crowley has been summoned to meet Mayor Karen Bass behind closed doors. Oh my God. Karen Bass is going to fire Kristen Crowley and get a DEI victory and say, we're doing anti-DEI. We're putting a white man in charge again. Oh my God. Anyway, Republicans have championed the Laken-Riley Act. By trumpeting the tragic story of its namesake, a 22-year-old nursing student who was murdered by a man who entered the country without authorization. They cynically framed the killing as a part of a migrant crime wave, which Donald Trump seized upon his presidential campaign. In reality, this crime wave does not exist. Undocumented immigrants are significantly less likely than American-born citizens to commit crimes of all kinds, including violent offenses. And the federal government already has the power to detain and deport undocumented immigrants who break the law. GOP leaders, nevertheless, have fast-tracked the bills as if it were an overdue solution to a pressing problem. And by rushing its passage, they have obscured profoundly troubling features buried in the bill's text. The first of these glossed over details is the fact that the Lake and Riley Act would not only target undocumented immigrants convicted of crimes of theft, as its sponsors assert. You can simply be suspected as an undocumented migrant or any migrant whatsoever, someone who is not a natural-born U.S. citizen, as being suspected of committing a crime. You don't have to be charged. You don't have to be convicted. You can be suspected of committing a crime, and they can have permanent detention powers over you. It would also apply to those who are charged but never convicted, as well as those who are arrested but never charged. An individual who's mistakenly arrested because of a police officer's own error would therefore be ensnared by the law. So would a person who is wrongfully arrested because of racial profiling, prosecutorial malice, or other unconstitutional motives. The same is true of a person who faces charges that are later dropped. Under the act, the government must detain all these individuals without bond, punishment that is difficult to square with due process. It is not difficult to square with due process. It is exactly the opposite of due process. This is unconstitutional, but it doesn't matter. Although it is unconstitutional, it literally does not matter because you're doing it against a politically appropriate target, migrants, okay? And secondly, what are you going to do? Take it up to the Supreme Court? You think the Supreme Court cares about defending the Constitution? This is yet another implementation of Nazi Germany-style anti-migrant initiatives, okay? This is straight up how it happens. I keep repeating this point over and over again to people. This is how it happens. This is how it happened. It's happening right now. Wake up. And people think, oh, you're wrong. The second detail is the act's startling scope. It does not only apply to undocumented immigrants, but also to people who live and work in this country legally. As immigration attorney David Isaacson has explained, the law would clearly apply to dreamers who are authorized to reside here, at least for now. It would also apply to refugees who enter the country without permission, but have since been granted asylum. And due to a quirk in federal law, it would even apply to legal immigrants who leave and re-enter the country while awaiting issuance of their green card. Finally, the act applies to minors who are arrested or charged with a crime, despite Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego's false claim to the contrary. Under this legislation, an 11-year-old asylum seeker whose parents brought him into the country without authorization would be forced into mandatory detention if he were arrested for swiping a candy bar. ICE warns Lake and Riley Act could force it to release detained migrants. Yeah, it's because federal immigration officials are warning Congress that it could require the detention for 60,000 people needing billions of dollars and thousands more detention beds to comply. Because there would be so much more need. And you know who else? You know who is going to be excited at this prospect, salivating? GEO. There was a intercepted, I believe, like quarterly earnings call that GEO made. The GEO group made. Okay. Where they were talking about how fantastic it is that this is their opportunity to rise up. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I mean, there's this, but
those are moving higher after Trump's victory in the U.S. Presidential election. And
for those of you who do not know, GEO is a private for-profit prison company. Okay. And they had an earnings call where they talked about, in the aftermath of the Trump election, in the aftermath of the Trump victory, there was a conversation that they had, the presentation that they delivered, where they talked openly, and I wonder if we can find it. where they talked openly about how there's gonna be need for so many additional beds, so many additional detention facilities, and that the Trump administration will have to work with them.
And higher by a lot. Geo Group is up some 41%, Core Civic up 29%. And what caught my eye this morning was a note from Isaac Boltansky over at BTIG on this topic. And he said, I didn't realize this, some of the activities of ICE and Border Patrol in this country are already outsourced to these prison companies. They operate detention centers at the border. And so Boltansky's thinking was that if the Trump administration has what he says a far more aggressive stance on border enforcement, that would impact the ICE business lines at these firms.
So another Trump trade is what we have here, right?
Effectively, yes.
And Geo Group, by the way, has had,
I mean, the stock is up crazy.
What a run.
Yeah.
What a run. What a run. Where is it, man? I wish I could find that conversation, dude. Let me see if I can find it. What is this? If it's a link that I'm not interested in, yeah, no, I'm not interested in this.
You're just not
Okay, I'm not interested in this right now. I'm looking for a very specific link. Where it was like a investors call. Okay, I can't find it. But yeah, they're very excited at all the concentration camps that they will be building in order to keep up with the extra demand. During a recent corporate earnings call, GEO Group CEO Brian Evans estimated that his company could make as much as $400 million annually by filling empty or underutilized beds at existing detention facilities to support what he called the future needs for ICE and federal government, referring to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. They also openly, this is just the earnings call transcript. I think this was it. Yes. They also talk about, like, you can hear it. They also openly talk about how, like, they were built for this moment.
Call it the Trump trade for mass deportations.
They will carry out the largest deportation operation of criminals in American history.
Shares of Geo Group and Core Civic rose more than 50% since the election. The private prison companies say they're ready to detain more undocumented immigrants. Geo Group said after its latest earnings that it's well positioned to more than double the number of detainee beds from over 13,000 now to potentially over 31,000 in the future. It also said it could scale up its monitoring programs for migrants, like case management apps and GPS trackers, from 182,000 now to millions of people.
The Geo Group was built for this unique moment.
This is it. This is what I was looking for. The GEO Group was built for this unique moment
In our country's history, and the opportunities that it will bring.
The company did not respond to our request for comment on expansion. Wall Street analyst Brian Violino says Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, could bump up their business.
There's generally an expectation that there will be a significant increase in the amount of beds.
This is actual Nazi Germany, man. Straight up. I'm just letting y'all know. Anyway, going back to the Lake and Riley Act, though, the third detail, and perhaps the most alarming one, involves the Lake and Riley Act's extraordinary reallocation of powers to states and federal courts, as the Supreme Court has confirmed too many times to count. The Constitution assigns primary responsibility for immigration enforcement to the executive branch. Both Congress and the court have long recognized president's prosecutorial discretion to prioritize the removal of certain undocumented immigrants over others in light of the practical impossibility of deporting them all. The act would upend that balance by empowering states to seek federal court orders, overruling the executive branch's individual immigration decisions, and imposing mandatory detention in individual cases. And that is where we are. We are absolutely gutting what remains of constitutional protections for people in this nation, all at the behest of launching the ridiculous, violent, bloody affair of empire. But on that front, it's time to see what the new buffed Venom looks like. Playing Marvel Rivals, baby. Let's go. New season is upon us, and I'm going to let her rip with some friends.
Well, no, I'm swapping out because I'm hungry and I need to pee, bro.
Dodge. Whoever Hasan's taking the spot for, just dodge real quick then.
I dodged.
Oh, really?
Wait, what's happening?
Do we just leave? Oh, no, you good, Hasan.
I mean, I think there's only a dodge if you like, or there's only a penalty if you do it like a lot, right?
So do I just leave?
No, I already left.
It'll reset for John.
So we wait a bit.
Go
and
piss on
then...
him. Oh, okay.
It should just reset, and then John gets a 15-minute queue penalty, which
I thought it was 5. I thought it was 5 minutes.
Doesn't even
5
hurt
minutes.
him much, right? Oh wait, wait, who's leaving then?
I already left. I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Going. Yeah, Shoto's going.
Oh, okay.
I'm still, it's shader compiling because I haven't turned it on in a week or so.
Oh, you're fine. You're good.
Oh, wait, if Shoto's leaving, do I join back in then? And then Shota dodges?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Because if you go to
why doesn't Shoto dodge if he's leaving?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, launching.
Wait,
let me get out of here. Wait, I would just dodge.
Yeah, John should join because you get the only penalty is a 15-minute queue penalty. But if Shoto's done anyway, then it's like
Yeah. Oh wait,
really
that's
penalty,
fine.
Right?
I almost forgot about that. Holy shit! I thought it was like League of Legends where you just lose elo.
No, I mean you might lose a little bit since the
No,
game
that's
did
fine.
start,
It's whatever.
but
It's
is
honestly
like
whatever.
for the most part, it's like a queue penalty. I've done it before on accident.
No, it's all good.
Drops are on,
okay.
Chad.
Good luck, guys.
Drops are
Bye,
on.
Shoto. See you later, brother.
See you later. Good games, brother.
Drops are on
See you in
already.
Pokemon.
Here, I'll put on. I'll say drops too, but I'm pretty sure drops are on.
So, how do I get out of this game?
I think eventually it'll take. It takes a bit, like a minute. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
So should I? Oh, you're about to be tagged as AFK. Oh.
It'll disconnect eventually. Don't
Okay.
What should our takeaway be from fascism to gaming? Gaming creates more fascism, and that's why I like it.
Killed me with no mercy. They didn't care. Oh, maybe.
Oh no, I'm bronze 3. Guys, I've been deranked to bronze 3.
Oh, nice.
There we go.
Boom.
Nice. Okay. Good job.
Nice.
Oh my
Man,
god.
I can't believe Shoto just AFK'd like that. That's
so
crazy.
rude. I cannot believe that.
I knew it. I knew he was like that, but
Not okay.
I didn't think he'd do it while we were all in a game
Shoto
together.
just joined the thing again, and I just see his chat going back to Minecraft, back to Minecraft.
Wait, dude,
Yo,
he's going back
okay.
on Minecraft. I knew it, bro. I knew it. Of course he's going back to Minecraft. Well, if it isn't Shoto back on Minecraft.
I see.
Get the malice skin immediately. What's the malice skin?
Rinster.
Get
LA was on fire. You got to give yourself some.
Okay, Hasan, let me invite you. There you go. All right, we good.
Woohoo! We have a tank player.
Oh my God,
Woohoo.
Hasan, we needed
And he
you.
plays Venom.
Oh my god, and Venom is buffed.
Oh, thank Christ.
Oh shit.
Thank Christ.
It's your time to shine.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like
What?
the malice skin is so good for Dr. Sue that like I might just start being support. You know what I'm saying? Like
We're like, no.
I already bought
new
it.
Venom skin.
New Venom skin.
Snow symbiote.
Huh?
Oh, I have that already. That's not a new
that's not
one.
new.
No.
Hold on, let me check the battle pass, guys. Hold.
Guys, we gotta convince him
also,
quick.
Hasan, I will play
Oh, my bad.
Sue's skin.
I thought you
That
called
way
me
you can
Virginia.
look at it whenever you
I
want,
have all the
whenever you
I have
want.
all the Venom skins already, but I'll play with Venom. I mean, it's all good. Listen, guys, I'm bronze 3. Okay, I'm not in a
Why
place
can't I
to
not
make
queue?
these decisions.
John, I'm going to kill you.
Was it? Were they kicking
Dude,
Battle
I can
Pass?
see it's your ass doing that.
Oh, wait, you can see it's me?
Yes, I can see it's you.
You just
Have you guys played against any Venoms yet? I heard the Venoms got buffed.
We played against you.
I'm not judging.
I'm an Amor main. I can finally be what I was born to be. Relying on the squids.
Who's our other tank?
There ain't. There ain't.
Wait, is the thing
I mean,
available?
Don, if you want, you could, because you said as if you were going to double take, and I could pick up you.
Wait, who?
Nothing.
Wait, they're trying to meet. Wait, you say John?
Party like a rock. Party like a rock star. Why is Shoto bad?
Dude, I don't know. Dude, I don't.
30 seconds before you attack.
I left.
Get ready.
Oh,
Release
wow.
us.
Yeah, we saw. Left to MC.
Oh wait, is this a new
Thank
map?
you for that.
No, this is
No, this is not a new map. Have you guys played any of the new maps yet?
Yeah, we played both.
Yeah. Wait, I haven't yet, but
See, John, look, my toes are out.
all right.
Yeah, I saw in like the MVP they do a
You
hard
see how
zoom
long
in
my-
on your toes.
My toennails are so long.
Okay, what's
I gotta
really
go.
cool about being
Stream
bronze
together,
3
man.
is that
Join
I
our
can't get any lower in rank.
Honestly,
That is
it's pretty
good.
It's up from here. Up from here.
Dude, Shoto can't leave.
Dodo, just
Can't leave the what?
leave.
You can't leave the two stream together. You're just stuck.
They have a sniper
Yeah.
there. Black Widow got
Go,
buffed.
squids, go.
Oh my god!
Nice job.
Kuno might go.
Oh, I'm low.
Yeah.
I'm at a club.
Okay. Hamza can die.
Killed Punisher.
Nice, good push, good push.
Okay, I'm getting beamed again. Heals it, heals it, heals it.
Yeah, yep.
Thank you so much. Okay, okay.
Luna on left.
Get her.
Strange can probably die here as well.
Luna dead.
Die, Strange, die, Strange. Strange dead.
Nice.
Oh, they're coming up.
Send
They're coming
guys.
up. Let's back up.
Oh.
No reason. What is that? That shield is.
Yeah, it's like Sue's
I'm
shield.
just beaming
Wait,
them
I have
here.
all. I have all.
Good shit.
Amazing.
Okay. Oh, to our left.
Yeah, I'm going for a sleep.
Bro, this angle is so good for Namor.
I'm out of club.
Oh my god,
Oh
so good.
no.
Don't die, bro.
Whale attack. Oh,
Nice.
Wait,
Coming.
Nice.
Ulting.
I'm ulting.
Back on a little. Oh, good shit.
We're
man,
invisible.
man.
We're invisible.
We're trying to sleep Mantis.
Wait, what does that all look like?
Alright.
It's invisible, so they can't see us.
Wait, even when not when I hit though.
It'll like outline your body, but you can move from it. Yeah.
As long as you don't sit still, you're fine.
Nice.
Nice. I can jack.
Nice.
Crazy combo there.
Yo.
That's a nasty combo.
Wait, what was
That
that?
was crazy.
Wait, can I
That
put
was
My
Storm
God,
and Spider-Man.
That was
Get it, you're goated.
satisfying.
God damn.
Oh my god.
We actually just mowed them all down.
Yeah,
in
we
there.
That was crazy.
I was like, why are
This
they
is
dying?
great. I'm picking up.
Overextend. Still dies. When he died.
Get him. Dead. Nice job.
Yeah. Dude, this
They're
was...
above. They're above.
Above.
They're coming from the right side.
Oh, they're coming.
Oh,
They're
knocked me over.
all lit.
He again, me, careful.
Are we trying to get me?
I got Noah.
No, we good though. Oh, good.
Good job. I'm running
Oh,
back.
I'm dying.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I'm dying.
Oh, girl.
They're on me.
Oh,
I'm on you. Thank you.
nice.
No, I can't climb.
All right, got her. Got Luna.
I got my whale. I got my whale as well.
Oh, nice. Good ult. Thank you.
I tried to cancel it.
Good job,
That's
guys.
crazy. My first death.
I'm body blocking him.
Falling off Incendio form. That's
Dead.
funny.
Oh my god, dude.
I'm not used to having a team like
That
that.
was so good, man.
Wow, we dominated them pretty good. That was crazy.
Yo.
That was a beautiful combo.
Brother. Brother.
That felt good. Oh my god, I forgot what victory felt like, honestly. I mean, I shouldn't speak too soon, you know.
Danny, 16 and 2. You're nuts.
Hell yeah.
30 seconds before you attack.
Is Storm OP? What is this?
Oh, yes, she is.
Yes.
Did she get buffed?
She's such a rock star.
Did she get buffed or something?
Oh, like big time buffed. Like hella buffed, yeah.
Like you see this electricity, when you guys are in it, you guys get damage boost. And
Oh
speed
yeah,
boost when
she's
it-
like a not a support character in the way that, you know, you heal, but a support character in the way that it damage buffs.
She's not
eh?
a support.
3, 2,
Like it's like a damage buff support.
She's not a support.
She's just a DPS, Hasan.
She's a DPS, but she does damage buff support, right? That's what it is.
Oh,
She
I
gets
see
movement
what you
speed
mean.
and
Okay.
damage.
Wait, are we going the right way, or how do we? Oh.
I was
No, I see
Breaking
what
the door
you're
down.
here.
I'm following Saikuno for no reason.
Here we go.
a fine place for an attack.
Sean,
going through center.
Sean, what? Sean,
Oh, they're on the right corner. Yeah.
Don't read them. Ignore the mega. Hey, hello. Oh, hello.
Wait, whoa, chill.
Oh, they turreted too.
Oh, I did that too early. Oh, I didn't know they Luna ulted. I was perfectly done. How did that? Go back off here. Oh god.
Oh god, I'm dead. Oh, oops.
I'm dead.
Okay, I'm
Here,
back.
let's move back. Yeah.
I'm getting their support.
Okay.
Control lost.
First class.
Oh crap, I hit E on accident.
What did they switch out? I feel like they're pretty good though. Okay, let's
I have the invisible ult if we want to get on the site and then. Is there? Oh, there.
Hello.
I'll wait.
Oh no way.
Okay. Are we diving in? I'm gonna go after Luna.
Try to farm ult.
I'm down.
Bang.
Oh,
I'll ult it. Ready?
Yep.
okay. Wait,
How
can
can I-
they
how
see us
can I-
though
how
when
can
we're
I-
in it?
No.
You can't see us in here. Lol.
No. Oh.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh
Oh,
god.
see, they did it.
I ulted in the ult. Coming.
There we go. Oh, one dead. Speared.
I have all.
Strange die, please.
No.
No.
Dead. Strange is dead.
No.
Nice.
Oh my god.
No.
Crazy.
Just
Oh, they're
no.
staggered. They're staggered.
Okay. Oh, they're about to die. Yo, Punisher, what's up, bro?
Wait, man.
They
maybe
could
a
portal.
stagger?
They
Yeah,
could
they
portal.
staggered big
No
time,
portal,
bro.
no portal.
Groot.
Oh, Groot's coming. I'm on backside, but there's no portal.
Shit.
Grooting. Oh. Oh, the Groots are grooting.
Oh god.
And now all the whales are wailing.
Did it whale?
They did whale, Bella.
Get anyone?
No, don't die. Oh, good ult from
You know what? I'm gonna hide from that.
Yo, let's get John off
Oh wow, they're opening up even on the entry point.
And they just used all their ults, so we should be able to push this.
Oh, he's turreting. God damn.
Nah, I'm breaking the turret.
Yeah, if you break that turret, then we're shot.
Turret down. Okay. Oh god.
Oh, I'm lit. Okay.
All the Groots are grooting.
Go.
Please.
Okay, Mantis ult.
Wait, did they just all?
Wait,
They stacked their ults. That's really bad. That's really bad.
Mantis can. No,
Alright, I'm
ulted.
ulting in.
They Luna ulted.
A few seconds until.
I have my ult.
Nice.
Punch can die. Okay.
They auto reversed my ult.
Happening!
How'd they take that?
What is that?
They
What
ulted
is
my
happening
ult.
They used all their.
I don't know what's happening here.
Turret down.
Oh, is that their ult?
That was all their ults, yeah.
They did it.
Guys are
That's
about
what
to
it
win
looks like on the opposing side, huh?
Okay.
Oh no! No! I got ulted.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I think we get swung back.
Sue ult makes everybody invisible inside. That's cool.
Okay. That's fine. We were really good on the other side.
This is why I said we smoked too soon.
They had 3 healers that time. I'm gonna go to Cloak and Dagger. I think I do better.
Alright, alright.
We shall protect the innocent.
Chat, Sean O'Brien said I was wicked smart.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Ouch. Okay, I'm
He owns you.
I think
That's
crazy.
That's so sad.
Oh my god. What a Marvel rival.
Wait, Elam. No Kappa. Go Moon Knight. Go Moon Knight.
Bro, I've never played him, but I can.
You don't need.
Go
Yeah, you
Moon
don't need to
Knight.
play
Go
him.
Moon Knight.
Wait, I can use my cool skin.
Team up, team up, team up.
Oh,
You can
yeah.
save your ult for when they.
Wait, he has so many
And
abilities.
then also
what
with
the
triple
frick?
support, you can just.
All you need to do is capture the mission
What does my
area.
C do?
Got it?
Oh, I'm invisible.
Your C is the team up with Merc, and then God living in my
Yeah.
Okay, and then unks that. Okay, okay. Yo, well, this skin is sick. What the hell?
turret.
Here we go.
Through the portal?
I need assistance.
Punisher turret is dead. Punisher
Nice.
I'm ulting.
I don't care. Fuck him up. Fuck him up.
Nice. Get him.
And just low.
Nice.
I'm back.
Why do I put my unks on the walls? That's why you're right.
Your Unk is E.
Jury.
Oh, hell no.
Get me out of there.
Oh, hell no.
Stay behind the walls. Stay behind the walls.
Okay.
We have Storm ult. We have Storm ult.
Oh, dude.
Our mantis.
Okay, we always have Moon Knight soon. We have Cloak ult.
I have
Yeah,
cloak.
almost got it.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, fuck it. Why not?
I'm unking them. I'm unking them.
Good Unk.
Oh, I got my
That's a
ult.
big ball.
I have literally no idea how it works, but I do have it.
Alright. Ult in there. Ult in the ult. Ult in
Whoa,
the
what
ult.
the hell?
Go push away. Go push away. Go push away. The moon didn't do
got me.
anything. He
Oh,
he's
no.
I agree.
The shade
Is there anything else other than invisibility when you're in the ult?
It slow heals, but not like a significant amount.
Yeah.
It slows the other team as
Oh,
well.
I can glide. Whoa, this guy's awesome.
Wait, why'd you switch to DPS that you've never played before while we're losing?
That's what John wanted from me.
It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Trust.
Here we go. Let me. Come here.
Their team's capture progress.
We can go right side.
Halfway point.
I'm unking. I'm unking. I'm unking. Okay.
I'm ulting.
Nice.
Punisher dead.
I'm dead. Oh
Hey,
my
great
God.
utilization there. It's like, no. Oh!
We're dead. We're dead. Healers are dead. Healers are dead.
Coming back. Good. Oh,
We're back.
dead. This is dead.
Okay, we have I'm gonna farm ult and run on point.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Okay, guys.
Oh, we got a point. We gotta get a point. We gotta get on point. No matter
We gotta
what.
go. Get rid of that turret. I'm trying to get rid of that turret real bad.
Yeah, I'm trying
I'm
to
gambling it.
get
I'm
it.
gambling it. Go, 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 go.
I died.
How's the point?
I'm unkin. I'm unkin. Still on. Wait, Gru dies. Please, please, please.
Oh, he's
The
getting
wall
locked.
is so good there.
Nice.
Oh god. I'm low.
Still. Holy Jesus Christ.
I'm still on it. I'm still on it, but I'm gonna die.
Same. So I'm dead. I got my ult. We can just hold for a second. I can hold it. Go, Janet.
Nice
Go,
finish.
Janet.
Nice.
They Luna ulted. That's bad.
Oh shit.
That could be a GG clap of that. Yep.
No.
God damn it.
Oh.
Wait, so
NT.
if Sue ults, can you not throw it in there? Do you have to like run inside?
Hmm.
That's it.
I could see that. It like pushes it.
Murad. Food's here.
I'm gonna shoot my Unk.
Yes, dude.
No, you don't have to.
I
If you
lost.
miss that, it bounces off
I
of it.
lost. I'm at bronze 3. You can't go lower than bronze 3, right?
Type shit.
I think bronze 1's the lowest.
No, bronze 1's a higher.
three's the lowest.
Isn't
Yeah,
it
bronze
3,
one's
2,
the
1?
lowest.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You started from the bottom. Now we're here.
I started from the bottom, and I'm still at the bottom. There's a streamer
Until
mode
this
now.
game.
Wait, really? What does that do?
Wait, real?
Wait, how?
Wait, I'm gonna do streamer mode.
Where's that at?
I mean, match found already. Goddamn.
Sorry. Okay. Different per. John, did they just call you a shithead rat? Is that what your chat just
Wait, what?
Oh, apparently.
His John's chat just called him a shithead rat. That was I like that one. That was
What the fuck happened?
Where is it? Is it on social?
Oh god.
Oh, streaming mode. It's on social if you guys want to turn it on.
What does it do?
I guess it wasn't working for Mason this morning, but we'll just fix it right now.
Social. Oh yeah. What the hell? Nice. Okay, guys, let's get this dub. Let's get this dub.
Chat, I know I need to attack healers, but sometimes the environment is too packed, and I can't tackle the back line, especially if I'm the soul tank.
We gotta get to defend. We gotta leave base, guys.
How do you contain such vast energy?
If I'm the soul tank, it's hard for me to. Oh god, what am I doing? It's hard for me to even find the place where I'm supposed to be. Yeah.
It's like Kudo. I don't think I'll be able to hit him.
The battle starts in 5.
I feel like we need another tank.
Wait, sorry. What'd you say? I didn't hear. I was listening.
It's like when it gets low, you'll probably do
Oh yeah,
break this bridge. Break the bridge. Break the bridge.
Ellen loves tanking.
Oh, I love tanking.
Yeah, Elam said he would tank for us. So.
No, I love it. Come on, die.
They're portaling.
Die.
Oh wait, no, never mind. I lied. I lied for fun on the internet.
What is that portal? It's not a portal, right?
No, it's like.
PvE.
I don't know what it is.
Yo, Thor up top. She's overextended. Get his ass.
Oh.
Okay. Punisher is also kind of weak. Thor kind of extended again. Brother is lacking that move.
No, but he's getting healed.
Here.
Oh shit! That was a great move from that Winter Soldier. He pulled me in.
What is trying to be me right now? Go chill, all right? Jesus.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
If I used C there, what do you mean C?
Okay. All right, I'm on the way. I've got to walk so far.
You have no heals for now.
Oh god. Okay. Okay. All right. Come here.
And they took that kind of fast.
Yeah, they kind of did actually. Oh, not today.
I'm gonna ship a point.
Today.
Ah, they're all cooking me.
That's okay. This is the spawn. We can back up. Go to the choke.
Venom doesn't get the ability from Kuno. I don't want to play. I think Venom is.
Yeah, I mean, we can do some big demolish.
I think Venom is a soul tank. I'm an off tank. I can't do anything. Like if I die with Sykkuno, that's one thing.
All the whales away.
But there's just nothing I can do. You know what I mean? All I can do is just like put my body out there.
Oh yeah.
But we're just gonna keep getting dunked on because our comp is bad.
No healer ults. Both of their healers.
I can play strange.
Oh
Taylor said learn strange, but
What do you mean?
You psycho.
Alrighty.
Small thing.
Hey, good shit. Run, eat up. Okay, I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
There's a Thor like smacking you guys from behind.
Yeah, he's being really rude.
good shit.
I'm on the way back. It's just a long ass walk for some bizarre reason.
It is. It's a very long walk.
Okay.
Up top, Thor by himself.
He doesn't
Backing it
look
up.
Oh, you got people now. You got people now. Yeah, I'll take that one. I said.
I'm dead. You lied to me.
I'm gonna shoot the point.
Execution. Run.
Can you come down? Oh, the whales are wailing. Get cooked, you loser.
Me?
This mad.
No, the Punisher. I just fucked him up.
Oh, I thought you meant me. I was like, screw you.
Dude, I just wailed the Punisher and that was it. Oh god,
man.
that was satisfying. Okay. Okay. Alright, guys. Still feels like a long ass walk. What? Oh,
Nice. Good kill there.
I took the point.
Go, squids. Go, back left. Fucking back up. He's overextended. Oh god, no, not.
She ulted.
Oh my god, that ult melted me.
I don't even know who I'm even aiming at right now. They just seem to probably always have full health.
I know what to do. I need to. I know what I need to do. I need to. I need to jump up, dive, and then use it to escape. But the problem is.
Ow.
There's a lot.
Oh my god.
They got point. We got a back.
We can kill Thor. Double damage. He dies.
Help
He has to die.
Okay, I have my ult when I get back.
No way.
Oh, I got Mantis. Your healer's dead.
Bro.
Let's just group up and then I can ult and.
I'm done.
That is actual insanity, bro.
I'm done. And no, my duelists aren't bad. I'm bad.
All right. Let's get it done.
LA Fire
Right,
Chief
where's
was
my
LA Fire
squadron?
Chief was fired for speaking out. Yeah, they're gonna.
Oh my god.
Karen Benson, the anti-DEI.
Melted. Okay, are you guys ready?
Yeah. Are we ready? We ready?
Oh, I'm going.
You ready?
Focus on the battle.
Come here. Come here, bro. Nice. Oh, the man is solo. Man is solo.
Good job.
Thor.
I don't like
By
him.
himself.
Help
He's
me!
on back line. He's ulti. Missed entirely. Get his ass.
No. All you.
Cook his ass. Oh, you ran
wait,
away.
he actually got away. I told him.
Yeah, let's go.
Nice.
Guys, he's trying to get on the payload.
Oh, wait, I didn't.
He's come on the payload. Help.
Oh god.
Get him.
Help. Help. Guys, help.
We're way.
Oh, he's on the payload.
He's on the payload.
Coming. I stopped.
He's
No,
one
it's not
shot.
tunnel vision.
Great job, John.
Okay, good.
Holy.
I have ult.
Ooh. Okay, keep it going, Mark. Keep it going. Where you at, bro? Die.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Alright.
Okay, I have ult.
Nice.
Oh.
Dude, this guy just wants me. I don't like you like that, bro. Leave me alone. Oh my. Ow.
Oh my god.
Puncher one.
Okay. Why does this feel hard? Like it feels really.
Don't give them another inch.
Oh, we're so cooked.
I can whale all the whales. Whales are whaling. Okay, that didn't really whale much. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay.
All good.
A rough.
2, 3.
Okay, we need to. I can't. me just primarily tanking with Venom is not gonna work. I either need to swap to Doctor Strange or we need to do 2 tanks. But even if I swap to Doctor Strange, like I'm not gonna be that good. I'm just letting you guys know.
Doctor Strange, don't. I got it.
We need, we need 2 tanks.
Okay, let me strange it up real quick.
No, I want to play Storm. I'm like, fuck, do I play Punisher? They're staggering their support ults really well. So if you see them all, let me know. And then
if you're a solo tank, you shouldn't backline. If I'm Venom and I don't backline, I have nothing. That's why Venom is an off tank.
If I say
because
they
I have no utility.
Sykkuno,
I have no utility that like gives me extra support. I don't have like a big shield to protect others with. My shield is also limited in general in comparison to the other tanks.
Get their ults out.
I solo Q tank to GM3. I'm just trying to give you honest advice.
Let's get it done.
I can't like I need to.
Hello?
Venom works best if there's another dive character, so you can dive backline with them.
If you kind of stack
like me and Sykkuno could dive backline while one tank actually does the primary tanking duties.
This boy likes to fly, so I will do my best.
I'll just try to stay.
All right, Sykkuno, you and I can now dive backline, and Elam can provide tank.
Let me do a thing. Let me do a thing now. I'm doing the portal trick.
They had 4 people in that little cell.
I'm doing the. I'm
Oh
doing
my
the
God,
portal
Sykkuno's
trick.
dead.
Sykkuno?
You're so far.
Oh my God, you're on it.
By the time you get there,
I'm in, guys. I'm in. I trolled again. I trolled.
Oh my God, what is happening? Hello?
He got paid off.
I trolled.
I got one guy.
No, nothing.
Where's everybody?
They're all up top.
You gotta get these guys up here.
I mean, I can dive in there if when Sykkuno comes back. Sykkuno, when you come back, let's dive in there together.
He's already in. They're looking at Sykkuno.
He's in there. Yeah.
Sykkuno dead.
Oh God. Well, too late.
Train. Go train.
I'm coming.
Okay.
Get his ass. Stand with me, brother. Stand with me. Kick him.
There's 3 in their heaven.
Help. What, heals?
Yep.
We have returned.
Oh my God, I'm gonna die.
I died already.
I ult out. Come.
Coming back. Being their ass.
They're all on site.
Not a fan of that. Okay, I'm holding. I'm standing deep 2 right now. I can help.
I have a long run.
I'm gonna die. Oh, he's on dangerous.
I stop him.
Yo, Thor on our ass again.
I'm low. Dodged it. I dodged your heels.
Same.
I dodged your heels.
Okay.
There you go, Elam. Oh, never mind, you're dead. Okay, that's all right.
All right, we need to push in. We need a plan of attack to push.
I have my ult. I have my ult.
No, not just us 2. I'm saying like when everybody comes back.
I'm coming now. I'm coming right now.
Okay, let's. I'm ulting.
I can ult it. Oh wait, nice. I'm looking train.
I'm looking
yeah.
straight.
Say he can die. Good shit. I said good shit to myself. That's crazy.
They all
I ult him on you.
Holding.
Nice job, Sean.
Holding.
Max is hold.
Oh wait, Thor can die. Good
Thor's
shit.
dead. Healer's dead too. Okay, we can take it.
We just win. We just win.
All right, he's above. He's below. Okay, he's dead.
Like that.
Nice.
Good job.
Okay, on the payload, guys. Quick.
We almost have strange ult. We can actually look for another stagger.
Wait, Janet, should I wait for your ult to pair it with mine or not?
No. I ult when
They're all turning to you right now. Second.
Okay. Okay, we good.
There's like 3 in second.
We just hold left. Just hold left. We good.
Enemy in front of us.
Holding. Here comes the Thor.
I'm gonna dive backline. Sykkuno, you wanna come?
I've got ult here.
Look at Thor.
Dive in.
No, not dying. Got him. Got his ass.
Okay, he cloak ulted. This is not good.
We got your other ult.
I don't have easy swing on. I'm just swinging like poorly, I guess.
I don't know if Mantis has her ult.
Okay, let's
We can
run
ult
this
first.
back.
I'll ult after.
John, your chat is.
Don't look at him.
Chavez, we died.
Dude, I swear to God, everyone is just so much better. Like, this is it.
Okay, I have my ult.
Punisher turret almost out.
It's instant racist moding, bitch.
Kill turret.
Nice.
Coming. Oh, Jesus. Okay, get him.
I can heal you, take it out.
Oh my god.
Here, I have ult after. I'm
ulting.
I'm holding full. Oh, it's fine.
Okay, so there's a Mantis ult.
He's holding. He even stay behind me. Ow.
Where are you?
Thor back on him. Thor back on him.
Hey.
I need help.
Yeah, Thor's behind.
Bucky buns up.
Wow.
Dead.
Oh,
That's why he's by himself. Oh my god.
Wow. Okay, no support ults.
no support ults.
Oh my god, they want me.
Mantis and cloak ulted.
I'm stuck in a tree.
Holy moly.
Oh, everybody's dead.
Good.
Dead.
Nice. There you guys go.
So easy.
This is not a bronze lobby. Everyone got D-ranked 7.
On the other team. What the
Everyone got D-ranked by
There's
7
no way.
ranks. I don't know what else to do though. Like honestly, I'm trying my best, but
pushing up, guys. Pushing up.
I'm gonna pull somebody.
Shield
Got strength.
broken.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. I beat this up.
Train's left.
Yo, they grabbed me. The grab mouse. I'm by myself. Oh, okay.
I'm
You're by yourself. Where were you?
No,
I
got dragged in.
I'm going Bucky.
Yep.
Hey.
Okay, we got a bunch. We survived this ultra no. He's in the back.
Let me
There's Punisher behind us.
That's just Punisher. He's dead.
killed his ass.
That's their cloak ult.
On the cloak ult. And Mantis. Okay, all support ults are gone, so if we survive this, we just...
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
That's alright.
Dang, I mean, there's a cloak ult on point, so we're probably gonna...
Yeah. Wait, did we loot? Oh.
Well, you can't expect
That's okay.
Guys, we're going on a bit of a streak right now, and it's not the direction I was hoping for. I'm getting a little concerned.
No. See, we did just fine once you got on tank.
Right? Getting a little concerned.
That's true. We started that game off with 1 tank.
John, why are you blaming Alan? That's what I'm saying, bro. John, what the fuck, man? You're a bad guy. Oh boy.
No such thing as a loss, only improvements. What did I learn from that game? I didn't improve anything.
I think it is. New map.
Dude, my least favorite thing is like even Turkish chatters are like, bro, please, I'm begging you, just stay in the space, okay? And then you can combo that way. I know, man. I know Turkish chatter. I know. Unfortunately, running up a wall is fairly difficult in the midst of a battle.
Did they add the...
I know. I'm supposed to run up a wall, dive in, and then I have a swing to escape if I need to. I'm familiar with this process. The problem is, even if I do that every now and then, positioning myself onto the wall is quite a difficult endeavor.
I think it's like V-Sync? It's like a equivalent of V-Sync? I don't know.
That's what smooth aim is? I never even heard of that before, man. Okay. All right. I'll start on Namor, and if we need a switch again, I will go back to a tank.
It's like watching some old folks home.
I'll switch again if needed.
Wait, you're not gonna, if you're not gonna tank, if I'm gonna solo tank, I'm gonna go with Doctor Strange.
It's fine, I can.
No. I think our team comp is bad if I'm solo tanking Venom, because I'll just go Doctor Strange.
But if you start to switch, I'm happy to switch back if it feels like shit off the rip, right? We can switch back.
I think like one tank is difficult though in general, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I can definitely. Honestly, I'm super down to do 2 tanks. It's fine. I'm fine either way.
3, 2, 1.
Okay. Let's go.
Oh, I've never played this map.
What's up?
Ow. Okay.
Flank, Psylocke.
There is? Oh, yeah.
I'm coming.
I'll get their asses. I'll put squids in the back line then. They're flanking, I'll get them. Yo, Magneto overextended.
Psylocke backline. Watch out.
I got squids out. Oh my god.
He's one. Dead.
Psylocke's dead.
Unk on the ground here.
Unk on.
Okay. Get him. Okay. Oh my god! The calamari carry to the rescue.
What the hell already?
Wow.
How did he already have us? Oh, that's crazy.
I think those unks will probably tear us apart, I can't lie.
Okay, if we gather up together, I have.
He survives that?
Sound like that.
There's an unk who's literally next to our door. I broke it.
All right, I'm gonna ult. You guys ready? I'll get the unk.
I ult after.
Yep.
Okay, we just keep an eye out for the unks again.
I'm ulting now.
Unk on Janet, got her over. So strange on Janet.
Moon Knight on right.
I've been slept.
Moon Knight low. Moon Knight 1.
Psylocke.
Oh, no, I can't do it. Damn. If we get a strange ult, tell me I can pair with the whale. Wailing out. Oh my god. Come on.
Shield broken.
I'm gonna go some
No way.
Back it up. Oh
my god!
Psylocke moment.
How does it?
This guy is.
He's 10-0.
This guy is an endless well of ults. He's got 10 kills, 0 deaths so far. How is that even possible?
He kinda be doing it. I ain't gonna lie.
This map is rough.
Moon Knight is cheating.
Okay. Are we good? Magneto can die. And oh, the whales are wailing. Okay.
Psylocke is coming. He's right here, Psylocke.
Die, Mantis, die.
Am I dead?
Die.
Wait, get out of the back line.
Psylocke on, fuck, I don't.
All right, I have my ult again.
Almost there. Don't turn
Come here, Mantis.
I
will kill you.
I haven't even figured out the other map.
Psylocke on me.
Come here, Mantis.
Psylocke on.
Okay, coming. Dead.
You're good.
He's such a fucking nightmare, bro, already.
With the amazing Spider-Man. Mantis won. Mantis dead.
Spider-Man can die. Spider-Man dead.
He's dead.
Oh, get cooked, bro.
Everybody is trying to
Mag.
kill me as
Nice
if
job.
This guy puts the unks in the worst possible places.
Oh my god.
Good job, guys.
Oh my god. Just like that.
Focus on the battle.
Okay.
Where can they come here?
C-bars
already
on the track.
C-bars.
I have
Triple
all.
J, double G.
Wait, I really think this is hard because
Yeah, I feel like Bang. Oh, I like this for the Namor. This is a really good hold for Namor. Yes, the squids will go crazy here. The calamari
I
carry.
killed their mantis.
Flank. Moon Knight.
Oh, they be doing the whole thing. Are you running away? I will chase his ass
I'm gonna
down.
Agamotto here.
Okay, Og. One mag with you.
Nice
Magneto
job,
dead.
guys.
Oh,
Great job.
Behind. Psylocke.
I'm
nice.
No, get Psylocke.
Yo, I'm
Protect
standing here
Psylocke.
like it's the
She's
whole
dead.
time, bro. I'm just gonna flank because these guys are just falling into me. This is great. This is great. Come back again. Come to the flank again, bro. See what happens. Pull up. Pull up.
I stopped train.
Dude, Janet is so fucking thing, bro.
She just doesn't have to move. She just gets to
She just
chill.
sits there and
It's
kills.
passenger princess.
Okay.
I'm ulting in. Let's go. Look, Psylocke on left. Psylocke behind you.
Wailing.
Up here.
Oh, he's weak.
I'm lit.
The Loki dead. Also.
Good job.
Wait, can't we just push through now?
We can keep pushing. We just don't stop.
I'm ulting.
Oh, this guy.
Dude, these guys are just getting fried.
All right.
This is just...
Panic ulted.
I try to break it.
Okay. Gonna keep an eye on flank again. I feel like they're gonna do it in a minute.
They gonna do what?
I feel like they're gonna flank in a minute.
Good job, guys.
Wait, that's the end?
Current score
What a
is
strange
Yeah,
round.
just run that back again, you know? God damn.
time to
job.
switch things up,
God damn.
including which side.
I think I did a much better
Janet,
job
again,
tanking
you
there,
look-
Night. Right?
Oh, you're so sweet. I love you.
You're so good at
Brooke, you're so sweet.
All the girls are girly.
All the girls are good.
Holy
All
shit.
the girly girls.
Moon Knight's just OP on this.
Damage
Yeah.
blocked
That
already
was
13,000.
That was a crazy.
Dude, especially
forget
with
the
his ult
shield.
now, like, I have no clue why they buffed him because he was already super good at what he does. But
Same with like Squirrel Girl. Her ult is actually good again. I think
yeah,
it's really good on the map.
well, her ult was really bad before, so I think that's
Hey. Hasan, you're holding it down as well, brother. Holding it down. Solo tank on the case.
I think it was yeah, I think if I was playing Venom here, we would have gotten cooked.
Yeah, it's the diving.
Yeah.
We'll be coming in 30
I feel like
seconds.
the shield
Stay
helps.
strong.
Okay, let's get it done. Run it back again. That'll be our first win. It's time. It's
I
time.
have noticed the similarities.
Dude.
Where are we holding?
Oh wait, oh my god, I'm going way too far forward.
Cause I'm
Wait,
gonna
Unks.
go in turret.
Unk and squids on the side. Unks and squids on the side. Get him with the ultimate trap.
4,
Oh, you're gonna trap him?
2,
So get him with the Unk, brother. Put an Unk down, brother. This is it, this is it. Yes. Yes.
Nice.
Farm them. Farm them. Oh, this is a beautiful hole. Beautiful.
They have a squirrel girl.
It's like they can't get out.
He's
These guys are
so
stuck.
good
These
now.
guys are actually
That's
stuck.
crazy.
Ow.
Yo, they made up for a flank. They made up for a
I
flank.
gotta back up. I gotta back up. I gotta die. I'm gonna die. Okay.
Good.
Oh, get that
We good.
rejuvenator thing.
Reviver.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Oh, Christ. Squirrel girl up front.
Up top, yeah.
I'm beaming up. Oh, God. Don't worry about
Okay,
flanks.
we're farming ult.
Here.
Still got a ways to go.
I'm ulting.
Okay.
Uh-oh. The squirrel girls took my life. What the hell? Okay.
No,
I
okay.
love you.
He got me.
Are we good? We good, though?
Squirrel Girl is yeah, does a lot of damage.
On the way back.
This is a long journey back.
Dude, it really is. It really
Yeah,
is.
I'ma die. I'll be real.
God, it is.
Oh, the stream's got domed, bro.
there's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that.
Go, my squids, go.
Uh-oh.
Squirrel girl, you want that? Huh? You like that? Squirrel girl.
Oh god. I'm done. I'm dead.
No!
Now might be
Uh-oh.
our time to stop them.
Oh my god. They just
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, we're 3 down. We should
over
regroup it.
us.
Regroup. We got John. Oh, we got a Psycho.
Dude, I'm not gonna portal. I don't know how to portal. Okay, you're crazy for saying I should portal right now.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we good.
Is this the right way, Elam? I don't even. I'm following you, but I have
no, we did this way over.
It's so far.
Follow me, you guys. Just a stupidly long walk for some bizarre reason. Back it up now.
Yeah, I don't want to play like on the uphill.
Oh, we played it.
No. There's unks behind you. Oh, yeah.
Where the unks at?
I got him.
This is real fire
power! Oh my. Dude, what the fuck?
Oh my god, they are destroying me.
Okay, I just got squirreled.
Okay.
I am strengthened from battle.
Guys, we have 4 ults.
Wait, back it up.
Now might be a good time to stop.
Back it up. We can stop him here.
4 ults.
I know we need 2 tanks, but I don't. If no one wants to play tank, it's better to just like make people play their
we're gonna get him on this
characters rather than.
They're just chasing me. They're just hard chasing me. Oh, they're on the flank now.
I'd rather have Elam play his favorite
right?
character than play a tank poorly, because then.
I'm ulting.
That was pain.
Good job.
Nice, Janet.
Oh damn, they're like they must be ulted or something.
Squirrel dead.
Nice. That was the main DPS. We good.
Magneto's low. Magneto's low.
No,
Magneto's low. Push him. I'm shielding.
Oh, that's
Magneto's
stupid
So
card.
we're still fine. We're still good.
That is so
To the right. Spawn to the right. Back
Yeah,
it
watch
up.
out. This is their spawn.
Oh, it did the most.
No.
No, she's dead. She's dead.
Yeah, but they go respawn and be here way faster.
No, we good though. We good, man. Strange can die. We got a rocket who's ulted.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh, that.
Oh my god.
The Unk is on the cart.
Is that a whale? Hello?
Oh my god. The scroll girl is broken.
Yeah, we gotta stand high ground.
I just need the high ground.
Oops.
We have a high ground over here.
That's great. Great teleportation. Great TP I put up.
Where'd that bring us? Are we closer?
Stand up, come up.
To left.
Don't give them another inch.
What the heck?
Oh my god.
Moon Knight
Where
dead.
are we even pushing it right now?
Oh, the whales are wailing. Okay. Go off the side again. Unk on the side.
I got it on.
Oh my god.
Come on, squirrel.
What is
Please, she's gonna die. She's dead.
Dead. I'm looking trained.
Oh, well, look at you. Is that an Unk again? The frick?
Yeah, there's an Unk. It's on the
Strange can die.
Yeah, I'm still dead. It's just you, John, on my way.
Oh no.
I'm dead. Fuck, I got double teamed by the raccoon.
Stranger old.
I'm throwing my heals.
I'm ulting in. Come.
Okay.
Nice.
Hey, good Moon Knight.
That
Good
portal
Moon Knight.
actually
Nice
worked.
job.
It took the squirrels
Oh, wait, the Unk's unking in? Oh,
auto
never
targeting
mind.
for some reason.
Mag dead.
The moon.
Mine.
Oh my god, this Moon Knight, dude.
John,
What
it's
is
just you.
happening?
Oh god.
oh.
Good medicine.
Run it up.
Yo, I'm uncomfortable. I'll be so real.
Oh, that's cool.
I killed her.
I didn't really see what that. Oh.
3, 2, 3.
Well, guys, we destroyed them the other way last time. So we can destroy them on it
Yeah.
again. All right, we can destroy them on it again. We got it.
Right,
We got it.
Eyes. Reality is
We
but
got
an illusion.
The right
I'm once
heroes can
again
make all the difference.
going to make the point that we probably need another tank, but
Let me go strange. Give me on strange.
all right. If
you
you're
go
gonna go
Venom,
strange,
I'll
I
go
might
strange.
I might as well do Groot. So we have
Okay.
I'll go Hulk.
Science solves problems.
Actually, no, never mind. We don't even have a damage buff from that. No one's playing Iron Man, so I'll just go Venom. I don't know how good Venom is on this map.
I think it'd be good.
Wait,
Yeah,
we're
I think it should be
defending again?
decent.
Wait, why are we defending?
Wait, yeah,
Oh,
wait,
yeah.
why are we
That is
defending?
switch sides.
What?
Wait, I'm lost.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know.
I'm confused on this
all
map.
right.
I don't even know how to get there.
Here we go. Here we go.
Blood stains. Am I right?
Okay, honestly, the 2 tanks on this should hopefully be the difference. I think, hopefully, because we can drop in on them anyway. This should be good. Do we have any like traps set up for when they get out spawn?
4, 3,
No.
2,
Okay.
1.
I'm gonna dive in. I'm gonna dive in.
Okay, I'm holding.
I'm waiting for the healers to come out.
Oh, I need those weak, bro.
I got the on.
Never mind.
Yeah, Max.
Okay. Come here, bro.
Ellen, back up. Ellen, back up. I'm at a close. It's okay. We can keep cutting back.
Ow.
Oh god, I'm sedated.
We're on top.
Holy scroll! I'm being eaten by squirrels!
Where's their heals? Aren't there heals here? Oh, there it is.
Kill them! She's half.
She is? Okay.
I died.
Oh my god.
They rocket ulted. Oh my god. Oh, I'm trying to leave.
Double KO.
I'm gonna die. I'm so gonna die.
You're alone.
Oh my god, I'm getting whipped. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was pain and suffering. I'm
Here, I can hold the point. Oh my god, they pushed me off!
Bro.
I'm dead.
Okay. Dead.
No.
Die. Holding. Get him, DPS. Get him.
Is that our?
Yeah, that's ours. That's ours.
Oh my god, nice. They're dead.
Good
Sorry.
shit.
Nice, thank you,
Nice,
though.
brother.
Oh, their spawn is right here though. Careful. Magneto died.
Unking. Okay.
Sorry, guys. I was
Oh my
choking
god.
on the water the first time.
Oh,
I got their moon knight.
I'm alive. I'm alive.
Oh,
Nice.
okay.
I mean, we have to push again though. It's not gonna. They gotta.
And we will.
We have to abuse high ground because they're going squirrel.
Oh god, do we want 2 tanks on attack or do we want 1 tank on attack? What is the consensus?
I think we want double. Because the
I think
part
double
feels like
tank
it's
is the move. Is definitely the move.
Okay. I'm down. Bow, bada, bow. Alright, let's do it.
Bro, you have 6 skills? I have 41,000 damage blocked. What do you think my job is? What do you think my job is?
I love this.
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Wait, is there a buff for Hulk and Doctor Strange or no?
Yes.
What is it?
For Strange's E.
Oh.
What does it do?
It does more damage.
What does it do?
It does more damage, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, your E does more damage?
I see.
Do you know how to use it, right?
Yeah, I know how to use it. Yeah.
All right.
I did learn earlier today. I'm not gonna lie. I had no idea that's how it charged up before, but we did.
5, 4, 3.
Okay, let's go, guys.
The nerf on Strange, by the
onwards.
way, is you have to be like on. Noob down. God damn
my
it.
god.
I always die to that. I did the
Back up.
Oh
Go back.
I also died.
Wait, we have a Hulk?
Yeah, I'm home.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm on the side of the car.
Oh
These
my
guys
God,
play
all their
so
healers
annoying,
turned
bro. Okay, I'm going forward. Push with me, guys. Push with me. And the heals? I'm just for heals.
I'm coming.
Oh my god, I'm taking so much damage.
I'm shielding.
Yeah, we can.
Behind us, Sidewalk behind us.
I'm hiding behind the car. I'm hiding behind the car.
Oh god, I'm bruising out.
Oh my god. Gotta go.
All right.
I'll have to go high ground on like right and left.
Ayo.
Skywalk is down here.
Okay.
Did I come through the green door?
Here we go.
Dead.
Nice John. Great
Good
job.
Could get res here.
Oh, they're just kind of.
Nice.
I have my ult. I'm ulting.
Die.
My ult.
Oh, behind. Behind.
Nest, guys, the nest. The guys, the nest. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus.
Where is it? Oh.
We're staggering. Sorry.
Good kill on the
Nice.
silo.
I got their tanks.
Hold.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, post up, Janet. Post up. It's time.
Oh, all right. A shield for me.
No way. See,
I got you.
DPS is through that.
All right.
Wait, we are about to push them further than the point they pushed us.
I'm protecting you. I won't let you die. I won't let you die. Okay, the side might kill you and me as well. Oh my Christ.
Oh my.
Oh wow, we got okay.
We got 20 seconds, guys. This is
No, it's still winnable. It's still winnable.
Yeah.
Just get one good push and we're chilling.
We have
10
12
seconds.
seconds. Yep.
10. I can get on, but I will likely die immediately. So I'm just gonna wait till the last second.
Yeah.
I'm ready to. Yeah, I died.
2.
Oh, they Luna ulted.
Yeah, I touched.
Nice.
Yep. Nice.
I'm
That ping always misses. I swear. I touched it though.
I'm on it, but I'm bruising.
I'm also on it.
Oh,
I'm holding. I'm gonna die. I'm dead. There ain't no way we were that close. There ain't no way.
Oh, I didn't.
Nice try.
Wrong time to bruise. Yeah, I did that voluntarily. I bruised out on purpose.
Dang.
Moon Knight is a menace.
I think if you say freelo in a bronze lobby, you are lower than the type of person. You're operating at a kindergartner's level of thinking. Like,
oh God, man, that was pain.
okay, this is my LG.
No, we surely win this one, guys. Surely.
Yeah.
No, we win this one for sure. Let me get a fill real quick as well.
Tanks. We need tanks, Ellen.
That poor baby got banned. They probably were already a person that I banned a long time ago, and they're being annoying. I don't need the hold space bar. I auto jump with the space.
I can also tank.
What? You say that? I'm gonna crash out.
I'm kidding. Well, I mean, like, I can fill this game, so you can do your thing.
Open your eyes. Reality is but an illusion.
Yeah.
What should we?
All right. Bet.
You go on Widow. I'm getting off. Okay, no.
Dude, what are you, bro? Why?
No, I'm kidding. I mean, Limited City buff. She got buff.
Yeah. Oh, Tim, you can't play now, no.
Hulk isn't the only one with a temper. Banner can smash things too.
Okay.
Like instruments that.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Fishman. Hulk hates stupid fishman.
All right, let me.
Give Hulk one good reason not to toss you back into the ocean.
I will drag you down with me.
Okay.
Ellum, I think the Moore's outclassed by Moon Knight.
Battle starts in 5.
Yeah, no, I would agree.
Might have been hard nerfed.
Yeah.
Like accidentally nerfed.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Why am I seeing LMD buff, Sykuno? Why am I seeing an LMD buff? Huh? Come here. On the way. I'm on the way.
It really be your own, man. Really
Dude,
be your own.
shut the fuck up. No way. Ow.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Come here, Hulk.
Where are they?
They're all up here. They're all up here.
Ow.
I'm dead.
Okay. Oh, this Venom wants my ass, bruh. Get away from me. Ow!
Hold up, point.
Yo, the Venom's just chasing me, bro. What's up with you?
He's bannering.
Oh, the air strafing. I forgot about that. God damn.
All right, got close.
Okay. I'm on now.
All right, got their yeah, whatever. You know what it is.
Yeah, he's locked in. He's just locked in. He's really locked in.
A nice deep freeze.
How does an exile cancel?
Okay.
Do you guys know when you're trying to exile someone and it doesn't work?
Oh, I have no clue. I don't.
Let me get those squids up there real quick. Do the damage.
Okay, I have ult.
I'm hearing like.
Oh, they're
annoying-
pushing me.
They're pushing from right. They're, I mean, left side, left side, left side.
I'm ulting.
Okay. We are Groot.
Nice,
Die,
Sykkuno!
die. Get the Hulk quick. He's squishy. Wait, he escaped? No way.
He's
No,
up here.
he's up here. He's up here. There you
Good
go.
job.
Oh
my God, guys.
Oh shit.
Solid
That's it for
dead.
everybody.
He dead as hell. I'm
We should back up a little bit. Back up a little bit.
That's a crazy ult here. We're
Wait, let him walk in. Let him walk in. I have wall.
Got someone? Got someone?
Oh,
nice.
never mind.
right. I guess we just win. All right.
Okay, we'll take that.
I'm hulking out.
Nice.
All right. Let's just get this dub. Let's get this dub.
Hulk and I,
White.
we're a team. I'm
hulking out.
I'm hulking out.
30 seconds before you
John,
wait.
you're 7-0 on Groot, and you refuse to play tank this whole
Yeah,
time.
John.
I don't like tank.
What
John,
is
you're
happening?
John, you're actually a
I
bad
understand
guy,
John
bro. Like,
so well. Like even like I just it's just so unfun.
Thank you for playing tank.
All this is over. I'm gonna drop the dopest
What is happening today? Why is there
I don't
so
know.
many more cringe? Why are there so many more cringe like stream snipers?
They're obsessed with you.
I mean, it is new patch day. There's probably more players.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Okay.
Can't let
Here
the
we
monster
go.
out at the wrong time.
All right, let's run it up, guys. Let's run it up.
It doesn't swing.
I have my ult.
Okay. Die.
I am doing my
Yeah.
best to feel
Yeah.
but what the fuck?
A little more chill.
Good job. Nice.
Okay. You
I'm
dead as
hulking
hell,
out.
bro. Oh my, we're running them down. We are running them down. There's a fruit spawner. There's a squishy fruit spawner. He dead.
I have ult.
Go, son. Go.
Get over here.
Full box.
Get his
200,
ass. Get
200,
his
200.
ass.
Oh, I'm ulting.
I'm bannering out.
I'm wailing out. Fuck.
I got. Wait, did you
Let's
wail?
back up.
Oh, they.
Yeah.
Let's back up a bit, guys.
I'm getting started. Don't carry away. Oh, he's hulking out. Oh my god, he grabbed. Oh god, Groot.
Okay.
No, what the heck?
Yeah. Oh, you did.
Okay.
Yeah, why is this Hulk just got so much health, bro?
I'm ulting.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh crap!
Bro,
Can you exile when they're ulting?
Hold on.
By the eye of
Oh, I got moltos. I'm shielding it as soon as I come out.
I'm gonna freak out.
bro, the clip wasn't dying.
Oh god, I'm dead. I'm dead.
You have no heals.
Again.
You know what? I'm gonna stay back.
We can regroup because they're pushing us a little bit.
Okay, lads. Ooh, LM, hold your ult, okay?
Exile is a perma stun for like 5 seconds. It's a pretty devastating stun that Hulk has. It's my E.
Go. Okay, I got it. But
200? I win.
1H in the hole. 1H.
Full box.
1H.
I'm holding. Tomorrow. Go.
Oh, they will.
Oh
To
my
nothing.
god.
Loser alert.
I snapped. Oh my god, I died to a squid.
You didn't tell me I'm wailing.
I said no more whale.
I wailed.
Oh no.
Oh. Okay.
No, wait,
John, we run that one back again, you know? We just run that one back. I'm used to the foolish going. Are you ready?
Okay,
You ready?
full
You
tilt.
ready?
Let's
You ready?
go.
Stupid fish
There
man.
we go.
I'll get your beat.
Stupid Facebook.
Oh god.
You're so annoying. So annoying. Shut
I'm at 40%.
Bruce Banner.
Oh god damn it.
Nice.
Bruce Banner. Wait, he didn't die? Oh, he dead. They wail.
Wait, what?
Ludo almost dead.
I am ready to put on a show.
Dead.
He dead.
Nice, guys.
Strange can die here. Strange dies for sure.
They've almost got it.
Motherfucker, die. Thank you.
Good job.
I'm hulking out. Okay, get us up high. Get my squids down. Wait, we just went straight off my squids, bro. That was rude. The hell?
Alright, charge up your ult.
Ready to put on a show.
Oh, I'm charging. You best
I have
believe
my
I'm
ult as
charging.
well.
I walled her off.
Oh, good ult.
Oh, Hulk can
Oh,
die.
good wall.
Yeah.
Ulting.
Oh, they
Okay,
ulted.
I'm gonna ult. Are you ready, Ellum? Are you
I'm ready, but they are doing okay.
Oh, they also ulted.
Well.
They ulted. They ulted.
I am being.
Oh, that's their ult.
Yeah.
Luna dead?
You're
I'm ulting.
He's hulking out. We can win.
We can do this.
Oh
shit.
Oh
Oh my god, I died to a squid.
Brandon, he's Banner's boost. Deal with Banner. I'm going back.
He's wailed.
No, I fucked up.
We still win.
Okay. I'm here. I'm healing.
Who's dead?
There's a strange on site. He's low. He off the motor.
Job.
Oh.
No.
No, I'm trying to throw my heels from back here.
We're coming back.
1H dead. Killed him as
Nice.
1H. There it is.
Let's go.
Get Banner. Get Bruce Banner, bitch.
There it is.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
That's what
We gotta
call a
keep the win
sweet
streak
dog.
All
going,
right, well,
guys.
it's a good LG for me on this note. I gotta go.
Wait, we gotta go till we lose, man.
No, I
We gotta win
can't.
streak.
I can't.
I got a fill you, son. You good.
Hey, what if we start losing?
God damn, Masayoshi with a 20.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Cash.
After all of those defeats, I got a 56 banger on this one. That's
Dang.
crazy.
Why did our... Wow. That's a...
It's because the game is trying to get me to stay and keep playing, but I can't. I gotta go.
GG's.
Okay.
All right, thank you for the games, guys.
Bye, Hasan.
Bye. All right, everybody. That'll be all for me for tonight. And that's it, honestly. Tomorrow I'll be back. I'm gonna try to do something charity related to the fires, like with the IRL component to it, if I can this weekend. That's my goal. But in any case, this is all I got right now. All right. Peace, everybody. Love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow.
The starlight to the dark bit just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.